Big banana, a big banana. Who was it calling in the middle of the night? At 4:30 in the early morning, Jiang Hao was sleeping soundly when a sudden phone ring pulled him from his slumber. Groggily fumbling for his phone, Jiang Hao saw the name, Jiao Jiao, on the screen and immediately perked up. Rin Jiao Jiao was the goddess of his university days, all because of her single phrase, "I don't want to be in a relationship right now." Jiang Hao foolishly pursued her for 3 years, and even after graduation, he still hadn't given up. "Hey Jiang Hao, what are you doing?" The call connected and Rin Jiaojiao's soft honeyed voice came through from the other and instantly sending a shiver of delight down Jiang Hao's spine. What was different about today? That aloof Rin Jiaojiao had never treated him like this before. "Jiao Jiao, I was just sleeping. Why did you suddenly think to call me? Are you missing me?" Jiang Hao asked the question, trying to muster his courage. "No, I'm at the Huarong Grand Hotel now. My boyfriend says he won't move until you say something. Hurry up and say 2 words. Hearing those words, Jiang Hao's phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Boyfriend? Didn't Rin Jiaojiao say she wasn't ready for a relationship? Didn't she say she wanted to wait until her career was stable before dating? Jiang Hao picked up the phone, his hands trembling slightly. "Jiao Jiao, today isn't April Fool's Day. Come on, you're just being naughty." On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence followed by 2 laughs, a male voice and a female voice. "Hee Jiang Hao, you're really funny. All right, I'm done talking to you. I have to call the next simp. Moi beep. Beep. Beep." With Rin Jiaojiao's playful sound, the call ended. Jiang Hao stood there dumbstruck, his face as pale as paper, as if struck by a massive blow. Collapsed, the sky had collapsed. Who could it be? Who was this man? Could it be that male colleague who had been picking Rin Jiaojiao up from work these past few days? No, that wasn't right either. They had only known each other for 3 days. Wasn't that guy just driving a lousy Porsche? How could it happen so fast? A lousy Porsche? That's rich. Jiang Hao plopped down on his bed, his face ashen. That was a car he could never afford in his lifetime. He should have known long ago. What she meant by "I don't want to be in a relationship right now" was actually "I don't want to be in a relationship with you." Now a rich man shows up and wins her in 3 days. He had chased her for 3 years thinking he was deeply devoted, but she just treated him like a simp. And moreover, she had more than one simp. Disgusting, truly disgusting. Apart from disgusting, Jiang Hao couldn't find another word to describe Rin Jiaojiao. A woman like her. He didn't need her anyway. Just then a mechanical female voice suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, detected that the host has achieved great enlightenment. System is now binding. Ding, congratulations, host, binding successful. The 10,000-fold rebate system will continue to escort you. System. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He had read plenty of web novels in his spare time, so he naturally knew what a system was. Once you had a system, it was like having a life cheat. 10,000-fold rebate system. Does that mean if I spend 1 yuan, I'll get 10,000 yuan back? Yes. Jiang Hao got excited. This was a bit too outrageous. Wait, system, you're not going to tell me I have to spend money on Rin Jiaojiao to get the rebate, are you? Jiang Hao was skeptical. According to the usual web novel settings, this was highly likely. Although he could accept it for the sake of making money, it still felt somewhat disgusting. This system has no object restrictions. As long as consumption is successful, the rebate conditions will be met. Please note, gifts without reason will not be counted toward the rebate. Wow, that's awesome. Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled. This was a divine system. But the point about not being able to give without reason was a bit awkward. Originally, Jiang Hao had thought about transferring the 10,000 yuan he had on hand to his mom and directly getting 100 million rebate. Now it seemed he couldn't. Thinking this, Jiang Hao remembered something, opened up LV Payapao, and scrolled for a long time. Finally, he found a contact nicknamed Heiying Shinsho Gu, whose avatar was his own amiable smile. 1. Jiang Hao sent a message to Heiying Shinsho Gu. He replied instantly. Didi Daima, ask and you shall receive. Brother needs some cursing service. Guaranteed to drive them to a breakdown. Your satisfaction is assured. Door-to-door cursing, only 1000 yuan, no deception. Didi Daima. This was a contact Jiang Hao had added last year on Doudu, a short video app claiming to be China's top foul-mouthed operator with an excellent industry reputation. Huarong Grand Hotel, Ren Jiaojiao, phone number XXX. Jiang Hao did not hesitate, edited the message. Heiying Shinsho Gu responded again instantly. May I ask the reason for the cursing? Our service requires a reason for every order. Jiang Hao did not reply. He silently transferred 100 yuan to him. Without any hesitation, Heiying Shinsho Gu accepted it instantly, then replied with an OK gesture. Didi Daima, always ready. Brother, a complete video of the cursing will be sent to your LV Pao later, guaranteed satisfaction. OK means not agreement, but no need to say more. Jiang Hao sneered. There was truth to the saying that money makes the world go round. Ding, congratulations, host, consumption successful. This consumption 100 yuan. Ding, please choose your rebate reward. 100 million yuan. 2. 0. 1 attribute point. Hearing this prompt, Jiang Hao was a little surprised. System, what exactly is this attribute point? The host can use attribute points to freely add points to various personal attributes. Currently 1 billion yuan can be converted into 1 attribute point. At the same time, a panel that only Jiang Hao could see appeared before him. Name Jiang Hao. Age 23. Appearance 50. Strength 50. Agility 50. Stamina 50. Intelligence 50. Durability 100,100. Seeing these numbers, Jiang Hao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the hell was this quadrilateral warrior-like stats? 50. Probably not considered high. Ding, 50 is the average level. Indeed. But since they can all be upgraded, I suppose it's okay. But right now the most important thing is money and 0. 1 attribute point isn't very useful. I choose 100 million. Ding, rebate successful. Please check your account. From now on, the default rebate plan will be activated and can be changed at any time. Default rebate plan: if the final rebate reward is less than 1 billion, it will automatically be converted to money. If more than 1 billion, the system will ask, "Big banana, a big banana." Just then Jiang Hao's phone rang again. Picking it up, he saw it was Rin Jiaojiao again. Jiang Hao frowned, but finally answered. On the other end, Rin Jiaojiao's syrupy voice came through. "Jiang Hao, my boyfriend and I are a bit tired. Could you buy 2 breakfasts and bring them over? Huarong Grand Hotel Room, 1501. You know my taste, and also my boyfriend likes spicy food. Don't forget. Love you. Love you." "Oh really? Then your love is truly cheap. Trash, get lost." Jiang Hao showed no mercy. After dropping those words, he hung up the phone and decisively blocked Rin Jiaojiao through every means of contact. In the past, Jiang Hao worshipped Rin Jiaojiao as a goddess while she treated him like a lackey. Now that Jiang Hao had become a billionaire, how could he possibly still grovel before her? Afterwards, Jiang Hao sent the room number 1501 to Black Eagle, the master pickpocket. Black Eagle instantly replied with a fist and palm salute emoji. Having done all this, Jiang Hao relaxed back onto the bed, lying spread-eagled, feeling an indescribable comfort. From now on, my good days are coming. In his excitement, Jiang Hao sat up again, picked up his phone, and dialed his mother, Lu Chunlan. The phone rang only once before it was answered. "Hello? Hao. What made you call, Mom?" Jiang Hao glanced at the time and was a bit surprised. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. "Mom, you're up so early. Doesn't your company start at 8? There was a 1-second silence on the other end. "Mom took a part-time job. Sorting packages in the morning, can earn a bit more. You're getting married soon, so Mom has to save up more money for your bride price." Lu Chunlan's tone was light, as if talking about something trivial. But Jiang Hao felt a sting in his nose. Behind that light tone lay so much hardship. "Mom, quit both jobs." "Off." Lu Chunlan was surprised. "I landed a project in Qingcheng and made some money. And the boss thought I was reliable, so he gave me a position. From now on, your son is an employee of a big company. The boss pays me, 500 a month." Jiang Hao made up a story that wasn't too outrageous. After all, he couldn't tell his mother that he had activated a god-tier system. If he did, she'd probably have him taken away for research. On the other end of the line, Lu Chunlan was extremely excited, her voice trembling with tears. How are you telling the truth? You're not lying to Mom, are you? Old Jiang, come quick. Our son has made it." Jiang Hao's eyes also reddened. "Mom, okay, you and Dad both quit your jobs. From now on, I'll support you too. I'll send you 500,000 first. If it's not enough, just tell me." After saying this, Jiang Hao hung up and immediately transferred 500 yuan to Lu Chunlan. 500 was neither too much nor too little, enough for the old couple to live comfortably for a year or two. It wasn't that Jiang Hao was unwilling to give more, but if he gave too much, his parents would inevitably suspect something. Parents are like that. If you give them too much at once, they'll worry you're gambling or even selling your organs. So Jiang Hao decided to take it slow, bit by bit, until they became desensitized. Since this 500 was a voluntary gift, without any reason, naturally, there was no rebate. Having done this, Jiang Hao felt a weight lifted from his heart. Bored, Jiang Hao opened Doudu. Scrolling through videos was one of his few forms of entertainment. As soon as the app opened, the first thing that appeared was a local livestream. It was from Jiang Hao's follow, a gaming streamer named Little Candy, who mostly streamed console games. She wasn't popular, with usually less than 10 viewers. As a regular in Little Candy's livestream, Jiang Hao held a level 8 badge. As soon as he entered, Little Candy greeted him with her sweet voice. "Brother Gray, good morning. You're up so early today." Gray Rainbow was Jiang Hao's screen name. "Yes, something happened today, can't sleep." Jiang Hao typed that message. "Off." Little Candy blinked her big adorable eyes. Even a funny guy like Brother Gray has worries in life. Little Candy poked her cheek with a finger. "Let Little Candy sing a song for Brother Gray. Don't be sad. I want to turn into your oxygen. Oh, slip into your body, oh ahem." Little Candy's face turned red. "Sorry, Brother Gray, I'm not very good at singing, hee." On the other side of the screen, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. It had to be said, Little Candy was genuinely adorable. That was why Jiang Hao enjoyed watching her streams in his spare time. Without saying anything else, Jiang Hao directly gifted Little Candy a fan badge. Thank you, Brother Gray, for the fan badge. Mwah, Little Candy blinked at the camera, incredibly cute. Just then a user named Young Master Kai Circle posted a question mark. Beside that user's nickname was the big moderator badge, and his level was a striking 50. Gray Rainbow, what's your status? How dare you compete with me for a woman? Jiang Hao saw this and was confused. When did Little Candace stream get a moderator? However, before Jiang Hao could check the info, a prompt appeared on the screen. You have been kicked from the live stream and will no longer be able to enter this live stream. Huh? Jiang Hao froze. What was going on? At the same time, his backend received a private message. Brother Gray, sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll unban you right away. Jiang Hao frowned and typed, what exactly is going on? Brother Gray, you came late, so you might not know. Earlier, young Master Kai gave me a grand carnival and wanted me to be his girlfriend. I didn't agree, so I gave him a moderator position. It's really a misunderstanding. Oh, Jiang Hao didn't reply further. He just put down his phone and smiled with interest. One grand carnival, and you're that confident. Just when I was thinking of where to spend money, this comes along. Jiang Hao thought, and directly opened the recharge page. Options 6 yuan, 18 yuan. 518 yuan. Jiang Hao skipped all these options and directly clicked the last one, enter amount. A line of small text below read maximum 500 yuan. Jiang Hao curled his lip. Only being able to recharge a maximum of 500 at a time was too little. Wasn't this looking down on him? So, 500 500. After recharging 500 20 times, Jiang Hao had already charged in 10 million. Only then did he stop satisfied. That should be enough. No rebate. Looks like I need to send the gifts to get it. Jiang Hao muttered to himself, then returned to Little Candace livestream. Seeing the notification, Little Candy was delighted and smiled at the camera. Welcome back, Brother Gray. I thought you were mad at me. We're all family here, let's get along. Meanwhile, young Master Kai Circle again, Ed Jiang Hao. Gray Rainbow, you actually have the nerve to come back. Shameless, aren't you? In front of the screen, Jiang Hao just curled his lip, too lazy to reply. He directly sent a grand carnival. Little Candy saw the special effect and initially thought it was from young Master Kai, but when she saw it was from Gray Rainbow, she was surprised. Thank you, Brother Gray, for the grand carnival. I'm really happy, but please spend within your means. At this moment, in a luxurious suite at Huarong Grand Hotel, Wang Kai held his phone, typing with a contemptuous expression. Ren Jiaojiao saw Wang Kai's behavior and frowned in dissatisfaction. Brother Kai, don't spend so much money on some random woman. I'm your real girlfriend. Wang Kai glanced at Ren Jiaojiao and then laughed. Of course, Jiaojiao. Women online are just spiritual sustenance. You are the only woman I love. Be good, keep eating. Ren Jiaojiao blushed. Brother Kai is the best. In Little Candace livestream, young Master Kai Circle, Gray Rainbow, poor loser loves face. That was probably your month's salary. Today I'll teach you don't challenge my pocket money with your entire savings. At this moment, an unprecedented scene was unfolding in the live broadcast room of Xiao Tang. A level 50 player and a level 10 account were engaging in a celebratory spree. Naturally, the level 10 account was rapidly leveling up and had already reached over level 30. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in Xiao Tang's live room was rapidly increasing from just 4 people to over 1,000. Xiao Tang was extremely anxious. After spending so much time in the live room, how could she not know that the user Gray Rainbow was just an ordinary person in real life? This kind of spending would lead to bankruptcy. It could even lead to criminal charges. At this moment, Jiang Hao was continuously clicking to send gifts, completely too busy to respond to Xiao Tang. However, at that moment, a notification suddenly popped up on Jiang Hao's phone. The current host has ended the stream. Huh? Jiang Hao was taken aback. How could she have ended the stream? Meanwhile, Xiao Tang received a private message from the backend. Gray brother, you are too impulsive. Xiao Tang is now applying to the backend to see if a refund is possible. Jiang Hao then realized that this was what Xiao Tang was thinking. The young girl was quite innocent. No need, you can start streaming again. Your Gray brother actually has some money. I want this fellow Kai Xiao to know that not just anyone can ride on my back and take a dump. If you don't start streaming, I'll go to someone else's live room and continue. The chat box of Xiao Tang showed that she was typing. But ultimately, she did not send any information, only sharing her live room link with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. After all, not making money is foolish, and that is normal. Without further thought, Jiang Hao re-entered Xiao Tang's live room, and the number of participants had hardly decreased after the stream ended. It was still over 1,000. Jiang Hao directly tagged Kai Xiao in his circle. Little Kai, do you still have balance? Kai Xiao's circle ignored Jiang Hao and simply sent a rocket. Jiang Hao chuckled, pulled out the gift celebration, laid his phone flat on the bed, and then took out a fascia gun. Thus, before the effects of the first celebration could finish displaying, the second celebration had already started. Subsequently, the third and fourth. Under the power of the fascia gun, Xiao Tang's live room was bombarded with celebrations. Xiao Tang was completely stunned, standing there in a daze. At this very moment, the entire platform erupted. Major live rooms received overwhelming notifications. Gray Rainbow sent a celebration in Xiao Tang's live room, X1 Kai Xiao's circle. The number of viewers in Xiao Tang's live room also soared to over 1,000. Crazy, this is really crazy. Celebrations are being sent like they are cabbages. Who are these two big spenders? Wow, how can such a pretty female streamer only have a few hundred fans? I'm following her first. Comments like these flooded the live room. The users on the platform were blown away and the company was in chaos. At that moment, the general manager of the company, Lu Ming, looked at the backend data in disbelief. Have you figured it out? Is he really using illegal methods to send gifts? Report manager, the data has been verified and there are no issues. He really spent 10 million. What the? In the Hua Rong Hotel, Wang Kai had already started to sweat. From just now until now, he had already sent 100 celebrations, which amounted to 3,000. For him, that wasn't a lot, it was just 3 months' allowance. But if it goes any higher, it would be a bit much to handle. However, looking at the situation on the other side, there was clearly no intention to stop. It seemed like he had truly run into a tough opponent. At this time, Jiang Hao wasn't thinking about that. He just closed his eyes and kept sending gifts. He didn't even know how much he had already sent. There was no other way for Jiang Hao. The more you spent, the less you had, while for him, the more he spent, the more he had. After 15 minutes, Jiang Hao felt his hands getting a bit sore and finally set down the fascia gun. Looking at his balance, there was less than 1,000 gold left. What the? I spent 10 million, right? How has it gone so quickly? By this time, Xiao Tang's live room had surpassed 1 million viewers, and the comments were exploding, scrolling by so fast that it was impossible to read. Meanwhile, Xiao Tang herself was as stiff as a wooden puppet, dumbfounded and unable to speak. She had been bombarded by gifts. If Jiang Hao had sent 1,000, she would have thought he was making an impulsive purchase. If it reached 1,000, she would have thought he was draining his savings or even misappropriating. However, when it reached 1 million or 10 million, even if he had a mental issue, one wouldn't think Jiang Hao was just trying to show off. Smash! In the Hua Rong Hotel, Wang Kai smashed his phone into smithereens. All right, you're amazing. You have a lot of money. Damn it. Gifts worth 10 million. Are you out of your mind? Wang Kai was seething with anger. At the same time, Jiang Hao received a message from a user named Black Hawk. I have arrived at the location and can start cursing anytime. Jiang Hao sent him an OK gesture and then X. At this moment, Jiang Hao realized that his private messages had exploded, reaching 999. However, Jiang Hao did not plan to deal with them for now because he had something more important to do, getting a rebate. Ding, a huge amount of spending detected. Please choose your rebate plan. Jiang Hao stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then told the system in his heart. Give me 1 billion and convert the rest into attribute points. Ding, rebate successful. Congratulations, host, you have received money. 1 billion automatically deposited into the bank. Attribute points 99. System generously adds 1 point, totaling 100 points. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This system is quite good. It takes 1 billion to convert for 1 attribute point, and the generous gift of 1 attribute point is equivalent to saying that the previous 10 billion was free. However, Jiang Hao soon realized how low the value of that 1 attribute point was. He poured all the attribute points into physical fitness, because after all, a man must first be wealthy, and second, he must be physically fit. Nevertheless, his fitness did not increase from 50 to 150, but rather to 60. What the? 10 attribute points can only increase by 1. That's equivalent to needing 100 billion to add 1 point. What a ripoff. Jiang Hao couldn't help but complain. However, he actually didn't lose out, because Jiang Hao could clearly feel that his stamina had improved and his body felt a bit stronger. When Jiang Hao returned to Xiao Tang's live room, she trembled and said, "Gray brother, please don't send any more gifts. I'm ending the stream." Jiang Hao frowned. Oh, was this girl against money? With such a flood of traffic, why was she ending the stream? Big banana, a big banana. Jiang Hao's phone rang and vibrated several times. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. Private messages, chat notifications, text messages, and phone calls. All 4 modes of contact were going off simultaneously. Jiang Hao still chose to answer the phone first. Yes, this is Jiang Hao. May I ask what this is regarding? Mr. Jiang Hao, this is about your recent deposits with our bank, one of 100 million yuan and another of 1 billion yuan. You have now been elevated to our highest tier VIP status. Might I have the honor of treating you to a modest meal? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Was a mere 1 billion yuan truly enough to warrant personal attention from the bank's deputy general manager? I'll consider it when I have time. I'm rather occupied these days. Understood, Mr. Jiang Hao. I won't disturb you further. Wishing you all the best in life." He hung up and stretched languidly. Though he claimed to be busy, his days were in truth spent solely between work and scrolling through videos. There was in fact nothing urgent at all. And now that he had activated the system, even his job was obsolete, leaving him utterly unoccupied. With that thought, he rose and slipped on a faded, well-worn shirt. "Since work no longer binds me, I might as well resign." Saying so, he stepped out and mounted his modest electric. As he straddled the scooter, he sighed. Here he was, a billionaire, yet still riding this humble machine. It simply didn't sit right. "Looks like I need to buy a proper car first. Resignation can wait." Twisting the throttle, he sped off. Soon he pulled up before a familiar storefront. This was Ching Ching Ferrari 4S, a shop he passed daily on his commute. Once it had been a place he dared not even imagine entering. Today, everything had changed. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? No electric scooters allowed here. Move along." A security guard in uniform shouted as he rushed over. Jiang Hao dismounted and tossed the keys toward him. "Then kindly find me a proper spot to park it." The guard instinctively caught them, then paled instantly. "Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you think this is some kind of joke? Look around. You'll see not a single vehicle here worth less than a top-tier Mercedes-Benz. Where exactly do you imagine your scooter belongs? Get out now." Oh, that textbook villainous retort piqued Jiang Hao's curiosity. Yet Jiang Hao felt no urge to play the arrogant prodigy, no desire to humiliate the man just to prove a point. "Hand me your payment QR code." Huh. The guard blinked, bewildered. Was this a tip? Preposterous. He prided himself on professional integrity. Surely no petty gratuity could sway his conduct. Impossible. And besides, who could expect much from someone riding an electric scooter? 100, 200, at most 500. 500 was no small sum, but certainly insufficient to move him. Yet the next instant, when the green notification chimed, 3,000 yuan received, the guard froze stunned. 3,000 yuan, as a tip. That was nearly a full month's salary. "Oh ho ho. Sir, please, step right in. Your scooter looks rather dusty. I'll polish it myself." Without hesitation, he unzipped his jacket, tore open his pristine white t-shirt, and began scrubbing the scooter with the ragged fabric. Jiang Hao gave a faint chuckle. He'd actually preferred the guard's earlier defiant swagger. Still, he was mildly surprised tipping counted as an unprovoked, unconditional gift, and thus fell outside the system's rebate mechanism. A loss then, but inconsequential. He strode confidently into the 4S showroom. The moment he crossed the threshold, a sales associate approached with polished enthusiasm. "Well, look who's here, Aoyang." Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. The approaching clerk was none other than a university classmate. Aoyang's smile vanished the instant he recognized Jiang Hao. "Oh, it's you. Jiang Hao, how on earth did you end up like this? Look at those tattered clothes." Dressed impeccably, Aoyang exuded an air of polished sophistication, utterly unlike Jiang Hao's worn-down appearance. "This is a Ferrari 4S dealership. Did you take a wrong turn? Left at the exit and you'll be out in seconds." He rolled his eyes dismissively. Jiang Hao only shook his head. "No, I'm quite certain I'm in the right place." "Ah, I see. We don't entertain casual visitors either. Exit left, please." Another eye roll. "All right, that's it." Jiang Hao finally snapped. After all, wasn't he at least a potential customer? Why was this fellow so determined to shoo him away? Without warning, he delivered a sharp kick, sending Aoyang sprawling. "Remember this, you sell Ferraris, you don't drive them." "You." Enraged, Aoyang scrambled to his feet, fists clenched. "Stop. What is going on here?" At that moment, a striking woman strode forward. Black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, a form-fitting skirt hugging her silhouette, black stockings tapering into stiletto heels. Her expression cool and disapproving. Before Aoyang could utter a word, Jiang Hao spoke first. "I'm here to buy a car. Which is your most affordable?" "Oh." Her gaze narrowed as she appraised him. His clothes were faded, threadbare, unmistakably cheap. Yet she offered a composed introduction. "Good day, sir. I am Su Yingying, sales manager and store director of this 4S dealership. A brief note, as this is a Ferrari dealership, even our entry-level model begins well above 1 million yuan. TCH. Aoyang sneered at Jiang Hao. "Of course, you'd start with the cheapest. Heard that. 1 million minimum. Now leave." Silence. Su Yingying shot him a sharp glare. "Get out now." His face flushed crimson, then drained pale, before he stormed off with a contemptuous snort. Only then did Jiang Hao nod. "Fine, show me." "This way, sir," Su Yingying replied, guiding him toward the exhibition hall. "This is the Ferrari 458, priced at approximately 1.2 million yuan. Does it meet your expectations?" Jiang Hao stroked his chin. "I dislike it." Su Yingying stared speechless. "Sir, if you're merely here to provoke us, I shall have no choice but to act." Her tone turned icy. First he demanded the cheapest model, then upon seeing it declared his disdain. Was this not sheer provocation? Jiang Hao frowned. "I said I dislike this one, which means I wish to purchase all the others." "What?" Su Yingying's mind blanked, then slowly reeled back into focus. Sir, surely you're jesting. We currently hold 4 in-stock vehicles, including this one, 3 remain. Their combined value approaches 10 million yuan. What? Jiang Hao recoiled in genuine shock. Su Yingying understood perfectly. Anyone hearing 10 million would flinch. Only 10 million. Far too inexpensive. Wrap them up immediately. He'd assumed a Ferrari warranted at least 100 million. How delightfully affordable they proved. Su Yingying opened her mouth. Professional decorum forbade profanity, yet this moment pushed her perilously close to breaking that rule. Sir, if you are entirely serious, may I request verification of your financial standing? Please understand, this is standard procedure. No need. Jiang Hao shook his head. Su Yingying's expression immediately turned sour. Indeed, he was here to make fun of her. After all, looking like this, how could he possibly be wealthy? She thought she was about to achieve great results. It seems necessary to get rid of this guy. However, the next moment, when Su Yingying saw the balance displayed on Jiang Hao's bank card, she was frozen in shock. 1 0 2 zeros, 3 zeros. How many zeros is that? Sir, may I know your name? Su Yingying's voice began to tremble. Oh, just call me Jiang. I want to drive this car today. It'll give me 1 hour to complete all the paperwork. Jiang Hao calmly put his phone away. Okay, Mr. Jiang. He'll take care of it personally. Liang, come out. Treat Mr. Jiang well. After shouting that, Su Yingying hurried off to handle the paperwork. At this moment, Liang, who had been secretly observing everything, was drenched in cold sweat. Although he hadn't seen Jiang Hao's balance, he knew from Su Yingying's reaction that he had messed with the wrong person today. Although he didn't understand why a poor guy suddenly transformed into a rich man, he knew that if Jiang Hao blamed him, it would be the end for him. Hee, how good you aren't mad at me, are you? Liang awkwardly approached Jiang Hao, thinking that his classmates Jiang Hao wouldn't make things difficult for him. Jiang Hao sat on the sofa glancing at Liang. Of course not. In the most easygoing person, you knew that back in college. Liang was overjoyed to hear that. After all, it was the bond of classmates. However, the next moment, Jiang Hao shouted at Su Yingying. If this person doesn't leave this 4S shop within 10 minutes, I won't take this car. Upon hearing this, Su Yingying's hand writing the documents suddenly froze, and Liang trembled all over. Slap. Su Yingying rushed over to Liang, delivering a hard slap. You're fired. Security. Get him out. Got it. The security guard, who had been watching for a while, immediately ran over and restrained Liang. Seeing the security guard's half-smiling expression, Liang was shocked. You knew all along. The guard chuckled. Yeah, but I just can't stand you, so what? Get lost. The guard pulled Liang's arm and kicked him out. Don't let me see you again. Hee, sir, enjoy your time. I'll go clean the electric car. After doing all this, the security guard waved to Jiang Hao and then left. I must say, once you have money, the efficiency of those serving you is outstanding. In less than an hour, Su Yingying returned with 3 keys. Mr. Jiang, it's all done. These 3 cars are now yours. Which one would you like to drive? Su Yingying looked at Jiang Hao with delight, and for some reason, she felt that Jiang Hao seemed even more pleasing to the eye than before. This wasn't just Su Yingying's illusion. Just moments ago, after Jiang Hao spent 10 million, he chose to receive a rebate of 1 billion, converting the rest into attribute points. This time, Jiang Hao allocated all 100 attribute points to his appearance, boosting his looks from 50 to 60. It was a qualitative leap. They'll take that one. Jiang Hao pointed to one of the cars, and you can deliver the other 2 to the address I gave you. All right, Mr. Jiang, here are your keys. Do you need anything else? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and realized he actually did have one thing in mind. After all, it was his first time driving a Ferrari. It would be awkward if he didn't know how to handle it. So Jiang Hao pointed to Su Yingying. Get in the car. Su Yingying's face stiffened. What did this mean? Just because Jiang Hao bought 3 Ferraris, did she have to be involved? Surely not. What a joke, 3 Ferraris, that's just her annual quota with a commission of only a few $100,000. It wasn't a big deal. As a highly educated social elite, a young woman in her 20s who had reached management in a 4S shop, how could she bend over for a few rice grains? Absolutely not. So, click. Su Yingying fastened her seatbelt, smiling sweetly at Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, where are we going now? Jiang Hao didn't hesitate, stepping on the gas as he exited the gate. Just then he heard someone shouting from behind. Mr. Jiang, I've cleaned your electric car. It shines like new. They'll deliver it to your home later, and you will definitely be satisfied. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh at this security guard. He was rather amusing. Now that the car was bought, Jiang Hao's next plan was clear: to resign. Just then his phone rang again. Banana. Mr. Jiang, it's me, Julie, the vice president of Huagua Central Bank. Thank you for trusting our bank. This afternoon at 5, I'll be waiting for you at the house hotel. After saying this, Julie hung up. At this moment, far away in the bank, Julie's heart raced. She invited Jiang Hao to dinner, but he remained silent, only depositing money. This clearly indicated that she needed to show some attitude. Being in her position, she still had the resolve to dedicate herself to her career. Jiang Hao sighed. Wealthy people were really busy. Mr. Jiang, do you have an appointment? At this moment, Su Yingying in the passenger seat spoke up. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Didn't she say 5 this afternoon? It's only 9 in the morning, there's no conflict. Upon hearing this, Su Yingying's face stiffened. Ooh, what a non-conflict. One meeting during the day and another at night, even a donkey wouldn't dare to pull that off. But these were matters for Jiang Hao to worry about. As a woman, she just needed to focus on her own tasks. After fiddling with her phone for a while, Su Yingying's face turned slightly red. Mr. Jiang, the hotel is already booked. We can go anytime. Oh. Jiang Hao turned his head slightly upon hearing this. No wonder she was the sales manager for Ferrari. She was so attentive. She even knew he was hungry. Keep in mind, Jiang Hao hadn't eaten anything since getting up at 4:30 in the morning. No rush, it's not mealtime. Yet, let's go to the company first and resign. Resign. Mr. Jiang, does someone as talented as you really need to work? Hearing this, Su Yingying was somewhat surprised, as she had originally thought Jiang Hao was definitely a super-rich second-generation heir, but she never expected he still needed to work. Oh, Jiang Hao replied, casually fabricating a story. I only recently found out my family is wealthy. Ooh, I used to be a worker. Su Yingying suddenly understood. It turned out some affluent families like to hide their wealth under the guise of hard work. There was no further conversation. Shortly after, Jiang Hao drove the Ferrari to his workplace. Hania Corp, a small multimedia company where Jiang Hao worked as an accountant, earning a salary of $3,000 a month. Oh my! Seeing a Ferrari approaching, the security guard's eyes widened. Especially the beauty in the passenger seat, simply stunning. No wonder it's a Ferrari. The passenger seat never disappoints. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd be willing to live in a mansion and drive luxury cars. However, the guard quickly realized something was off. The Ferrari seemed to be heading towards the company. Holy crap! Could it be the boss' son? No way, this broke company can't make much money. How could there be a rich second-generation heir? Holy crap! Jiang Hao. The security guard rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that he wasn't seeing things. He had calculated every possible scenario, yet he never anticipated this outcome. He had considered the possibility of a rich second-generation heir from the company's upper management, and even thought it could be 2 wealthy women giving him a sweet encounter. However, what he never expected was that sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari was Jiang Hao, a mere laborer with a lower salary than his yet, who worked much harder. Beep beep, Jiang Hao honked the horn. Lu Dazhuang, why aren't you opening the door? What are you doing? Lu Dazhuang's mouth twitched. He was now certain that apart from Jiang Hao, no one else in the company would dare to be so arrogant. No wonder he acts like a hotshot every day. It turns out he is hooked up with a rich woman. What right does he have? Just because he's a bit taller and looks better. Lu Dazhuang was no worse than Jiang Hao. He was only a head shorter. Damn it, why can't something like this happen? Jiang Hao, do you know you're late? Lu Dazhuang said, his face flushed. Oh. Jiang Hao replied, then looked at Su Yingying in the passenger seat. Give him a 200 yuan fine, he'll transfer it to you later. Su Yingying's face turned slightly red as she playfully said, stop it, who are you calling Yingying? She then pulled out 200 yuan bills from her bag and handed them directly to Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang took the 200 yuan, his whole body trembling. It was too close. Being this close to a goddess-level figure made his heart, which had been single for over 20 years, race. Moreover, he felt that this 200 yuan carried a hint of an enchanting fragrance. Oh, this feels great. Huh. Jiang Hao got goosebumps. Lu Dazhuang was just too disgusting. After stopping the car, Jiang Hao directly took Su Yingying into the company. Along the way, Su Yingying curiously looked around. This company was far from big, and the decor was quite cheap. Su Yingying couldn't help but complain inwardly. This big family really knows how to waste resources, letting their young master hone his skills in such a desolate place. Hey Jiang Hao, you're just in time. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline walked out of the company and waved at Jiang Hao. I have a PPT here, can you help me with it? This kind of technical work has to be done by you young people. Saying this, supervisor Li handed Jiang Hao a USB drive. Jiang Hao's expression darkened. This supervisor Li always threw documents at him, making him work to death every day, and the worst part was that he often got scolded in return. I have no time. Jiang Hao replied coolly, then swatted the USB drive away. Oh, Jiang Hao, what do you mean by that? Supervisor Li's expression turned unfriendly, but the next moment his eyes suddenly lit up, his face displaying a look of surprise as he noticed Su Yingying beside Jiang Hao. That figure, that beauty, that outfit. Absolutely stunning. Supervisor Li licked his lips and said lewdly, you're the intern who just joined today, right? Come to my office later. They'll give you a refresher on the company's rules and regulations. Upon hearing this, Su Yingying immediately felt a chill and instinctively hid behind Jiang Hao. Who do you think you are? You're disgusting. Supervisor Li's expression changed upon seeing this reaction. Could it be that this woman is Jiang Hao's girlfriend? Thinking this, Supervisor Li sneered. Beautiful, why would you lower your standards and be with a loser like Jiang Hao? To be honest, this guy only makes 300 a month. How can he support you? Oh, Su Yingying suddenly understood. So by your logic should I be with you then? Hey, how can you say that? Zhang Hao felt awful hearing this. But what you said is not wrong. With my 1500 monthly salary supporting you with 5000 wouldn't be a burden. Oomph. However, Su Yingying looked disdainful. You idiot, you're not fit to compare to Jiang Xianxing even by a hair. Where does your confidence come from? You. Supervisorly frowned at her words, but then sneered. Zhang Hao, when did the company say outsiders could come in? Don't expect to get your performance bonus this month. Zhang Hao, however, remained unfazed by his words. Hee, is that so? Supervisorly, you're 50 this year, right? Do you know what will happen if you get laid off? Ha ha ha. Supervisorly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Laid off? I've been working at this company for 20 years. The president may get laid off, but I won't. Zhang Hao shook his head. All right, you say so. He then took Su Yingying's hand, pushed past Supervisor Li, and walked straight into the president's office. What the hell? Acting all high and mighty. Just wait and see if I dock your salary. 5 minutes later, Su Yingying looked at Zhang Hao, who was sitting in the president's position, somewhat bewildered. Just a moment ago, when they entered, the president of Hania Corp, Zheng Hanio, had been very arrogant. But now he was respectfully brewing tea for Zhang Hao. This was because Zhang Hao had just acquired the Hania Corp valued at 50 million for 1 billion. How much money does one need to dare to do this? At this moment, Su Yingying's eyes were filled with stars. It must be Jiang Xianxing spending 1 billion without batting an eye. Moreover, Jiang Xianxing must have done this to give her a sense of relief. The domineering president was now appearing beside her. No wonder Su Yingying felt overly sentimental. The development of the plot just made it easy to think this way. Hee. Boss Jiang, this is my treasured Dahongpo, please have a taste. Sure, I'm busy. Zhang Hao shot Zheng Hanio a glance. Having just spent 1 billion, he was considering how to get. Zheng Hanio, upon hearing this, awkwardly stepped aside. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hao ordered the system in his mind. System, this time, I want to convert everything into attribute points. Not a single penny should be left. Zhang Hao had his own considerations. For him at this moment, money was just a number. A little more or a little less didn't matter, but attribute points were extremely important. Ding, rebate successful, gained attribute points 1000. This feels great. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. 1000 attribute points could directly increase his attributes by 100 points. He was about to become superhuman. System, allocate all attribute points to physical ability. Ding, allocation successful. Zhang Hao excitedly checked his personal panel, but was stunned. Name Zhang Hao. Age, 23. Looks 60. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Physical ability, 70. Intelligence, 50. Endurance, 100,100. Something's not right. Zhang Hao was shocked. Why did his physical ability only increase by 10 points? Ding, reminder, after attributes reach 60, each increase requires 100 attribute points. What the hell? Zhang Hao was stunned. Oh, why didn't you say this earlier? If he had known, he would have raised the other attributes to 60 first. Now he's in big trouble. At this moment, looking at Zhang Hao's changing expression, Zheng Hanio was trembling in fear beside him. What are you staring at? Zhang Hao was already furious, and now seeing Zheng Hanio still staring at him made him even angrier. Zheng Hanio was shocked. Boss Jiang, is the tea not to your taste? He'll change it right away. Never mind, that's enough. There's a supervisorly in the company, you know him, right? No content available. No content. No content. No content provided. No content. As soon as Zhang Hao spoke, a staff member hurried over. The salesperson began attempting to present the model, but Zhang Hao cut him off. No need for an introduction. He'll buy it. The salesperson's mouth twitched as he tried to explain that the car was on promotion and the price was. I said he'll buy it. Zhang Hao interrupted again. Zhang Hao's patience thinned. It was just a car. Why question the price as if he could not afford it? Sir, you intend to buy without even asking the price. Annoyed, Zhang Hao snapped, stop wasting time, just swipe the card, and handed over a card with a darkened face. The salesperson took it, feeling oddly unreal. May I see your identification, please? Zhang Hao looked at Xiao Xiaoding. She was stunned and reflexively handed her ID to him. Only when the ID reached the salesperson did she realize what had happened. Gray brother. No, I didn't mean that. Xiao Xiaoding protested, but Zhang Hao waved a hand. It's only a car. Come on, while they handle the paperwork, let's go browse. Before Xiao Xiaoding could answer, Zhang Hao led her up to the second floor. He moved with purpose, bypassing strange little shops and stepping straight into a clothing store. I want to buy some clothes. People always say I have terrible taste. Help me pick something. Zhang Hao glanced at Xiao Xiaoding. Bringing her here had a clear purpose. Women have a keen eye for clothing. A clerk greeted them warmly. May I help you, sir and madam? The cordial welcome caught Zhang Hao off guard. This was not how such scenes usually played out. Normally they sneered and assumed he was a beggar who couldn't afford anything. Gray brother, what are you daydreaming about? Look at this one. How about it? Xiao Xiatang's voice pulled Zhang Hao from his thoughts. He felt awkward. Encountering someone normal made him unaccustomed. 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao studied his reflection in the mirror and nodded in approval. Xiao Xiatang's taste had not failed him. The first carefully chosen outfit pleased Jiang Hao greatly, a black top, white trousers, and a pair of black and white shoes. It seemed understated, lacking any ostentatious flourish. But for Jiang Hao, clothes were acceptable as long as they were not ugly. He'll take this set. Let's check out. Jiang Hao produced his bank card to pay. Gray brother will pay, Xiao Xiaotang exclaimed. The cashier announced the total 59,700. Xiao Xiaotang fell silent. At the sound of the number, she closed her eyes, her expression conflicted, and after a moment she clenched her teeth. Gray brother has been so good to me. I shouldn't fuss over this money. But when she opened her eyes again, Jiang Hao had already stepped outside. What are you staring at? Let's go. Xiao Xiaotang blinked at the clerk, who smiled kindly and said, Madam, this gentleman has already paid. Xiao Xiaotang bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with shame, and a heavy embarrassment settled over her. Gray brother. Seeing Xiao Xiaotang like this, Jiang Hao frowned. He had already suspected something was wrong. Xiao Xiaotang, have you run into trouble? Is it a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother who needs schooling, or? Xiao Xiatang's expression froze. No, Gray brother, you've already helped me so much. I'll handle those troubles myself, she insisted. At that reply, Jiang Hao was certain she was indeed facing problems. Problems so severe that even 5 million might not fix them. So severe that she was unwilling to confide in him. Xiao Xiaotang did not yet fully trust Jiang Hao. Besides, she had no idea how wealthy he truly was. Never mind, that's not important right now. When someone's spirit is low, do you know what they should do? Xiao Xiaotang shook her head in response. Jiang Hao chuckled. I don't really know either, but spending money is the answer. Let's go. His reasoning was simple. You don't trust me yet. Then I'll pry your heart open with money. Think I can't solve it? Then watch my capabilities. There is nothing in this world money cannot solve. If something resists money, it's only because there isn't enough of it. So, how about this one? Jiang Hao held up a handbag whose tag bore a price of 15,000. No, Gray brother. Can't you see the price? It's too expensive. Xiao Xiaotang waved her hands in alarm. Price? What price? Jiang Hao tore off the tag in one motion. You know, checking prices when you shop is a terribly unromantic habit. Buy it. He carried 2 sumptuous dresses, each tagged with a 6-figure sum, and asked, do you like these? I don't like them. Xiao Xiaotang cried, astonished. Fine. Bring me everything except those 2 she dislikes. Wrap them all up for me, Jiang Hao instructed. Xiao Xiaotang was utterly bewildered. The clerks were stunned. A necklace for 5 million. How dare you charge that much? How dare you sell it at that price? Is it made of gold or silver? Let's go, Gray brother. The clerk explained, Miss, this necklace is made of precious gemstones. How can you sell it so cheaply? Swipe the card. Xiao Xiaotang was speechless. The clerks were incredulous. Half an hour later, a spectacle unfolded at Qingda Plaza. A man and a woman led the way, followed by a procession of attendants carrying bags upon bags, every one of them filled with luxury goods. How are you feeling now? Are you happier? Jiang Hao smiled at Xiao Xiaotang. Her cheeks were flushed, and her lips barely contained a smile. She was wrapped in a palpable joy and barely heard his words. Jiang Hao could only smile ruefully. He understood women. When spirits are low, a stroll, some shopping, and a little spending will do wonders. At that moment, his phone rang. After the quick exchange, Jiang Hao waved his hand in front of Xiao Xiatang's face. Hey, wake up. Your car's paperwork is finished. Let's go see it. Startled, Xiao Xiaotang returned from her inner reverie. Oh, right. Okay, Gray brother, she murmured, her gaze. After instructing the few people carrying the bags, Jiang Hao led Xiao Xiaotang back down to the first floor. By the way, you have a driver's license, right? Jiang Hao suddenly remembered the most important question he had not yet asked. Xiao Xiaotang beamed, revealing a row of bright teeth, and proudly produced a small booklet from her bag. Of course. Don't be fooled by the fact I'm just of age. I've got a license, she declared. He smiled and nodded. Good, Jiang Hao said. Seeing her so happy lifted his own spirits as well. After all, few people enjoy having a companion perpetually wearing a stern face. Let's go take a look, he said. Brake. Jiang Hao's face paled with terror. With a desperate cry, a thunderous crash echoed. The car's front end slammed violently into the wall, and airbags exploded throughout the vehicle. Jiang Hao crawled out of the wreck, his face smudged with dust, and Ash's expression as dark as burnt charcoal. From the driver's seat, Xiao Xiaotang emerged, her face etched with deep remorse. I didn't know which pedal was the brake. I'm so sorry, Brother Gray. I mean, it's a brand new car. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. He'd even asked beforehand whether Xiao Xiaotang held a driver's license. Are you both all right? Were you injured? Xiao Xiaotang pouted and shook her head slowly. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit rushed over, breathless and urgent. Good day, sir. I am Xiao Ku, general manager of Qingda Plaza. I've been briefed on the incident. You and your girlfriend have indeed caused us quite a bit of trouble. Xiao Ku's tone remained courteous, but his eyes burned with quiet fury. Jiang Hao, well aware he was in the wrong, chose not to press the matter, offering instead an awkward, strained smile. My apologies. She's still a novice driver. Xiao Ke narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Hao's words sounded conciliatory, but his expression remained defiant, almost insolent. Clearly, he had no intention of paying up. Per Qingdao Plaza regulations, vehicles are strictly prohibited from operating within our exhibition hall. Your violation has resulted in substantial damage. We reserve the right to pursue legal recourse. Wait. At that moment, a blond young man burst through the main entrance of Qingdao Plaza, panting heavily. Xiaotang, traffic was terrible. I arrived late. Sir, my sincerest apologies. As he spoke, Binglong Xiao Shui handed Xiao Ke a business card. I'm a career consultant at Xiaokai Media. Our CEO is surely known to you, Mr. Wang Kai. This young woman is a prospective employee of our company. Might we ask for a measure of professional courtesy on his behalf? Oh, Xiao Ke raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you mean Mr. Wang Dai? Binglong Xiao Shui's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, exactly him. Very well, I'll grant Mr. Wang Dai this favor. We'll waive legal action, but compensation remains non-negotiable. Not a single yuan less. Binglong Xiao Shui's face brightened with relief. He waved eagerly toward Xiaotang. Quick, Xiaotang, thank Mr. Xiao. I told you to keep your eyes open and not trust just anyone. Just moments ago, he'd boasted about gifting you a Ferrari. Yet now that trouble arose, he shrank back like a turtle retreating into its shell. In the end, only your mentor stepped forward to resolve it. Binglong Xiao Shui arched a brow, clearly expecting praise. Xiaotang fell silent. Truth be told, the entire incident was entirely her fault. Jiang Hao bore no responsibility whatsoever. I'll handle this myself. But before Xiaotang could finish, Jiang Hao gently pulled her behind him. At that moment, Jiang Hao seethed, not merely because Wang Kai's name had been invoked, but because right before his very eyes, Binglong Xiao Shui dared strut forward and play the savior. As if he weren't even worth acknowledging. He snatched paper and pen from nearby, scribbled a phone number, and handed it to Xiao Ke. My name is Jiang Hao. This is my contact information. Xiao Ke accepted the slip and immediately frowned. Sir, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I meant you must settle compensation on site for the damages incurred. I think you're the one who misunderstood, Jiang Hao replied coolly. What I meant is I intend to purchase Qingdao Plaza outright. And I'll add one stipulation: henceforth, anyone bearing my name, Jiang Hao, shall enjoy full liberty within Qingdao Plaza to drive freely to damage anything at will, and bear neither liability nor financial obligation. Having spoken, Jiang Hao guided Xiaotang past Xiao Ke and Binglong Xiao Shui, straight out the door. Xiao Ke moved to intercept, but was instantly restrained by another figure. What are you doing? He snapped, furious. MMR. Xiao. Manager Xiao. I believe Mr. Zhang's statement may well be genuine. What did you say? Have you lost your mind? Who on earth can casually declare the ale by Qingdao Plaza? Xiao Ke's nostrils flared. He couldn't believe he'd trained such a reckless subordinate. Manager Xiao, you're unaware. Just half an hour ago, Mr. Zhang spent over 10 million yuan. He nearly emptied our luxury inventory. 10 million. By then, Jiang Hao and Xiaotang were already seated inside the Ferrari. Brother Gray, do we just flee? Will we be wanted? Xiaotang's voice trembled with worry. Jiang Hao blinked, puzzled. Flee, eh? Didn't I give him my contact details? Xiaotang gasped, her disbelief absolute. Brother Gray, you actually gave him your real number? Ugh, how terribly dense you are. Jiang Hao's lips twitched again, half exasperated, half amused. Clearly she'd mistaken him for some charlatan peddling empty promises. Oddly enough, despite having just spent over 10 million yuan in half an hour, Xiaotang still hadn't grasped the sheer magnitude of his wealth. Enough, stop fretting. As I said, you're unharmed, and that's what matters. Leave the rest to me. Unless something unforeseen occurs, you'll soon see headlines announcing Qingdao Plaza's new CEO. They rode in silence. Evening in Qingcheng bustled with congestion. Yet perhaps due to Jiang Hao's Ferrari, traffic flowed smoothly, and they arrived swiftly at the Baichuan Grand Hotel. 10th floor. Jiang Hao gripped a steak in his hand and brought it straight to his mouth. Slicing it meticulously with knife and fork simply wasn't satisfying enough. Across from him, Xiaotang held her knife and fork, distracted her thoughts elsewhere. Something wrong. Didn't you enjoy today? Jiang Hao took another hearty bite. No, I loved it. Xiaotang forced a faint smile. It was thrilling, yes, but otherwise perfectly fine. Heh. Jiang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Then perhaps now's the time you tell me. What exactly is troubling you? He felt it was time to ask. After all, Xiaotang counted among his few true friends, and helping her overcome hardship was only I. Xiaotang paused, then finally resolved to speak. I may stop live streaming altogether. After you tipped me last time, I gained visibility online, a blessing at first, but it also drew unwanted attention. I don't know who he is, only that he's a mining magnate who offered 2 million yuan to buy me as his wife. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed. Then what happened? I refused, but my mother accepted on my behalf. Jiang Hao sighed, speculating various possibilities, yet he never anticipated such a melodramatic plot. You also have 5 million in hand. Can't your mother differentiate between 5 million and 2 million? Jiang Hao. Alright, he still underestimated the melodrama of this storyline. The reason for calling out Gray Brother this time is that I'm afraid after marrying that man, there won't be a chance to repay Gray Brother. Little Sugar whispered. Jiang Hao chuckled. Hee, Little Sugar, don't you think your words sound very green tea? Did you assume I would help you resolve this matter? Little Sugar suddenly lifted her head, wanting to refute, but found herself unable to, as it seemed she truly thought that way. Someone like Jiang Hao, who could easily spend 10 million on gifts, must have the capability to assist her. Deep down, she did harbor a sliver of hope. What if Jiang Hao would really help her? Hee, alright, I won't tease you anymore. Looking at Little Sugar's adorable demeanor, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. I'll handle this tomorrow. I'll take you to find that mine owner and clarify things with him. Little Sugar was immediately elated, but also felt that things were going too smoothly, almost unreal. Gray Brother, why do you want to help me? Little Sugar blinked her cute big eyes. Indeed. Jiang Hao also stroked his chin, pondering Little Sugar, but why exactly? Little Sugar suddenly shrieked. At that moment, Jiang Hao hoisted Little Sugar onto his shoulder. I don't know why, but perhaps I'll find out soon. A few hours later, Little Sugar lay limp, unable to muster any strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was curiously checking his dodo. It was quite strange. After just a few days of not logging in, Jiang Hao's followers had already surpassed 1 million. Is this the charm of cash ability? Jiang Hao secretly marveled. 1 million followers was not a small number, yet many who specialized in this field would struggle to achieve such numbers. However, Jiang Hao merely glanced at it, and after all, this meant little to him. He then opened his private messages. Immediately, countless red dots made Jiang Hao's head spin. However, one message caught his interest. The sender's name was Dragon Rising Guild Pan Long, with an icon of a 5-clawed golden dragon. I don't pay attention to abstracts, but to this extent I have to take a look. Saying this, Jiang Hao clicked on the message. Hello, Gray Rainbow. I am from Dragon Rising Guild Pan Long. I wonder if Mr. Gray Rainbow would be interested in joining our guild. Dragon Rising Guild has always been committed to creating a social circle for high-level dodo users. Although I know individuals like you don't lack connections, having more friends means more paths, don't you think? At the end of these few sentences, there was also a group chat invitation link. Dragon Rising Guild Group, Qingxing Subgroup, 996-2000. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate and directly clicked on the invitation link, entering the group chat. Notification: Gray Rainbow has joined the group chat. As soon as Jiang Hao entered, the group exploded. Wow, the Great Gray has arrived. Am I seeing this correctly? Oh my, it really is the Great Gray. Spending 10 million on gifts is no small feat. In one night, he leveled up to the max level of 70. Gray Rainbow boss, what do you do for a living? Please take me along. In an instant, countless messages flooded Jiang Hao's phone. Jiang Hao's scalp went numb as he immediately set the group chat to do not disturb, then sent a message, hello, everyone, goodbye. He then closed the group chat page. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jiang Hao thought too enthusiastic. He simply couldn't handle it. After glancing through the private messages, he found that aside from the Dragon Rising Guild and Little Sugar's date invitation, there was nothing of substance. However, one noteworthy point was that Jiang Hao received a thank you email from the Dodo group. Inside was a special badge and a message that was clearly generated by AI. This left Jiang Hao somewhat speechless. The Dodo group truly lived up to being one of the most profitable companies. After spending 10 million, he could only receive such a robotic thank you. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a tickle on his body, and turning his head, he discovered that Little Sugar had somehow crept over, peeking at his phone's messages. Jiang Hao was instantly speechless. You're not in pain anymore, right? Little Sugar awkwardly smiled, then somewhat nervously stepped back. Beep. Just at that moment, Jiang Hao received a text message. The notification showed it was an image. Curious, Jiang Hao clicked to open the message. In the next moment, Jiang Hao's jaw dropped. The sender was the vice president of the Central Bank of Huaguizhuli. The content was simple, a very alluring body photo with the background resembling a large bedroom, accompanied by a note, Mr. Jiang, I've been waiting for you here for so long. Jiang Hao's face darkened as he hurriedly locked his phone. Oomph. At that moment, Little Sugar pouted, dissatisfied, as she huffed, Stinky Jiang Hao. Scumbag. How could you still be dating someone else? Jiang Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing this, but quickly adopted a seemingly aloof expression. Oh, do you think I need to do that? Upon hearing this, Little Sugar was taken aback. Indeed, someone like Jiang Hao, who was tall, handsome, wealthy, and considerate, wouldn't need to say a word to have countless women flocking to him. Thus, this woman was actually the one making advances towards Jiang Hao, and the truth was that Jiang Hao had not been seduced, she was just overthinking. Hee, what are you daydreaming about again, you little girl? Jiang Hao chuckled, but thinking about it, you're quite unfortunate. Unfortunate? Little Sugar's big eyes were filled with confusion. Where am I unfortunate? Look here. Jiang Hao pointed at his phone. This woman sent me such a photo which is clearly against the rules. But it's clearly her fault, yet you have to bear the consequences. Tell me, aren't you unfortunate? Little Sugar initially felt puzzled and didn't quite understand. However, when she saw the curve at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth, she suddenly realized something was off. A sleepless night. The next morning, a banana. A ringing sound woke Jiang Hao up. He stretched comfortably and yawned. He had rested quite well last night. Hello? Oh yes, I am Jiang Hao. Yes, I want to buy your Qingdao Plaza. 0930 right. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao glanced at Little Sugar, who was still fast asleep, feeling somewhat helpless. Descending alone, Jiang Hao glanced at the location of Qingdao Group before preparing to drive there. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized a rather embarrassing issue. His Ferrari was out of gas. Jiang Hao felt speechless. Although it hadn't been filled when he bought it, to run out of fuel in just one day was rather absurd. With no other option, Jiang Hao had to choose to take a taxi. Just then a ringtone sounded, playing a familiar tune indicating an unknown call. Jiang Hao answered, and a clear, crisp female voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Hao? I am Chu Yunyan, a top lawyer from Dahua Law Firm. At a friend's request, I'm here to assist you with your affairs. May I ask if you have time to meet now? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then he recalled that Su Yingying had indeed mentioned she had a close friend, which seemed to be this Chu Yunyan. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Okay, I'm at the Baichuan Grand Hotel. You can come over, but remember to drive. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao thought it was just perfect. Since Chu Yunyan was a lawyer, having her accompany him would save him the hassle of dealing with some troublesome procedures, and he wouldn't need to take a taxi. Before long, a black Maybach slowly came to a stop in front of Jiang Hao, and a woman stepped out of the car. She was dressed in a black suit with a white shirt underneath, and her neckline was quite standard for a lawyer. Below, she wore straight-leg trousers and black high heels with glimpses of black stockings visible. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her expression was exceptionally serious, presenting the image of a strong woman. Hello, you must be Mr. Jiang Hao. Chu Yunyan extended her hand towards Jiang Hao, who politely shook it before quickly releasing. Chu Yunyan assessed Jiang Hao. Yingying said, you're just an ordinary young man, and it seems that's indeed the case. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Just moments ago she had been so polite, and now this was rather unexpected. Yeah, I'm just average, Jiang Hao replied with an awkward smile, acknowledging her observation. However, he had several billion in his account, owned 3 Ferraris, and had an utterly mundane system. At least you have self-awareness. So are we discussing here? Chu Yunyan shot a glance at Jiang Hao. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, but since she was introduced by Su Yingying, he decided not to press the issue. Let's go, we'll head to a different place. You can drive, Jiang Hao said as he opened the door of the Maybach and took a seat. Seeing this, Chu Yunyan frowned slightly and huffed. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, so stingy and lacking grace. Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless. He could not fathom where he had offended Chu Yunyan. I say, why do you seem to have such a strong opinion of me? If you dislike me so much, why come to see me? Chu Yunyan snorted. As a long-time employee of your company for 20 years, I should be respected, yet you intend to fire me simply because you're in a bad mood without offering a single penny in compensation. I despise capitalists like you. If it weren't for Yingying's request, I wouldn't help you. Of course, the precondition is that you can afford my lawyer's fee. Jiang Hao understood, despite all that had been said, the only useful part was the last sentence. Chu Yunyan's implication was clear. As long as the money was right, she was willing to take on even the most unpleasant tasks. Jiang Hao felt speechless. She truly was a top lawyer. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I can cover your fees. Let's head to Qingdao Group first. You should know the way. Silence enveloped them during the journey. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao arrived at Qingdao Group. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a man in formal attire greeted him with a smile. Haha, you must be Mr. Jiang Hao. Welcome. Jiang Hao stepped forward and shook the man's hand. However, this simple scene startled Chu Yunyan, who had just exited the car. The man Jiang Hao shook hands with was none other than Li Qingdao, the chairman of Qingdao Group, and one of the top 10 wealthy individuals in Qingqing. Although it was said that Qingdao Group had been struggling in recent years, how could such a prominent figure show such respect to Jiang Hao? What was going on? Wasn't Jiang Hao just an ordinary young man? Did he not merely have a failing company? In that moment, Chu Yunyan realized that the significance lay not with Jiang Hao, but with Li Qingdao. With that thought, Chu Yunyan found herself looking down on Jiang Hao even more. Look at Li Qingdao, who despite his high status was still so approachable. Now look at Jiang Hao, who with just a bit of wealth had become arrogant and disregarded employees, revealing a stark contrast. At that moment, Li Qingdao turned to Chu Yunyan. Mr. Jiang, may I ask who this is? Jiang Hao replied, she is my lawyer. Let's go inside and talk. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Li Qingdao's forehead. Bringing his own lawyer meant this young man was not as simple as he appeared. Ha, good, let's go, Li Xingda said as he tirelessly introduced Jiang Hao to the details of Xingda Plaza during their walk. Upon reaching the office, Li Xingda chuckled, by the way, Mr. Jiang, before we proceed, I believe it's necessary to confirm one last time you're not joking about the acquisition of Xingda Plaza, are you? Li Xingda was not being overly cautious. The truth was Jiang Hao's name was too obscure and he had never heard. Moreover, given the special circumstances of Xingda Group, having seen a glimmer of hope, he did not want to be made of. Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Was it too late to ask this now? I say what I mean. I dislike unnecessary chatter. Let's get straight to the point. How much? Li Xingda was taken aback, surprised by the directness. At that moment, the most bewildered person was undoubtedly Chu Yunyan. What? Acquiring what? Acquiring Xingda Plaza. What language was that? Why couldn't she understand? Su Yingying had made it clear to her that Jiang Hao was just an ordinary young man, and she had already judged that he was someone who would even save on taxi fares. How could he possibly acquire a large shopping mall? Mr. Jiang, after our professional assessment, we estimate 2 billion. 2 billion. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows upon hearing this. How could it be only 2 billion? Were they doing charity? Jiang Hao had intentionally held back the 10 million rebate from his previous spending, having prepared to spend 10 billion or even 100 billion, and now they told him it was only 2 billion. All right, I'm heading to the restroom. You can discuss the relevant matters with my lawyer, Jiang Hao said as he stood up, intending to go to the bathroom to redeem his rebate, realizing he had worried for nothing. Hey, Mr. Jiang, Li Xingdao exclaimed in a panic, but at this moment Jiang Hao had already left. Just then Chu Yunyan furrowed her brows and stood up. Mr. Li Xingdao, is the price of 2 billion a bit excessive? As far as I know, the valuation of Xingda Plaza is indeed around 2 billion, but its profits have been declining year by year. While it's not in the red, it is teetering on the edge. Moreover, your Xingda Group has faced exclusion from major competitors in recent years, leaving your survival space precarious and nearly bankrupt. Right now, you need funds for circulation. In this situation, pricing Xingda Plaza at 2 billion is somewhat arrogant. Chu Yunyan's eyes were bright, and her demeanor was somewhat aggressive. Li Xingda was somewhat taken aback. This lawyer was impressive, knowing so many insider details. Considering the current market situation, the value of Xingda Plaza is at most around 1.5 billion. According to my calculations, 1.5 billion is enough for Xingda Group to get through this crisis. What do you think, Mr. Li Xingda? Chu Yunyan continued. Li Xingda's expression darkened, and he finally sighed. I really don't know where Mr. Jiang found such an amazing lawyer who accurately calculated our acceptable limit. All right, we accept the price of 1.5 billion. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyan nodded and sat back down. He got off easy, Chu Yunyan muttered while Li Xingda began drafting the contract. Regarding this matter, Chu Yunyan was not helping Jiang Hao out of personal affection, but purely due to her sin. Someone was trying to swindle money under her nose, and to swindle 500 million at once was something she could. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Hao's actions towards Supervisor Li left her feeling disgusted. At this moment in the restroom, Jiang Hao said, "System, just like before, give me 1 billion and convert the rest into attribute points." Ding, rebate successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving money. 1 billion automatically deposited in attribute points 99. The system generously adds 1 point, totaling 100 points. Jiang Hao stored 10 million in expenditure this time and ultimately received 100 attribute points again. If this were at the beginning, Jiang Hao would have thought 100 points were a lot, but now it seemed like nothing at all. System, allocate all the attribute points to intelligence. Jiang Hao chose not to continue increasing his appearance and physical abilities because with high values 100 attribute points would only increase appearance by 1 point and physical abilities would require 1,000 attribute points for a single point. However, increasing others would allow 100 attribute points to add 10 points. Ding, attribute increase. At this moment, Jiang Hao's attributes changed to name: Jiang Hao, age 23, appearance 60, strength 50, agility 50, stamina 70, intelligence 60, endurance 99100. Oh, everything else was as Jiang Hao expected, but how did the endurance become 99? Ding, reminder: if endurance reaches 0, the host will perish due to exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately shivered. It was terrifying. Fortunately, endurance could also be increased. After completing all this, Jiang Hao returned to the office. He found that the atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense. "Why are you all wearing such serious faces?" Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Seeing Jiang Hao return, Li Xingda's face also regained a smile. "Hee, Mr. Jiang, you're back. I must say you really found an amazing lawyer." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was somewhat at a loss, but when he took the contract from Chu Yunyan's hands, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. How did it become 1.5 billion? Jiang Hao was astonished. Combining Li Xingda's words, he couldn't help but open his mouth and look at Chu Yunyan. "You mean she slashed 500 million off with one bargaining session?" Li Xingda silently nodded in response. Wow. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. She had directly cut 500 million. Was this even human? Mr. Jiang, this lawyer's skills are indeed remarkable. I think you should consider promoting her to personal secretary. Jiang Hao hesitated. While knowing how to negotiate was indeed a plus, not to mention Jiang Hao didn't actually need that. Just her attitude towards him dictated that she wouldn't agree. No need, she has some objections to me. Humph. Chu Yunyan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. Who would want that? Li Xingda. Ahem, Mr. Jiang, let's hurry and sign the contract. Jiang Hao responded, glanced over the contract, found no issues, and signed it. I'll have my contact transfer the money later. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As he said this, Jiang Hao waved to Chu Yunyan. All right, Mr. Jiang, take care. Li Xingda said politely. Not long after the Maybach started, and Jiang Hao left Xingda Group. On the road, after a moment of silence, Chu Yunyan couldn't help but speak up. Jiang, how don't you plan to explain about supervisorly? Explain what? Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Hao saw Chu Yunyan frowning slightly. What if I misunderstood this matter? Initially, Chu Yunyan thought Jiang Hao was an ordinary young man, but now she realized he was a super-rich person who could casually spend $1.5 billion to buy a shopping mall. How could someone like that specifically sue an employee over a few $100,000? Hee. Jiang Hao chuckled, clearly guessing Chu Yunyan's thoughts, but he didn't intend to explain. What should I explain to you? You're not my wife. Just drive the car Haijiao Company and don't take a wrong turn. You. Chu Yunyan gritted her teeth, just as expected. Indeed, Jiang Hao was not a good person at all. The journey was silent, and Jiang Hao was quite relaxed, starting to consider the rebate matter. Last time, to avoid running out of money when buying Xingda Plaza, Jiang Hao directly kept $10 million in expenditure, but ultimately found it unnecessary. So this time Jiang Hao planned not to keep any. He wanted to use up all $1.5 billion. I don't lack money now either. There are over $1 billion in my card, more than enough. System, convert all $1.5 billion of the rebate into attribute points. Jiang Hao silently urged in his mind. Ding, rebate successful, gaining attribute points 1500, 1500, 1500 enough. For a lifetime, Jiang Hao happily hummed a little tune. However, soon Jiang Hao awkwardly scratched his head under Chu Yunyan's strange gaze. Although 1500 was indeed a lot according to the system's nature, every 10 points added would require 10 times the attribute points, so it was actually not enough. Thinking this, Jiang Hao first raised strength and agility to 60, consuming 200 attribute points. Then Jiang Hao raised appearance, strength, agility, and intelligence, all to 70, consuming a total of 4,000 attribute points. Now Jiang Hao had only 10800 attribute points left. System raised stamina to 80. Ding, attribute increase successful. Sure enough, this time, as Jiang Hao expected, it directly consumed 1000 attribute points. Damn, it really is 1,000 points for one. System, you're too much. Jiang Hao complained inwardly. From the initial 1500 attribute points, there were now only 800 left. However, he merely grumbled slightly and was quite satisfied with the result. His attributes had now changed to name Jiang Hao, age 23, appearance 70, strength 70, agility 70, stamina 80, intelligence 70, endurance 99100. Jiang Hao could clearly feel he was somewhat different now. While the changes were not very intuitive in other aspects, his appearance was immediately noticeable. The face in the rearview mirror was now stunningly handsome. As for the remaining 800 system, is it enough to replenish endurance? Ding, 1 point of endurance requires 1,000 attribute points. Jiang Hao. Just then Jiang Hao's eyes widened in surprise, because he noticed that at this moment Chu Yunyan was staring intently at the rearview mirror, a delicate blush. Not long after, Chu Yunyan drove carefully with an apologetic expression, while Jiang Hao sat in the back, his face filled with anger. Moments ago, he nearly found himself transported to another world. Jiang Hao had just awakened the godly rich system a few days ago, and had yet to fully enjoy it. He certainly did not want to venture into another world to cultivate. After handing Chu Yunyan over to Zhou Hai, Jiang Hao instructed, "This is my specially hired top lawyer. Make sure to handle the lawsuit well." Zhou Hai took this very seriously. "Don't worry, brother Hao. If that supervisor Li can take even a penny from the company, Zhou Hai will take the blame." With such a response, Jiang Hao felt reassured and took a taxi back to the Baichuan Grand Hotel. Upon entering, he immediately saw the delighted face of Xiao Xiaotang. At that moment, Xiao Xiaotang was sitting on the sofa and rushed over excitedly when she saw Jiang Hao open the door. Strange, why does Brother Gray seem more pleasing to the eye now? Xiao Xiaotang still preferred this title. Jiang Hao smiled lightly. It wasn't her imagination. His appearance had improved from a score of 60 to 70, a significant leap. Although Jiang Hao's face remained the same, the details had now approached perfection. All right, enough playing around. Get dressed. I'm taking you to meet that mine owner. Only then did Xiao Xiaotang become serious, nodding earnestly. Several minutes later, Tang, you finally came to your senses. Mom told you long ago that Boss Wang is quite nice. Make sure to dress nicely. Mom will send you the location soon. After hanging up, Xiao Xiaotang's expression dimmed a bit. Since it was on speakerphone, Jiang Hao heard it clearly and sighed. Last night, Xiao Tang occasionally spoke well of her mother, believing that her mother must have her reasons. Now it seemed she was merely being treated as a commodity. Beep beep. After a while, Xiao Tang's mother sent over the location information. Jiang Hao glanced at it and knew roughly where it was. It wasn't far, just a dozen kilometers. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to remember something. Right, my car is out of gas and hasn't been refueled. Since it's not far, let's ride your electric bike. Wow. Xiao Tang's eyes lit up. So cool, let's go. Seeing Xiao Tang return to her lively and adorable self, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. In less than half an hour, Jiang Hao rode the electric bike with Xiao Tang to their destination. The Baichuan Grand Hotel was already on the outskirts of Qingqing, and now they had truly entered the wild. Above them, a large sign boldly proclaimed Wang Dahe Graphite Mine. Hey, you two, what are you doing here? This place is dangerous, stay away. At that moment, a man covered in black graphite waved at Jiang Hao and Xiao Tang from a distance. Jiang Hao was speechless at this moment. Was Wang Dahe out of his mind? Setting up a meeting at his own mining site? Was he trying to showcase his strength? Meanwhile, Xiao Tang hid behind Jiang Hao, perhaps frightened by the noise of the mining machines. Oh, you must be Wan Tang, huh? You arrived quite quickly. From deep within the mine, a rotund, middle-aged man waddled over, greeting them with a smile. Hello, I am Wang Dahe, your husband. Wang Dahe completely ignored Jiang Hao and reached out his greasy hand towards Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang was startled and quickly took a step back. At the same time, Jiang Hao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xiao Tang and scrutinizing Wang Dahe. You are Wang Dahe. Why do you look a bit familiar? Jiang Hao squinted, feeling as if Wang Dahe bore a resemblance to Wang Kai. Wang Dahe was taken aback. Who are you? Oh, could you be the brother-in-law? Wang Dahe's eyes brightened as he eagerly shook Jiang Hao's hand. Haha, brother-in-law, my mother-in-law didn't mention you were coming too. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Wang Dahe chuckled as he pulled Jiang Hao into the mine, appearing quite enthusiastic. By the way, brother-in-law, how could I forget? We need helmets to enter the mine. It's dangerous without them. If mining is not done properly, it could bring tears to our loved ones. As he spoke, Wang Dahe waved to an employee who promptly understood and brought over 2 safety helmets. Oh, thank you. Xiao Tang took the helmet and put it on, feeling a bit grateful. Wang Dahe seemed rather nice. However, amidst this seemingly kind reminder, Jiang Hao detected a hint of something else. Was it a threat? Jiang Hao's expression turned cold. He seemed to have guessed something. Wang Dahe likely had ulterior motives for choosing this meeting place. This was the wild, a mining site, where, to put it bluntly, people could go missing or even die without raising much of a stir. But perhaps Jiang Hao was overthinking it. He would have to see what Wang Dahe truly intended. With that thought, Jiang Hao took Xiao Tang's hand and followed Wang Dahe into the mine. After navigating a few turns, they passed through the entire mine. Jiang Hao then spotted a villa with several cars parked in front. The cheapest of those cars cost over 5,000. At that moment, Jiang Hao realized that he had indeed been overthinking it. Wang Dahe didn't deliberately choose this place, he actually lived here. Slap. Suddenly, Jiang Hao heard a crisp sound coming from a room in the villa through the window. Immediately after, a man's furious shout rang out, "Bitch. You hurt me." At the same time, a woman's plaintive voice responded, "I'm sorry, Kaiga, I was wrong." Jiang Hao furrowed his brows. That voice sounded so familiar. Meanwhile, Wang Dahe's expression changed drastically. "Wang Kai, what the hell are you doing? Get the hell out here." Wang Dahe awkwardly smiled at Jiang Hao and Xiao Tang. My son, I don't usually discipline him. I apologize for letting you see this." No, it's fine." Xiao Tang timidly waved her hand. From the moment they met, Wang Dahe had been very polite, almost endearing, causing Xiao Tang to forget that he was the mine owner who had bought her. However, Jiang Hao's expression was far from pleasant. Wang Kai again, it was Wang Kai. This meant that woman was probably Rin Jiao. Should I say it or not? Was it truly a case of enemies crossing paths? Soon Wang Kai arrived in the living room, dragging along Rin Jiao, who had bruises on her face. When the two saw Jiang Hao sitting on the sofa, they couldn't help but be taken aback. "Wang Kai, how could you be so rude? This is your uncle," quickly greet him. "Uncle." Wang Kai was stunned. If his eyes were not deceiving him, the young man before him was obviously Jiang Hao, the rich second generation who drove a Ferrari and was once Rin Jiao's devoted admirer. How did he become his uncle? Rin Jiao was even more bewildered, but in her eyes there was more of a feeling of being touched. After yesterday's incident, Rin Jiao thought that Jiang Hao had completely abandoned her. Thus, in her despair, she cast aside all dignity and became Wang Kai's obedient dog. At first, she believed that fulfilling some of Wang Kai's needs would suffice. However, upon entering this villa, she finally regretted it. Apart from Wang Kai, there was also Wang Dahe, and the father-son duo completely disregarded her as a person. She was trapped with no way to escape, feeling utterly hopeless. At that moment, Jiang Hao appeared before her. What did this signify? It indicated that Jiang Hao indeed still loved her. Even though she was deeply ensnared in a perilous situation, Jiang Hao came to her rescue without hesitation. Hiss. Wang Kai, are you asking for a beating? Do you think I don't mean what I say? Wang Dehei stood up in dissatisfaction, ready to pull out his belt. Dad? Are you mistaken? How did he become my uncle? Wang Kai exclaimed in shock. What didn't I tell you? Alright, it's my fault. Wang Dehei sat back down, pointing at Xiao Tang. This is Miss Ruan Tang, who will be your stepmother from now on, and this is Ruan Tang's brother, which makes him my brother-in-law. By relation, you must call him uncle. Ruan Tang. Wang Kai frowned, and the next moment he suddenly remembered something. You are Xiao. Oh, it's me, hi. Xiao Tang greeted Wang Kai awkwardly, her body trembling slightly, as she saw Ren Jiao's pitiful state, feeling a bit fearful. Damn. Wang Kai felt as if he had heard something incredible. If this was Xiao Tang, then Jiang Hao couldn't possibly be that mysterious rich man who had showered gifts worth 10 million overnight. If that were the case, Jiang Hao's identity would be even more outrageous. He had already overestimated Jiang Hao, but a rich second-generation driving a Ferrari was simply not on the same level as a super-rich man who could easily give away 10 million. Dad, the wife you mentioned that cost 2 million, surely it can't be Xiao Tang, right? Wang Kai asked tentatively. What nonsense? Wang Dehei's face showed displeasure. What do you mean by buying a wife? This is called a legitimate marriage proposal. 2 million is the betrothal gift. Wang Kai's face turned pale, realizing that they had bought a wife from under a super-rich man's nose. He wanted to tell Wang Dehei, Dad, it seems we can't afford to provoke Jiang Hao. However, looking at Wang Dehei's expression, he ultimately held back his words. Some things were better left for his father to experience. Perhaps he would understand then. Sorry, brother-in-law, I've been rambling on a bit too much. Wang Dehei poured a cup of tea for Jiang Hao. Brother-in-law, your visit today shows that you care about Ruan Tang. So hey, race the deal. You can take any of the cars in my yard. Just drive away whichever one you like. Wang Dehei will not say a word against it. Wang Dehei spoke confidently, as he had seen Jiang Hao arrive on an electric bike. A young man without a car could never withstand such a bribe. Oh really? Then I won't be polite. Jiang Hao chuckled upon hearing this, then turned to Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, when you leave, take that Porsche with you. Xiao Tang didn't know what a Porsche was, but since it was Jiang Hao's instruction, she obediently nodded. Wang Kai's mouth twitched. There was only one Porsche in the yard, and it was his favorite car. Hey, brother-in-law, you've misunderstood my meaning. I meant you can take the car, but Ruan Tang can stay. She will eventually be my woman, so a few days won't matter. Wang Dehei's expression turned somewhat unfriendly. I think you also misunderstood something. Jiang Hao quietly stood up. What I mean is Ruan Tang can no longer be your woman. Oh. Wang Dehei also stood up, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean by that? Jiang Hao said no more. He simply hugged Xiao Tang closer. What do you think? Wang Dehei's forehead instantly bulged with veins. You are not Ruan Tang's brother. Who are you? A gigolo. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Oh yes. I am a gigolo, so what? Great. You've put a green hat on my head. Damn it. Dad? Wait. Wang Kai, seeing Wang Dehei about to take action, was suddenly alarmed. Dad. He is the Gray Rainbow. The mysterious rich man who spent 10 million in one night. We can't provoke him. Upon hearing this, not only Wang Dehei, but even Ren Jiao was stunned. Jiang Hao was the super-rich man who, out of embarrassment, had lavishly rewarded 10 million. A man like that pursued me for 3 years, and I actually never agreed. No, he came specifically to find me today, or I still have a chance. Thinking this, Ren Jiao wanted to rush forward and hug Jiang Hao, but she was firmly held back by Wang Kai with a chain. Don't embarrass me. At that moment, Wang Dehei also showed a look of suspicion. Oh. So it's just a little rich second generation. No wonder he has such confidence. Wang Dehei stared at Jiang Hao. However, Wang Kai, why do you think we can't afford to provoke him? Your father earns several hundred million a year. In this Qingqing, who can we not afford to provoke? Several hundred million. Wang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, didn't you say our family only makes 10 million a year? That was me just fooling you. Do you think a mine owner could only make 10 million a year? Wang Dehei looked at him as if he were hopeless. Damn. Wang Kai became alert instantly. He originally thought that the gifts Jiang Hao casually gave were equivalent to his family's annual income, which was why he felt they couldn't afford to provoke him. But now his father told him that their family earns several hundred million a year. What is there to fear? Moreover, your father has a better piece of news to tell you. Wang Dehei smiled mysteriously. Our family's mining area has been planned into the Star Group's construction for next quarter. I have invested all the funds, so our family is going to collaborate with Star Plaza. Damn. Wang Kai jumped up in surprise. After all this time, the one they truly couldn't afford to provoke. At this moment, Ren Jiao heard these words and also calmed down. It seemed not too bad to be a dog for such a family. Hee. At this time, Wang Dehei sneered. So young man, don't think that just because your family has a bit of money you are invincible. There are many people richer than you. Now if you know what's good for you, just get out. Otherwise, Wang Dahe threatened. You won't be able to leave soon. Out in the mine, all my workers are here. Occasionally, someone dies in the mine, which is not unusual. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He had initially thought he might be overthinking it. Yet this Wang Dahe truly harbored such intentions. Gray brother. Xiao Tang trembled violently, cowering behind Jiang Hao. She was genuinely terrified, afraid she might suffer the same grim fate as Ren Jiao. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Hao gave Xiao Tang a reassuring glance. Today he appeared to have stepped into a den of dragons and tigers, dangerous beyond measure. Yet in truth he felt no anxiety at all. Outside the mine likely employed only about 100 workers, though he couldn't single-handedly defeat them all at once one by one. Given his repeatedly enhanced physique, he could certainly overcome 100 without difficulty. Moreover, Jiang Hao didn't need to resort to violence at all. This matter could be resolved with money, and anything solvable with money in Jiang Hao's view wasn't worth calling a problem. Seeing Jiang Hao's calm gaze, Wang Dahe grew deeply displeased. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Jiang Hao cast a cold, indifferent glance at Wang Dahe before stepping forward slowly. Actually, I'd like to remind you, don't assume that having a little money makes you invincible. Those wealthier than you. Jiang Hao tapped Wang Dahe's chest with his index finger, each tap punctuating a single word, abundant. On the final tap, Jiang Hao exerted considerable force, sending Wang Dahe stumbling backward onto the floor. Wang Dahe's face darkened. So by your logic, you're the one richer than me. Ha. Young man, I can only say you truly have no concept of what money is. With that, Wang Dahe rose and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Hey, someone's causing trouble. Drop whatever you're doing and get over here now. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Tang broke out in gooseflesh. Jiang Hao, however, showed not the slightest trace of panic. Instead, he calmly sat back down and with unruffled composure drew out his smartphone. What Jiang Hao intended to do was simple: make a call. Hello, is this Li Xingda? The moment the line connected, Jiang Hao's first words startled Wang Dahe. It's me, Jiang Hao. I understand you've been collaborating with Wang Dahe's mining operation. Enough. I don't need an explanation. I'm not interested in the details. Cancel the partnership entirely. I'll personally cover any resulting financial shortfall. Li Xingda, I believe my instructions were perfectly clear. Your response should not be a question of why, but simply will you do it or not? After a brief pause, Jiang Hao hung up, his expression utterly impassive. Haha. Wang Dahe sneered. Had Jiang Hao merely dropped Li Xingda's name at first, he might have felt a flicker of wariness. But this arrogant, dismissive attitude, that was suspicious. Clearly Jiang Hao was bluffing. So, what did Li Xingda say? Will he terminate our collaboration? Yes, Jiang Hao replied matter-of-factly. Otherwise, do you imagine he'd choose ruin alongside you? Paha. Wang Dahe burst into laughter, and Wang Kai joined him. Jiang Hao's unflappable demeanor nearly made them believe it. At that very moment, Ren Jiao spoke up. Jiang Hao, stopped performing for attention. I know you came here for me, but I'm perfectly content in the Wang household. Please stop interfering in my life. To win me over, you even fabricated knowing the chairman of Xingda Group. That's utterly shameful. Ren Jiao had almost convinced herself Jiang Hao was truly a wealthy second-generation heir. Yet now seeing him again, she realized nothing had changed. He remained the same boastful, lowly nobody. Perhaps that Ferrari really was rented, and perhaps those 10 million yuan in donations were embezzled funds. After all, Jiang Hao did work in finance. Not impossible. Jiang Hao frowned sharply upon hearing her. What on earth was she doing inserting herself here? What business was this of hers? Meanwhile, the villa's front gate burst open, and a swarm of burly men charged inside. Boss, who's causing trouble? Damn it. They've brought chaos right to our doorstep, asking for death. A cacophony of angry voices erupted, fury blazing in their eyes. Naturally, they were losing precious time to earn money. Wang Dahe's spirits lifted instantly. With his men arrived, he finally had leverage. It's him. Wang Dahe pointed furiously at Jiang Hao. Break one of his legs, now. God damn it. One hulking thug roared, and lunged straight at Jiang Hao. Yet Jiang Hao remained utterly unruffled. Calmly, he tapped his phone several times, then placed it flat upon the coffee table. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Hao surged upright, delivering a single devastating punch that sent the charging thug flying across the room, before sitting back down with perfect composure. Scan the QR code on this payment app. 10,000 yuan will be transferred instantly. Those willing to take the money may scan and leave. Those who refuse, well, that man just demonstrated your fate. Jiang Hao's voice was level, but laced with a chilling undercurrent of menace. Many stood stunned, most didn't believe him, not even for a second. Who in their right mind would casually hand out 10,000 yuan just to make someone vanish? Either he was insane, or shamelessly exaggerating. Yet the allure of 10,000 yuan proved irresistible. Eventually someone, skeptical but curious, pulled out their phone and scanned. And then, beep, The payment app confirms receipt of 10000. At the chime, the entire crowd erupted. It was real. Next. Beep. Beep. One after another, the rhythmic sounds of scanning filled the air, until the once crowded villa gradually emptied its space, widening once more. Wang Dahe watched, jaw clenched, his mouth twitching violently. In mere minutes, millions had vanished. No, it's absurdly, grotesquely extravagant. How was it that Jiang Hao suddenly seemed more like a mind tycoon than he did? Yet, even now, Wang Dahe failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, still convinced Jiang Hao was posturing. You have one choice, and one only, Jiang Hao said, his gaze sweeping over Wang Dahe. Bankruptcy, or kneel and beg forgiveness. Haha. Wang Dahe sneered, offering no reply, though his silence spoke volumes. Kid, I'll admit, you've got guts. But don't think I was born yesterday. The next moment, Wang Dahe's phone rang. He hesitated, then glanced at the screen, and visibly paled. There unmistakably glowed the name Li Xingda. As the call connected, and Wang Dahe listened, he shot bolt upright. President Li, how could this happen? We had an agreement. Can't we discuss this further? His plea was cut off. Abruptly, the line went dead. Dad, what does this mean? What's going on? Wang Kai's voice trembled with rising panic. Cold sweat streamed down Wang Dahe's face. Indeed, what Jiang Hao just said is all true. Wang Dahe felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. He had been planning for a whole year to collaborate with the Xingda Group. Although the Xingda Group is not as powerful as before, it remains a colossal entity for Wang Dahe. Even just sharing a meal with them would suffice. But now, with just a few words from Jiang Hao, their cooperation was severed. Mr. Jiang, who exactly are you? Even with a troubled mind, Wang Dahe understood that Jiang Hao's strength was formidable. However, Jiang Hao paid no attention to Wang Dahe, simply standing up and pulling along Xiao Xiaodang. Let's go, he no longer has the capability to trouble you. Xiao Xiaodang trusted Jiang Hao completely and obediently followed him. Naturally, Wang Dahe no longer entertained the thought of stopping Jiang Hao. As a mine owner, he knew better than anyone the price of offending the wrong powerful figure. Losing the cooperation with the Xingda Group meant he could only swallow his anger. Jiang Hao exited the villa smoothly, getting into Wang Kai's Porsche and driving away with a swift press of the accelerator. Wang Kai, on the other hand, could only feel anger without daring to express it. Given the extent to which he had offended Jiang Hao, only losing a Porsche as compensation was already quite fortunate. 5 minutes after Jiang Hao left, Wang Dahe finally regained his composure. Wang Kai, do you know Jiang Hao? Wang Kai's expression was complex as he glanced at Ren Jiaojiao and sighed. Yes, Dad, hey, race how it is. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Wang Dahe was so enraged that he slapped Wang Kai. Damn it, I wondered why Jiang Hao was so ruthless. It turns out you already offended him. He almost paid to snatch Jiang Hao's girlfriend, and his son had even taken away Jiang Hao's ex-girlfriend, offending him to this extent. No wonder Jiang Hao wanted to deal with him. Forget it. Wang Dahe's face darkened. This cooperation falling apart will serve as a lesson. In the future, don't ever offend a deity like Jiang Hao. Wang Dahe said this. Ultimately, Wang Dahe only lost a partnership and the opportunity to earn more money, but his mind was still there, and he could still make billions a year. If one must say he paid a price, it was merely a Porsche and some insignificant face. Get this woman out of my sight, she's bad luck. Wang Dahe disdainfully looked at Ren Jiaojiao. Yes, Dad. Just then Wang Dahe's phone rang. Hello. Who is it? I'm in a bad mood right now, speak quickly. What? The legal department of Xingda Group. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already driven the Porsche back into the city. Gray brother. Xiao Xiaodong, sitting in the passenger seat, was clearly a bit flustered. Do you think this Wang Dahe will cause trouble for my mom? Xiao Xiaodong was not foolish. She understood that even though Wang Dahe had lost the cooperation with the Xingda Group, he was still a mine owner. He wouldn't dare offend Jiang Hao, but he could still create trouble for her family. Jiang Hao was speechless. Xiao Ziyatang's mother had already sold her out, and she was still worried about her. Don't worry, I told you he no longer has the capability to trouble you, at least not for the next 10 years, because he will be. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaodong was taken aback, but since it was Jiang Hao who said it, she instinctively believed him. Jiang Hao had no intention to explain further, as there was no need. While at Wang Dahe's villa, he received a message from the Xingda Group, which included the detailed contract between the Xingda Group and Wang Dahe's mine. It was a contract filled with oppressive clauses. After reading it, Jiang Hao understood that if the cooperation fell apart, Wang Dahe would be finished. Even if he paid back all the money he earned in the past 10 years, he would still owe nearly 1 billion in breach of contract penalties. Because of this, Jiang Hao left immediately, otherwise he would never let them off so easily. Soon he returned to the hotel, but he did not drive in, he simply passed by. Xiao Xiaodong was also confused. Gray brother, where are we going now? Jiang Hao replied without hesitation, we can't let you stay in a hotel forever, let's buy you a house. Previously, they often chatted in the live broadcast, so Jiang Hao knew that Xiao Xiaodong usually lived in a rental house. Just that simple sentence left Xiao Xiaodong frozen. After a long time, Xiao Xiaotong, with a flushed face, asked, "So, Gray Brother, what is our relationship now?" Gifting helping her solve troubles buying cars and houses, and considering last night's experience, it was obvious this was a romantic relationship, right? Jiang Hao also began to ponder. Xiao Xiaotong, I don't like deceiving others. I'll be straightforward, you can be my girlfriend, but I cannot marry you, at least not now. But don't worry, I will give you the best. Jiang Hao's thoughts were simple. Now that he had the system, he could live freely, and he didn't think he should be bound to one woman. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiatang's eyes dimmed. Yes, how could someone as outstanding as Jiang Hao possibly commit to her for life? However, Xiao Xiaotang quickly regained her smile. Gray Brother is indeed different from other men. At least Gray Brother is honest. As long as Gray Brother treats Xiao Xiaotang as a girlfriend, Xiao Xiaotang will be very happy. Jiang Hao was also taken aback, as Xiao Xiaotang, being just an 18-year-old girl, was surprisingly understanding. Along the way, Xiao Xiaotang continuously shared interesting stories with Jiang Hao, feeling very fulfilled, because at least for now Jiang Hao belonged only to her. Before long, Jiang Hao arrived at the West Sea area of Qingqing, the most expensive villa district, Old Man and the Sea. It is said that the price per square meter exceeds 3,000, which is outrageous. As they approached Old Man and the Sea, Xiao Xiaotang told herself, no way, it couldn't be here. We are just past. However, after Jiang Hao drove straight in, Xiao Xiatang's expression changed. Hello, welcome to the sales department of Old Man and the Sea. Sir, are you here for a visit? As soon as Jiang Hao parked the car, a well-dressed man respectfully approached. Visit. Jiang Hao felt somewhat speechless in the Porsche. It seemed the Porsche was too low in status, making people subconsciously think he couldn't afford a house here. It looks like I need to buy a car that matches my status, perhaps a Rolls-Royce, Bentley, or Daihatsu. I need to think this over. Saying this, Jiang Hao got out of the car. There's no need for a visit. That villa over there has a good location. Well, what? You are here to buy a house. Is this for real? The salesperson repeated incredulously. Jiang Hao found the salesperson's attitude quite strange. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the houses here? Ahem, no. The salesperson awkwardly scratched his head. Hello, sir, I am the salesperson Tang Xiaoshan. Please follow me. As he spoke, Tang Xiaoshan hurriedly led Jiang Hao to the villa he pointed out. It was not surprising for Tang Xiaoshan to be astonished. Primarily, the houses in the Old Man and the Sea project were incredibly expensive. Although there were quite a few wealthy people in Qingqing, those willing to spend hundreds of millions on a villa were still a minority. Moreover, only locals knew that living in a Seaview villa was not comfortable. This led to the fact that the Old Man and the Sea project had a price, but no market, having sold less than 1/5 in several years. Thus, when Jiang Hao expressed his intent to buy, Tang Xiaoshan regarded him as a fool. Sir, this building is part of our Old Man and the Sea project. Enough. Jiang Hao impatiently pulled out a card. No need for introductions, just swipe it. Wait, what? Tang Xiaoshan was somewhat dumbfounded. Sir, you haven't even asked about the price yet. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. Here we go again. If you don't want this deal, I might just find another salesperson. No. Tang Xiaoshan hurriedly took the bank card. Please wait a moment, I will handle it right away. Saying this, Tang Xiaoshan rushed off in a hurry. Gray Brother. At this moment, Xiao Xiaotang was feeling a bit confused. Though she hadn't asked about the price, Xiao Xiaotang was very clear that such a villa would cost at least several hundred million. She knew Jiang Hao was wealthy, unimaginably so. Yet even so, spending hundreds of millions to buy her a house seemed a bit too much. It must be said, once the money was in place, efficiency was high. Tang Xiaoshan returned with the contract in less than half an hour. Sir, thank you for your patience. Here is the purchase contract. The usable area of the villa is 1,200 square meters with an additional 200 square meters garden at 3 euro per square meter. Once the payment is complete, just sign here and the house will be yours. Jiang Hao did not hesitate, swiping his card and entering his password. Ding, you have spent 360 million at the Huagua Central Bank. A notification appeared on Jiang Hao's phone. Upon seeing the successful payment prompt, Tang Xiaoshan was completely stunned. The trace of doubt that existed in his heart vanished at that moment. This person before him, despite driving a Porsche, was genuinely wealthy. Xiao Xiaotang, why are you still dazed? Come over and sign. Jiang Hao paid no mind to how much money he had spent, simply waving at the still dazed Xiao Xiaotang. Huh. Oh. Xiao Xiaotang came over in a daze, while Tang Xiaoshan was also quite taken aback by this scene. Wait, so this big shot was not buying for himself, but for his girlfriend. What the heck is this even human? Casually buying a house for his girlfriend and spending 300 million, what wealth, without humanity. Alright ma'am, it's all done. If you need anything, you can move in today. Here is my contact information. If you need anything, feel free to reach out at any time. Tang Xiaoshan nodded at Xiao Xiaotang, then bowed to Jiang Hao before leaving. Jiang Hao then looked at Xiao Xiaotang. From now on, you'll be living here. That old Porsche of yours should not be driven. Oh, it makes you look inferior. I'll send you a better one in a few days along with the driver. As Jiang Hao said this, his reason for not letting Xiao Xiaotang drive was not only that the car was not expensive enough, but also due to lingering fears from the incident at Qingdao Plaza. Xiao Tang noticed the implication in Jiang Hao's words and shyly stuck out her tongue. Looking at the time, it was already noon. Jiang Hao planned to take Xiao Tang out for lunch. Just then, big banana. The phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Hai. Jiang Hao thought the call might be about the lawsuit results, so he answered. Hello Dazai, is everything resolved? Oh how good, not yet. The court session is on Monday. I called to tell you that Qingqing No. 1 High School will hold its 100th anniversary celebration in 3 days. If you have time, we can go see it. After all, it's our alma mater. Okay, got it. I'll come to the company to find you in 3 days. After hanging up, Jiang Hao suddenly noticed that Xiao Tang was looking at him with bright eyes. What's up? Gray brother. You graduated from Qingqing No. 1 High School. So you must be an outstanding student. Jiang Hao was stunned by this. An outstanding student. Not necessarily. Alright, let's not talk about that. Let's go eat first. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days in the village, Jiang Hao's activities were quite simple. Every day consisted of eating, sleeping, and courting Xiao Tang. During this time, he spent 2,000 attribute points restoring his durability from 98,100 to full, including the rebate of 3,600 points from the villa purchase and the 100 points refunded from spending 10 million the day before. Jiang Hao was left with 2,500 attribute points. Since he couldn't think of any immediate needs, he decided to save them. As for the 10 million, it was spent on big banana. With a phone ringing, Jiang Hao knew the car he ordered had arrived. 2 days prior, Jiang Hao spent a total of 10 million to order 2 cars. One was the well-known top brand. The other was a popular luxury car online known for giving a face to Hao. As for the Ferrari parked at the Baichuan Grand Hotel, although it could be driven with just fuel, Jiang Hao felt it unnecessary. Moreover, driving a Ferrari could easily lead to misunderstandings of being a rich second generation, which wouldn't reflect his true identity. While Jiang Hao did not like to be too flashy, he still believed that one should maintain a proper image, so he decided to go all out with 2 cars, averaging 5 million each. The Rolls-Royce is for Xiao Tang, and he'll drive the Dihao. The name really has a powerful ring to it. I wonder what kind of luxury car it is. At this time, the person in charge of delivering the Rolls-Royce looked at the 2 cars with great confusion. One was a 9.95 million Rolls-Royce, and the other. Forget it, the customer must have his reasons for doing this. As the person in charge, his job was to safely deliver the cars to the customer, and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Before long, Jiang Hao arrived at the entrance of the Old Man and the Sea Villa area, and immediately spotted 2 trucks pulling large containers. Hurry. Jiang Hao jogged over, feeling impatient. Bring the cars down, let me see. Start with the D. Jiang Hao had seen the Rolls-Royce on Dodo before, so it wasn't too extraordinary. But the Dihao, he had a car averaging 5 million each, must be a super luxurious vehicle. Frustration. Jiang Hao drove his Dihao along the road, his expression reflecting his deep discontent. Out of the 10 million, 9.95 million was taken up by a Rolls-Royce, leaving only 5.0 for the Dihao. Sigh. Never mind, any car is a car, they all drive the same. Jiang Hao sighed heavily, comforting himself. Besides, my father always told me to keep a low profile in everything. I wonder if the 50000 I sent to my parents will be enough. With that thought, Jiang Hao instinctively dialed his mother Lu Chunlan's number. However, the call did not get through. Jiang Hao didn't think much of it and transferred another 500 to Lu Chunlan. Jiang Hao planned to transfer the money in 500 increments, slowly numbing his parents' perception of money. By then, when he confessed that he was a billionaire, perhaps they would accept it more easily. Without saying a word, Jiang Hao quickly arrived at the Hainyao Company. However, from a distance, he noticed that the original sign of Hainyao Company had disappeared, replaced by another sign that read Jiang Hai Company. Jiang Hai. Haha, what a joke. Hey, what are you doing? This is Jiang Hai Company. Ride-hailing cars are prohibited from entering. At that moment, Jiang Hao was stopped by the security guard Lu Dazhuang. However, upon seeing Jiang Hao in the driver's seat, Lu Dazhuang suddenly stood up. Oh, isn't this Jiang Hao? It's been a few days, why do you look so shabby? Swapped your Ferrari for a Dihao. What's wrong, did a rich woman dump you? Jiang Hao was speechless. Why did Lu Dazhuang always pop up whenever he wanted to enter the company? Sai, I told you you're too impulsive to have quit your job directly. Rich women are fickle, I knew you couldn't handle it. See, she dumped you just after a few days. Sai, brother, I feel sorry for you. Here, take this 200. If the boss doesn't want you, at least go treat yourself to something nice. Saying this, Lu Dazhuang took out $200 bills and handed them to Jiang Hao. Ha! Jiang Hao unceremoniously accepted the 200 yuan, saying, you have a good heart. If it weren't for these few words, I might have let my dog take over your security position. With that, Jiang Hao handed the phone to Lu Dazhuang. Lu Dazhuang, are you crazy? Let my brother Hao in now. Previously, Lu Dazhuang only knew that the Hai and Jiang Hai Company referred to the new boss Zhou Hai. At this moment, Lu Dazhuang finally realized. The Jiang and Jiang Hai Company referred to Jiang Hao. Shortly after Zhou Hai got into Jiang Hao's Dihao, looking somewhat bewildered. I have to ask, brother, how are you encountering some difficulties? Jiang Hao's expression darkened. Why do you say that? What difficulties could I possibly have? Zhou Hai was speechless. Forget it, brother, how you must have your reasons for doing this. Jiang Hao sighed, then pressed the gas pedal, leaving Jiang Hai Company and heading towards Qingxing No. 1 high school. Thus, Jiang Hao found himself stuck in traffic halfway. This was something he had never experienced while driving a Ferrari. I should have driven Chu Yunyin's Maybach instead. Jiang Hao couldn't help but complain. The Rolls-Royce was given to Xiao Tang. The Ferrari ran out of gas, and his best option was indeed Chu Yunyin's Maybach, yet he ended up driving a Dihao. Speaking of Chu Yunyin, brother, how this woman has quite an opinion of us. I know, Jiang Hao replied, and he not only knew but also understood the reason behind it. Huh? Zhou Hai laughed and shook his head. This woman is truly strange, comparing us to her boyfriend every day. Oh, Jiang Hao was taken aback. She has a boyfriend? Yeah, didn't you know? Zhou Hai was somewhat surprised as this person was brought in by Jiang Hao, yet Jiang Hao was completely unaware of her situation. TCHU people are all evil capitalists, unlike my boyfriend, who is just an ordinary guy, one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Qingcheng. Zhou Hai mimicked Chu Yunyin's tone to imitate her for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao twitched his mouth. Well, it was indeed quite similar, especially that annoying expression. The sense of immersion was strong, and Jiang Hao was already gritting his teeth. However, he didn't care much since she was a top-notch lawyer, and having a boyfriend was quite normal. Moreover, it had nothing to do with Jiang Hao. Once this lawsuit was over, he wouldn't have any further interactions with Chu Yunyin. It was impossible to think that Chu Yunyin's boyfriend happened to be a graduate of Qingxing No. 1 high school, and that he would run into him now. Such a thing was simply impossible. An hour later, Jiang Hao finally escaped the traffic jam and arrived near Qingxing No. 1 high school. At that moment, the vicinity of the gymnasium was already crowded, and the noise echoed far. It seems the school anniversary has already started. We are late. Jiang Hao got out of the car feeling a bit of a headache. What an early start to something late. Dai Hai, I'll give you this, Dihao. You don't have a car, right? As soon as he said this, Zhou Hai, who had just gotten out of the Dihao, almost stumbled. Haha, brother, how forget it. I'm busy with my career now. I don't have time to drive, haha. Jiang Hao's expression darkened as he sighed. Sigh, forget it, let's go in and take a look. The two of them swaggered to the entrance, but were stopped by an old security. What are you doing? Hey, you two kids. The old security guard rubbed his eyes. No doubt about it, I definitely remember. You two often sneaked out to go online back in school. Off. Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect this old guard to have such a good memory. Haha, old Deng, it's good to see you again. Old Deng. Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai greeted Old Deng. He immediately grinned. Hey, I thought you two students wouldn't amount to much, but look at you now driving cars. Old Deng had clearly seen Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai get out of the Dihao. Ahem. Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai felt a bit awkward and touched their noses. This old Deng was over 70 and had indeed never seen a good or bad car, so he was probably speaking from the heart. But hearing that heartfelt statement felt like a mockery, and the two were quite embarrassed. All right, old Deng, we won't talk to you anymore. The school anniversary has started. We'll go in and take a look, and we'll catch up later. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and then led Zhou Hai back into the campus where they had spent 3 years of their life. It had been 4 years since graduating from Qingcheng No. 1 high school and entering university. 4 years without returning. Qingxing No. 1 high school had changed a lot. The most obvious change was that there was now a grand office building on the left side of the entrance, and on the right side, there was a new corridor. Exhibition corridor of outstanding graduates of Qingxing No. 1 high school. Reading the name of the corridor, Jiang Hao couldn't help but walk in. Outstanding graduates of the 24th class, Huang Shulang. Outstanding graduates of the 23rd class. Outstanding graduates of the 18th class, Li Shuren. Oh, this kid has become an outstanding graduate. Upon seeing the 18th class, Jiang Hao couldn't help but pause. He was from the 18th class. Moreover, Jiang Hao was quite familiar with Li Shuren, as this person had been his class monitor. Indeed, quite impressive. Back in the day, he performed well academically, often ranking first in the class. It must be said, good study habits lead to a promising future. Jiang Hao said this. Zhou Hai, listening from the side, felt something was off, though it seemed like Hao Ge was being sarcastic. However, this time Zhou Hai had misunderstood Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was actually speaking from the heart. Since their school days, he had admired those who studied diligently. Those texts that made his head ache were easily understood by others. Wasn't that a skill in itself? With this thought, the two quickly traversed the corridor and arrived at the gymnasium. Although it was said to be Qingxing No. 1 high school's venue, Jiang Hao was not familiar with the gym at all. After all, they hardly ever attended physical education classes. Senior, you're here for the school celebration too, right? Why are you so late? It's already started, hurry inside. At that moment, a younger student at the entrance of the gym blinked and spoke to Jiang Hao and his companion. Her face was flushed, and her eyes often glanced at Jiang Hao. All right. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention, merely responding as he prepared to enter. Just then a voice tinged with dissatisfaction came from behind Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai turned simultaneously to see Li Shuren, an outstanding graduate of the class of 2018, approaching them. Haha, what a coincidence. Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. It was too coincidental. Zhou Hai, however, clearly did not have Jiang Hao's good temper. Hey, Li Shuren, aren't you late too? You still have the nerve to criticize us. Me? Li Shuren sneered. I'm not like you all. I'm the representative of the outstanding graduates this year going on stage to speak. I was just preparing my speech in the office. Li Shuren paused for a moment, then looked down on them, saying, I saw you two getting out of the car upstairs, so I thought I'd come over to catch up. Don't you think so, Emperor Hao? You? Zhou Hai's expression changed. He wanted to explain that Jiang Hao was someone who could easily buy a company and find a top lawyer at will. However, Jiang Hao held Zhou Hai back, wearing a calm smile. Haha, is that so? You must be truly exceptional then, that out of so many graduates you were the one chosen to speak. Li Shuren immediately displayed a proud expression upon hearing this. Dahai, you go in first. I have some matters to attend to. Ignoring Li Shuren further, Jiang Hao instructed and walked towards the school gate. Jiang Hao did not intend to stoop to Li Shuren's level, but that did not mean anyone could disrespect him. You're the representative of outstanding graduates, right? Jiang Hao wanted Li Shuren to know that without his acknowledgement, that title meant nothing. Haha, Li Shuren scoffed. Have I exposed you? Are you too ashamed to face anyone? I thought you'd lost all shame. Li Shuren. Zhou Hai, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and grabbed Li Shuren by the collar. I warn you, stop badmouthing Hao Ge. And I advise you don't provoke Hao Ge. His identity and status are beyond someone like you to imagine. With that, Zhou Hai pushed Li Shuren away, snorted coldly, and entered the venue. Damn, what's he acting like? Li Shuren's face turned pale. After all, Zhou Hai was a robust man standing at 185 meters, and he dared not express his anger. What are you looking at? You'd better pretend you didn't hear my curse, or I'll make sure you graduate. Li Shuren glared at the younger student at the entrance, then entered the venue without a word. The younger student was immediately frightened, her face turning pale. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already crossed the corridor again, approaching the school gate. He wasn't leaving, but was heading to the office building to find the principal. Huh, why are you out again? Did you forget something? At that moment, old Deng walked out from the security booth, looking quite puzzled. Oh no, Jiang Hao nodded in response. I was just looking at the empty space by the school. Oh, it seems a bit desolate, and I wanted to discuss with the principal about building a cultural center or something. Off. Old Deng was immediately puzzled. I mean, Xiao Jiang, even though you're driving a big car now and are considered wealthy, I feel like you still have no concept of money. Let me tell you, houses and cars cannot be compared. Do you see that office building? It took the government 50 million in building a cultural center. Where would the school get that much money? Haha, 50 million you say? Jiang Hao smiled at old Deng. All right, I understand now. Oh, I'll head over first. Hey, you brat. Not long after, Jiang Hao quickly found the principal's office based on the map index. Without knocking, he opened the door and entered. Moi. Upon seeing Jiang Hao enter, Principal Li Qing adjusted his glasses. Seeing Jiang Hao's relatively youthful face, Li Qing deduced that Jiang Hao must be a graduate of a certain year. Student, what is your request? Jiang Hao did not hesitate and got straight to the point. I'm Jiang Hao, also a graduate of No. 1 high school. I am not satisfied with the choice of outstanding graduates representative for this school celebration that you made. Oh, Li Qing furrowed his brows and stood up from his chair. Which year are you from, Jiang Hao? The representative of outstanding graduates is a decision made through a collective vote by our school leaders. It must be someone truly exceptional to be qualified. If you're dissatisfied with our choice, you can voice your opinion. If you think you are outstanding enough, then perhaps we can consider you for the next school celebration. Li Qing spoke politely, but Jiang Hao understood that it meant there was nothing to discuss. However, Jiang Hao had anticipated this. Without saying much, he directly took out a check and handed it to Li Qing. On the check, there was a digit 1, followed by a series of zeros. There's an empty plot of land of several hundred square meters on the west side of the school playground. I'm offering 100 million in my personal capacity to donate a cultural center to Qingqing No. 1 high school. Li Qing took the check, his hands trembling slightly. Jiang Hao, what did you just say? I'm getting old. Oh, I didn't hear. Jiang Hao glanced at Li Qing. Oh, right, you can decide how many floors the cultural center will have. As soon as these words were spoken, sweat instantly poured down Li Qing's forehead. Jiang Hao, please wait here. I need to make a call. With that, Li Qing hurriedly left with the check. A few minutes later, Li Qing returned to the office, trembling all over. I never speak nonsense. You verified it. The check is real. Jiang Hao didn't even turn his head. Now let me ask you a question. If I donate a building, am I qualified enough? Li Qing suddenly smiled and grasped Jiang Hao's hand. Yes, absolutely. Jiang Hao, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding graduate we've had since the establishment of Qingqing No. 1 high school. I took it upon myself to erect a statue of you at the school gate this year. Jiang Hao was a bit speechless. There's no need for a statue, you just remove Li Shiren's student representative title. Jiang, how do you have a grudge against Li Shiren? Li Qing asked in surprise, but soon realized he was overstepping, awkwardly nodding before starting to make phone calls. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao returned to the gymnasium, successfully finding Zhou Hai's position with the help of "Bro, you're back." Zhou Hai greeted him and then indignantly said, "Damn, that bastard Li Shiren is just too despicable. Hell, I can only say that knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart." Jiang Hao smiled, showing no anger. "I used to think he was a responsible class leader. I never expected him to turn out like this. He looks down on us." Zhou Hai grew more and more agitated. "He doesn't know that he can't even compare to a single hair of yours, and yet he claims to be one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Qingqing." "Nonsense." Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. Zhou Hai was just too emotional. "All right, Dazai, dealing with people like him shouting insults won't work. Just wait and see." "Oh, waiting to see." At that moment, Li Shiren appeared behind Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai, accompanied by a dozen others. At first glance, Jiang Hao noticed that all these people were from his former class. "Jiang Hao, what do you want me to wait and to see you make a fool of yourself?" Li Shiren mocked. "Is he Jiang Hao? Has Jiang Hao always been this handsome? Why didn't I notice before? Oh my, he's not inferior to a young heartthrob. What did I miss during high school?" Several girls in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Now Jiang Hao's looks had reached a level of 70, which was very high. TCH, what's the use of being handsome? You don't know he came here driving an emperor car. He was useless in school, and he's not doing well now. In society, money and status are what matter most, you know. Li Shiren glanced at Jiang Hao disdainfully. Li Shiren. Zhou Hai couldn't hold back any longer and was about to rush up to hit him. However, he was once again stopped by Jiang Hao. "Dazai, what did I tell you? Bro, Zhou Hai's eyes turned red with anxiety, but in the end he gritted his teeth and stepped back. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this scene, Li Shiren laughed. "Not only a poor fool, but also a coward. Faced with this provocation, you don't even dare to retort. How did our Qingqing know? One high school produced someone like you. And you, Zhou Hai, aren't you strong? If you have the ability, come hit me." Li Shiren arrogantly pointed to his forehead. "I won't hesitate to tell you my girlfriend is a top lawyer at Duhua Law Firm. If you even touch me a bit, I'll make you sell your house." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so classmates were instantly shocked. Li Shiren was already one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Qingqing, earning a monthly salary of 300, which was very successful and unattainable. But now he was telling them that he had a top lawyer girlfriend. This was a bit too absurd. Could Li Shiren be a protagonist of a wish fulfillment story? This is too lucky. Even Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai were taken aback, exchanging surprised glances. No way could there really be such a coincidence in this world. "Your girlfriend isn't named Chu Yuyan, is she?" Jiang Hao asked tentatively. "Oh." Li Shiren seemed intrigued. "You actually know, but it's not too surprising. After all, there aren't many young top lawyers like Yu Yin in the whole of Qingqing. As for you, now that you know, you should treat me with more respect in the future." Li Shiren sneered. "And I won't hesitate to tell you my girlfriend is now the personal assistant of the new president of Xingdao Plaza, and her status will definitely rise higher and higher in the future, and I will eventually have the opportunity to join the management of Xingdao Group. At that point, we won't be in the same class anymore. It's already an honor for you to talk to me now." The surprise among the crowd increased again. However, Zhou Hai couldn't help but almost spit out. Although Jiang Hao's acquisition of Xingdao Plaza hadn't been made public, Zhou Hai knew about it. Joining Xingdao Group. You're joking. If Jiang Hao could get that thing into Xingdao Group, he'd be eating shit upside down. What does it mean to act arrogant until it backfires? Li Shiren is the most vivid example of that. Jiang Hao was also speechless. He didn't plan to argue with Li Shiren anymore, just dismissively waved his hand. All right, you're impressive, truly impressive." Now Jiang Hao was certain that his approach to dealing with Li Shiren was not wrong. Just then, the program performance in the center of the gymnasium had already ended. The host walked gracefully to the front with a microphone in hand. "The wonderful performance has concluded, and although everyone is still wanting more, the next project is even more exciting. We are fortunate to invite the most outstanding graduate representatives from Qingqing No. 1 high school to give a speech. He is young and promising, just graduated from university, and has already." The host began to introduce Jiang Hao according to the script given by the principal. At this moment, hearing this series of introductions, Li Shiren's expression gradually became proud, as this was simply describing him. Behind him, the dozen classmates all showed envious expressions. A person who can achieve so many accomplishments at once is simply a winner in life. Unlike Jiang Hao, who apart from being handsome, is useless. Zhou Hai felt more and more uncomfortable listening. Who wrote this script? It was too exaggerated. Just a fool, yet they introduce him like he's Bro Hao. It's really making me sick. Bro Hao, let's go, I don't want to listen anymore. Saying this, Zhou Hai began to pull Jiang Hao away. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. Just now. Was Zhou Hai saying he was sickening? A few lines of text can't summarize him. Only by seeing him in person can one understand his excellence. Next, let us welcome. Li Shuren adjusted his clothes and went over the script in his mind again, filled with confidence. Jiang Hao. Everyone welcome. Applause. With the host's cheer, thunderous applause erupted in the scene. Although they didn't know who Jiang Hao was, with the atmosphere building up, who wouldn't want to clap their hands? Everyone is so enthusiastic. Li Shuren smiled and was about to weave through the crowd to go on stage. However, the other dozen people were stunned, and the leading few held Li Shuren back. No class leader, this seems wrong. Yet class leader. How could the graduate representative be Jiang Hao? Everyone chimed in, finally pulling Li Shuren out of his excitement. Only then did Li Shuren realize what the host had just said, and his face turned green. Jiang Hao. Not only these people, but even Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. Zhou Hai admitted that the series of flattery from the host indeed suited Jiang Hao, but he never expected that the person being described was truly Jiang Hao. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Hao. Wow, this senior is so handsome. The teachers at the teacher's desk all showed smiles of satisfaction. Teacher Su, am really envious of you for educating such a student. Your excellent teacher this year is certainly secured. At this moment, Li Shuren appeared, his eyes revealing a hint of anger. How did Jiang Hao become the representative of outstanding students? Su Mingji was also surprised, then chuckled. Jiang Hao is indeed a very outstanding student. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already begun to speak. As soon as Jiang Hao said this, the scene fell silent. I am honored to be the representative of outstanding graduates, but I have nothing much to say, just wish everyone good health and everlasting life, that's all, thank you. With that, Jiang Hao waved to the audience and turned to leave the stage. The students were bewildered, the graduates were bewildered, the teachers were bewildered, Zhou Hai, Li Shuren were also bewildered, even Principal Li Qing was bewildered. What kind of speech is this? Principal Li Qing stood up with a flushed face, saying what Jiang Hao said was right. Everyone applauded. With the principal leading, others began to applaud one after another. Teacher Su, is the school making a joke out of me? Or is it insulting me? If Jiang Hao was really outstanding enough to take his place, he could barely accept it, but this result made Li Shuren feel intolerable. This is pure humiliation. Li Shuren couldn't help it. How much did he pay you? 1 billion. With that, Li Shuren angrily turned to leave. This really was 1 billion. At this moment, Zhou Hai looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a deity. Brother Hao, how did you do it? It's nothing, just donated a building to the school, not much, just 1 billion. Jiang Hao spoke as if it were an insignificant matter. 1 billion, just to vent frustration. Jiang Hao smiled bitterly. To be honest, he regretted a bit. It's not much, but since it's a donation, there's no rebate, which is equivalent to a direct loss of 1,000 attribute points. Forget it, it's just 1 billion, why bother? As long as it makes Li Shuren suffer, it's not a loss. After all, it's our alma mater, doing a bit of contribution isn't bad. Jiang Hao chuckled. Contribution? Just then Li Shuren appeared again with a stern face. You mean the contribution of wishing everyone everlasting life? Unrelenting. Zhou Hai glanced at Li Shuren. Now I'm here to ask you if you want to attend our organized reunion. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the reunion will be held in a 5-star bar at Qingdao Plaza with a minimum spending of over 2,000 per person. If you can afford it, come along. With that, Li Shuren disdainfully turned to leave. As the call ended, Jiang Hao immediately felt a headache and instinctively glanced at Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai had also heard what Chu Yunyan said, and upon seeing Jiang Hao's gaze, his mouth twitched. Why are you looking at me like that, Brother Hao? I was thinking, should I hand over the Qingdao Plaza to you to manage? These matters are too troublesome for me. Jiang Hao stroked his chin. Zhou Hai trembled at the words. Brother Hao, please don't make fun of me. Qingdao Plaza. What a joke. That's not like the previous Hai Niao company. It's a true behemoth worth more than 1 billion. Even if Jiang Hao truly dared to give it to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. Forget it, Jiang Hao sighed. It seems there's no way to avoid going there now. Let's go. Thus Jiang Hao followed Li Shuren. At that moment, Li Shuren also noticed that Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai had followed him, and a look of disdain crossed his face. You two really want to go? Then first transfer the money to me, 2,000 each, or I'm afraid you might renege. Cut it out. Zhou Hai scoffed, too lazy to pay him any mind. Jiang Hao said lightly. No need, didn't you say you were going to Qingdao Plaza? We won't need to spend any money there, so don't worry about it. Oomph. Li Shuren snorted coldly at this. Don't think I will pay your share. If you can't pay up later, you'll just have to wash the dishes. The journey continued in silence. The group quickly passed through the entire school and returned to the entrance. However, a new problem arose. Including Jiang Hao and Zhou Hai, there were a total of 18 people, but only 3 cars. Each car could fit a maximum of 5 people, leaving 3 people without a ride. It's fine, I'll call my girlfriend to help out, Li Shuren said as he took out his phone and dialed Chu Yunyan. 1 minute later, Li Shuren hung up the phone. Done. The others looked at Li Shuren with admiration. One phone call had resolved the issue. You all wait here. We'll head over first. Jiang Hao waved his hand and was about to turn to leave. Li Shuren's expression soured. Jiang, how don't you have a car? With so many people here, you should at least take a few along. It won't use much gas, so I can reimburse you for the fuel. Li Shuren seemed to be generous, but the sarcasm was apparent to all. However, Jiang Hao pretended not to hear and casually agreed, then picked 3 people. Then you 3 come with me. The 3 girls Jiang Hao chose were the most beautiful among them, one of whom was even Wang Xiaomei, known as the school beauty back in the day. Seeing Jiang Hao choose those 3, Li Shiren's expression darkened, but out of pride, he didn't say, okay, handsome Jiang. The 3 girls didn't refuse and happily hopped into the back seat of the luxury car. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and stepped on the gas to leave. What a pretentious guy, Li Shuren thought to himself. He had originally planned to humiliate Jiang Hao with his Maybach when Chu Yunyan arrived. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao managed to slip away first. But it was fine. Li Shuren wasn't worried, as he would have plenty of chances to humiliate Jiang Hao once they reached Xingda Plaza. Before long, Jiang Hao was already approaching the vicinity of Xingda Plaza. At that moment, Zhou Hai's face in the passenger seat looked grim. Throughout the journey, the 3 girls chatted happily with Jiang Hao while he not only couldn't join in, but even when he tried to interject, the girls ignored him. Though Zhou Hai was 185 meters tall and had a decent face, he still paled in comparison to Jiang Hao. Was this the advantage brought by good looks? Zhou Hai secretly vowed that if he had another girlfriend in the future, he would never again sit in the same car as Jiang Hao. We're here. Jiang Hao finally spoke as he parked at the entrance of Xingda Plaza. Jiang Hao, isn't the entrance to the underground parking lot over there? Yeah, Jiang Hao, cars aren't allowed inside Xingda Plaza. Let's park over there. Xiaomei. Jiang Hao said he doesn't come to Xingda Plaza often, so it's normal not to know the way. Jiang Hao was speechless upon hearing this. Why did it feel like he was being treated as a country bumpkin? Even if he was foolish, he couldn't possibly not know where the underground parking lot was. The reason he parked here now was that it wasn't necessary to go to the underground parking lot. He opened the car window and leaned out. The moment the security guard saw Jiang Hao's head, he was visibly shocked and hurriedly opened the gate. Come in. Jiang Hao nodded at the security guard and then stepped on the gas to drive straight in. Seeing this, everyone in the car except Zhou Hai was stunned. Wasn't the main entrance of Xingda Plaza off-limits to vehicles? But even more shocking events were yet to come. After entering the main gate, Jiang Hao didn't even stop and drove straight into the exhibition hall. Jiang Hao, how did you end up here? Hurry up and get out. Wang Xiaomei exclaimed in alarm. She had worked at Xingda Plaza for a few months before and knew the rules. Cars were not allowed inside the exhibition hall, or they would be blacklisted. She didn't want to be unable to visit Xingda Plaza for the rest of her life. It's fine, Jiang Hao replied, casually unbuckling his seatbelt and getting out of the car. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to get out of the car as well. However, the 3 girls still looked a bit worried. Jiang Hao, will we be kicked out for parking here? No way. Jiang Hao replied calmly. They will agree because I am the boss. Puffed. As soon as Jiang Hao said this, it made the girls laugh. Jiang Hao, you are quite humorous, one of them said. However, at that moment, hey, what are you doing? Who told you to park here? A well-dressed staff member rushed over angrily. The group's expressions changed, and indeed it was not allowed. However, at the same time, another staff member dressed even more elegantly hurriedly stepped in to block the angry staff member, pulling him aside, and then awkwardly approaching Jiang Hao. Sorry about that. He's new here, you just enjoy yourself and don't take it to heart, the staff member said, flattering Jiang Hao. This scene left the 3 girls dumbfounded. What was going on? Dahai, take them to play first. I need to handle something, Jiang Hao said without explanation, then followed the staff member. A few minutes later, the 3 girls finally regained their composure. Zhou Hai, what on earth is this? Zhou Hai was also helpless at this point. He knew Jiang Hao was wealthy, but never expected him to be this extravagant. Why is he driving that kind of car? Zhou Hai sighed. I don't know, maybe Hao Ge has his own plans. On the other side, Jiang Hao, guided by the staff, left the square and entered the office building behind it. Along the way, everyone he encountered showed him great respect. Jiang Hao was also somewhat puzzled. Do these people know me? The staff nodded. Yes, boss. On the very first day you acquired Xingda Square, the former chairman Mr. Li sent your portrait to all the work groups and explicitly instructed everyone to treat you with utmost respect. Hearing this, Jiang Hao understood. This Li Xingda, indeed a self-made man who created the Xingda Group, is thorough in his dealings. If this were a web novel, proving his identity to the people at Xingda Square alone would likely take 100 chapters. Soon Jiang Hao reached the top floor. The office building had 20 floors, but not all of them belonged to Jiang Hao, only the top floor was his. The others still belonged to Xingda Group and were rented to several other companies. As the elevator doors opened, a young man with short hair rushed up and hugged Jiang Hao. Brother Jiang Hao, you've finally arrived. Huh? Jiang Hao was taken aback, pushing the young man away. What was going on? Who are you? Brother Jiang Hao, I forgot to introduce myself. The young man laughed. I'm the son of Li Xingda. My name is Li Xiaocong. This time Brother Jiang Hao saved our Xingda Group from peril, and I admire you greatly. Li Xiaozong. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Hao seemed to recall something. He had occasionally seen this name while scrolling through Douyin when he was working. The richest second generation in Qingqing, owning countless luxury cars, and was even jokingly referred to as Principal Li. Oh, it's you. No wonder you look so familiar. You are the renowned Principal Li. Jiang Hao stroked his chin. Oh. Li Xiaozong scratched his head awkwardly. Those titles of mine are nothing compared to you, brother Jiang Hao. Oh, I feel like a minor character in comparison. Oh, look at me. I was so caught up in talking that I forgot to invite brother Jiang Hao to sit down. Saying this, Li Xiaozong pulled Jiang Hao to find a sofa to sit on. So why did you call me over? It can't be just to show my face. Jiang Hao said casually. Hee. Li Xiaozong scratched his head. Brother Jiang Hao, I actually just wanted a chance to get to know you and have you as my big brother. If you ever need anything in the future, you can find me. Though Li Xiaozong said this, he actually felt that Jiang Hao would never need his help. Jiang Hao's wealth was already beyond the realm of a second-generation rich kid. Li Xiaozong believed that only those from hidden super families would produce someone like him. Thus, in terms of connections and resources, Jiang Hao must possess unimaginable levels that Li Xiaozong could not fathom, and he wouldn't possibly need his assistance. However, Jiang Hao seemed to ponder upon hearing this. Actually, I do have something I'd like your help with. Li Xiaozong's eyes lit up at this. Jiang Hao continued, I intend to start a media company, but I don't know many people, making it difficult to contact qualified female hosts. Oh. Li Xiaozong appeared excited. Brother Jiang Hao, you've come to the right person. Leave it to me. Typically, someone of Jiang Hao's stature wouldn't bother to deliberately develop connections in this area. This is where Li Xiaozong's usefulness came in. Li Xiaozong knew many people, particularly star hosts. Really? Jiang Hao was also surprised. He had mentioned it casually and didn't expect to actually run into someone capable. Then you handle the company's scale, and I'll provide the funds, and we'll split the earnings 50-50. To Jiang Hao, the profit was not a concern with the system in place. He only needed to spend money to make money. The reason for proposing a 50-50 split was to prevent Li Xiaozong from doubting him. Li Xiaozong's mouth twitched upon hearing this. This was the intention of a hands-off manager. In the past, he would have loved to do such things. Now he was the one becoming the worker. However, he quickly convinced himself that for the sake of establishing a good relationship with Jiang Hao, this little sacrifice was nothing. So what do you think? Can you handle it? If so, I'll give you 1 billion, and it can be transferred today. How much? Li Xiaozong nearly popped his eyes out. Generally, starting a small media company would only require a few $100,000. For a larger one, a few million would suffice. Li Xiaozong had initially prepared for Jiang Hao to leverage his connections for free, yet now Jiang Hao is telling him he would directly invest 1 billion. 1 billion. My goodness, brother Jiang, how are you trying to take over half of the entertainment industry? Jiang Hao looked at Li Xiaozong's astonished expression, slightly puzzled. Isn't it just 1 billion? Why are you so surprised? Your dad is one of the 10 richest people in Qingqing. He must have a few hundred to 1,000 billion in hand. Li Xiaozong, a few hundred to 1,000 billion. If talking about his family's assets, that number could indeed be valid, but in terms of cash, 1 billion, which had more impact, Li Xiaozong had no doubts. Ahem. Brother Jiang Hao, I always thought you were a dragon among men. Now it seems my judgment is truly exceptional. I bow to you, my big brother. Afterwards, more than half an hour passed, and Jiang Hao had almost explained everything. By the way, brother Jiang, how didn't you say your high school classmates came to Qingda Square to play? How about taking me to meet them? Li Xiaozong thought simply, since Jiang Hao was so outstanding, his classmates must also be impressive. Having many connections is better than having few. He understood this well, especially since establishing a good relationship with Jiang Hao's classmates would indirectly build a good relationship with Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. I don't think you would want to meet them, as some of them, how should I put it, aren't very easy to get along with. Oh, what's the big deal? Li Xiaozong draped an arm around Jiang Hao's shoulder. I have a way. I've already notified everyone that today's expenses at Qingda Square are all on me. Saying this, Li Xiaozong pulled Jiang Hao into the elevator. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Hao had first met Li Xiaozong, Li Shiren and the others had also arrived. Behind Li Shiren, Chu Yuyin wore a face of resentment. Didn't I tell you I'm very busy today? I still haven't gathered the documents for that case. Hee. Li Shiren chuckled. You should relax occasionally. Besides, I met a guy who's being a real jerk today. Isn't that just wanting you to come and give me some face? Chu Yunyan squinted her eyes, her tone somewhat cold. Li Shiren, you never used to care about these things. You were once a kind man, calm in the face of monetary temptation, but you have changed recently. Thinking back to when she just got out of the Maybach, Li Shiren's vain gaze made her feel inexplicably disgusted. Yunyan, you misunderstood me, I didn't. Li Shiren's expression was somewhat flustered. All right, we've arrived, let's hurry inside. With that, he rushed into However, as soon as he entered the main door, Li Shiren was stunned by the scene before him. He saw several people in suits, clearly not ordinary employees, struggling to wipe a white car. At this moment, several people followed behind him, one man pointing at the white car, astonished. Isn't that Jiang Hao's Di Hao? How did it get here? Did he steal the display car? No way. This is Xingda Plaza, one of the largest shopping malls in Qingqing. How could a Dihao be on display here? Jiang Hao. Just as everyone was astonished, Chu Yunyan keenly caught this name. Are you saying that among your friends there is someone named Jiang Hao? What friend? Li Shiren waved his hand. He is that pretentious guy. I don't know what tricks he played to steal away all my outstanding graduate representatives. Hearing this, Chu Yunyan frowned, but didn't say much. After all, she herself wasn't very fond of Jiang Hao. Just then Zhou Hai returned with 3 girls. At this moment the 3 girls were carrying large and small bags, all very excited. The key was that these bags seemed quite expensive. Wow! Seeing this scene, a girl in the crowd exclaimed, "Xiaomei, you struck it rich. Why did you buy so many things, all luxury items?" Not really. Wang Xiaomai's face turned a bit red. Speaking of which, we also found it strange. As soon as those shops saw us, they said we were the boss friends and all our expenses were waived. Everyone was astonished by this, speculating who exactly was the boss friend. Hee. At this moment Li Shiren suddenly smiled. Do you know why this is? Let me tell you the truth. My girlfriend Yunyan is actually the private assistant of the new president of this Xingda Plaza. Now do you understand why? Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone revealed expressions of admiration. It seemed they had all benefited from Li Shiren's connections. Especially Wang Xiaomei, who prided herself on being the campus beauty. Seeing Chu Yunyan at this moment, she felt somewhat ashamed. Only Zhou Hai looked somewhat displeased, wondering how he was benefiting from this. Chu Yunyan's expression darkened. At first she merely suspected, but upon seeing Zhou Hai she confirmed that all of this should be Jiang Hao's doing. This has nothing to do with me, and I am not any president's assistant. Chu Yunyan quickly distanced herself from the situation. Yunyan, don't be modest. Li Shiren smiled and stepped forward to grab Chu Yunyan's hand, only to be pushed away by her. Get away. Chu Yunyan showed a look of disdain. Li Shiren's current demeanor only made her feel nauseous. Li Shiren awkwardly withdrew his hand, but the next moment his expression regained excitement. Since the boss of Xingda Plaza has this good intention, we shouldn't waste it. Let's split up. We'll meet at the meteor meeting on the 6th floor. Let's go. Li Shiren glanced at Chu Yunyan. Yunyan, we've been together for a week, and I've never bought you a gift. This time whatever you like, you'll buy it for you. Hearing this, Chu Yunyan immediately shot him a glare. She knew very well that this was because someone was treating them. Indeed, after being together for a week, Chu Yunyan seemed to finally see Li Shiren for what he really was. No need. Chu Yunyan didn't even look at Li Shiren and slowly walked towards Zhou Hai. Manager Zhou, regarding that lawsuit, I have some things I'd like to understand. Let's discuss it on the 6th floor. Zhou Hai nodded and followed Chu Yunyan. Manager Zhou. Upon hearing this, everyone was a bit surprised, but under the temptation of shopping, they quickly forgot about it. Half an hour later. That's about it. If you have any further questions, you can check the files at Jiang Hai Company yourself. Zhou Hai put away. Chu Yunyan nodded. With this information, it was enough. Yunyan. At the entrance of the meteor meeting, Li Shiren's excited voice rang out. Quick look at what I bought for you. I must say the owner of Xingda Plaza is truly generous. Saying this, Li Shiren hurriedly ran to Chu Yunyan holding a small box. Just a glance made Chu Yunyan gasp. The logo on the box was from a super luxurious brand. Chu Yunyan quickly took the small box and opened it. Li Shiren. Are you crazy? Hurry and return it. Inside the small box was a necklace. Chu Yunyan didn't recognize it, but she recognized the price tag on it. 2 million. Jiang Hao waived their expenses out of friendship. Normally buying something worth a few dozen, or even a few hundred or 1,000 would suffice. However, Li Shiren had directly taken a necklace worth over 1 million. He dared to take it without hesitation. Hey Yunyan, it's just 2 million, it's small change, accept it, it's my token of affection. Are you out of your mind? Chu Yunyan truly couldn't take it anymore. Was Li Shiren really this foolish, or just pretending? How did she ever fall for someone like him? Moreover, at a glance, Chu Yunyan noticed that many of the things Li Shiren had bought were also quite expensive, roughly estimating those items combined might even exceed the price of this necklace. In other words, he had taken over 2 million worth of items. Hai. At that moment, Jiang Hao greeted Zhou Hai at the entrance. Zhou Hai, filled with anger from Li Shiren's shamelessness, calmed down upon hearing Jiang Hao's voice and wait. Hao, go over here, come in. Jiang Hao found the right spot and entered the meteor meeting, followed by a plainly, "Oh." Li Shiren turned around lazily. Jiang Hao, you really dare to come? Who is he? Are you afraid that you and Zhou Hai can't handle the plates alone, so you brought a helper? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao did not react, but Li Xiaozong was not pleased. Where did you come from? Li Xiaozong appeared behind Jiang Hao wearing a serious expression. The moment Li Shiren caught sight of Li Xiaokong's face, he was immediately taken aback. It can be said that anyone who surfs the internet would recognize this face. The young master of Xingda Group, Li. Young Master Li. Li Shiren exclaimed in surprise, then seemed to suddenly realize. Young Master Li, you must be here to find Yunyan, right? She's inside. Yunyan. Li Xiaozong frowned, then turned to look. The moment he saw Chu Yunyan, he seemed to remember. Oh, it's you. My elder brother's personal assistant, Chu Yunyan. As soon as he spoke, both Chu Yunyan and Jiang Hao spoke simultaneously. I can't afford to take that on. Li Ziakon's mouth twitched. These two were surprisingly in sync. Hey, Jiang, how do you— However, at that moment Li Shiren was displeased. The young master of Xingda Group and the personal assistant of the current president of Xingda Plaza were conversing. What business did a loser like him have to interrupt? As a result, the next moment, slap. Li Xiaozong slapped Li Shiren across the face. How dare you speak to my Hao Ge like that? Someone like you deserves to be slapped. Hao Ge? Who is that? Jiang Hao. Li Shiren was utterly— However, Jiang Hao didn't care about Li Shiren's thoughts, directly ignoring him and sitting down beside Zhou Hai. Dahai, what were you all arguing about just now? Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned, then explained everything to Jiang Hao in detail. Hee. After hearing all this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sneer, looking meaningfully at Li Xiaozong. Xiaozong, you invite someone like this? Li Xiaozong felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Hee, Hao Ge, don't blame me. I didn't know you had a conflict with him. I thought everyone you brought was a good friend of yours. The conversation between Jiang Hao and Li Xiaozong left everyone in the room stunned. Everyone was surprised by Li Ziakon's attitude toward Jiang Hao, though they were unclear about Jiang Hao's true identity. However, they knew it must be significant, perhaps even higher than Li Ziakon's status. Who was Li Xiaozong? The young master of Xingda Group. Even across the entire Huagua, he was a top-tier rich second generation. Especially the three girls led by Wang Xiaomei, who finally began to believe that Jiang Hao was indeed the new owner of Xingda Plaza. As for Li Shiren being a clever person, he had already sensed that something was off. Jiang Hao in his eyes was a useless person, a poor loser driving a D-home. Now he realized that things seemed not to be as he had thought. Recalling that Jiang Hao had snatched away his representative position at graduation school only confirmed that Jiang Hao indeed had capabilities. Everything seemed to corroborate the impossible possibility Jiang Hao had become someone he could not afford to provoke. The more Li Shiren thought about it, the more anxious he became, while Li Xiaozong pointed at the necklace in Chu Yunyan's hand. Hao Ge, since she is your woman, I'll give her this necklace. It's only 1 million, it's not too expensive. Upon hearing this, Li Shiren felt somewhat displeased, but ultimately felt relieved. He thought, as a top-tier rich second generation, how could Li Xiaozong be unwilling to part with a few $100,000? Even if Li Shiren had hit a brick wall this time, next time, he could just avoid Jiang Hao. Moreover, he had just acquired over $1 million worth of goods for free. How could he think he was at a loss? However, the next words from Li Xiaozong made Li Shiren's face instantly darken. However, as for the other things you took, I won't take responsibility. I already said that I only invite guests who are friends of my Hao Ge, and it's clear that you are not. All right. Li Shiren immediately agreed. Young Master Li, I was wrong today, I admit it. They'll return it. Return? Hee, you're thinking too much. Li Xiaozong sneered. We'll notify them shortly. Any item you have that can be returned. Li Xiaozong walked backward from now on. Li Shiren's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. Li Xiaozong wouldn't treat him to dinner, and the items couldn't be returned, which meant that he had to pay for the price of over $1 million himself. How could that be possible? He didn't have that much money at all. However, Li Ziakon's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking at Jiang Hao, who wore a half-smile, Li Shiren finally felt despair. He stepped forward, reaching for Chu Yunyan's hand. Yunyan, you are my girlfriend, you have to help me. I don't have 1 million. I can't come up with that, even if it costs me my life. Chu Yunyan pulled her hand back, avoiding Li Shiren. Li Shiren, I forgot to tell you that from now on we are breaking up. After truly seeing Li Shiren for who he was, Chu Yunyan felt nothing but disgust. Li Shiren's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozong was also somewhat baffled. This Li Shiren is Chu Yunyan's boyfriend. Then what about Chu Yunyan and Jiang Hao? Oh my, this is explosive. Ahem. Li Xiaozong awkwardly cleared his throat. Someone throw this person out. Li Shiren, if you can't come up with the money, just wait for the court summons. As Li Shiren's heart-wrenching screams echoed, several security guards directly kicked him out of Xingda Plaza. What awaited him was a debt of over $1 million. After this, Jiang Hao and the others enjoyed a great time at the bar. The gathering lasted for several hours, but most of the conversation was between Jiang Hao and Li Xiaozong. Li Xiaozong initially thought that Jiang Hao's classmates would be exceptionally talented, but he was evidently disappointed. These people, aside from Zhou Hai, were all ordinary folks lacking both capabilities and prospects. During this time, Chu Yunyan, whether due to drinking too much or other reasons, left early. Jiang Hao noticed that she seemed a bit upset, so he didn't stop her. Hee, Hao Ge, why don't you go rest for a while? I've already booked a room for you, it's in the hotel next door. Just mention my name when you go in. After sending everyone else away, Li Xiaozong looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded. His attributes had been greatly enhanced multiple times, so he wasn't drunk at all. However, he did feel a bit tired. Taking a rest wouldn't hurt. All right, Dahai, let's go. Hey. Li Xiaozong hurriedly grabbed Zhou Hai's shoulder. Dahai, I need to talk to you. Come on, follow me. Moi. Looking at Zhou Hai and Li Xiaozong, leaving Jiang Hao felt a bit puzzled, but did not suspect too much. Based on the information Li Xiaozong provided, Jiang Hao quickly found the corresponding room in the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Hao let out a relaxed breath, and then flopped onto the bed. However, what the hell? There's someone here. Jiang Hao was startled, quickly stood up, and lifted the blanket to take a look, instantly stunned. Professional attire, black stockings, and unremoved high heels. Chu Yinyan. At this moment, Jiang Hao realized that he had been set up by Li Xiaozong. Dawn broke. A sliver of sunlight slipped through the curtains, falling across Jiang Hao's face. He yawned widely and sat up in bed. Why so many missed calls? Just as Jiang Hao reached for his phone to check who had called, a piercing scream shattered his thoughts. Oh, you wretched beast, Jiang Hao. Chu Yinyan had somehow already awakened. Shrieking, she hurled her She even lifted her leg to kick him off the bed. But before it rose fully, she winced sharply, lowering it again with a grimace, as though some injured part had flared with pain. Stop! 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 Jiang Hao snatched the pillow away. What on earth is wrong with you this early? Instantly, tears welled in Chu Yinyan's eyes. You shameless man. You drugged me. I'm calling the police. She was heartbroken. Her first love, her maidenhood intact, betrayed by a hypocrite. That alone was devastating enough. Yet now, having finally seen through the hypocrite and ended the relationship, she'd been taken advantage of by Jiang Hao, that brute, doing what she'd never even done with Li Shuren. You. Chu Yinyan wept. Jiang Hao felt even more wronged. Do you have any sense of fairness? Who clung to me last night, refusing to let me leave? Jiang Hao rarely lost his temper, but being used and falsely accused, that he could not bear. Yesterday, upon seeing Chu Yinyan passed out, he gently removed her shoes, tucked her in, and turned to leave, only for her to suddenly wrap her arms tightly around him, refusing to let go. Hearing this, Chu Yinyan furrowed her brow, faint memories stirring. Yes. Hadn't she truly been the one who initiated it? Was it really me? Yes, it was you. Jiang Hao scowled fiercely. I don't care. You coerced me, so you're responsible for me. He'd only arrived late afternoon. His first chance to sleep didn't come until past midnight. Who else would leap so recklessly into intimacy on the very first encounter? Only Jiang Hao possessed such fortitude. Anyone else would have collapsed under the strain. She would take responsibility. How much do you want? The moment the words left her lips, Chu Yinyan regretted them. Jiang Hao, the man who'd bought the Qingdao Plaza, valued at 1.5 billion for sheer whim. Did he lack money? Sure enough, Jiang Hao's face darkened. Shallow woman. Then what do you want? Chu Yinyan's voice sharpened with irritation. Are you demanding I marry you? Absolutely not. Chu Yinyan will never wed someone she does not love, let alone someone she despises. You. Jiang Hao was speechless. This Chu Yinyan was utterly absurd. She wanted to marry him. He hadn't the slightest desire to marry her. Had he known, he'd have sought out Wang Xiaomei instead. Fine. I haven't decided yet. Let's discuss it later. Saying this, Jiang Hao glowered as he unlocked his phone. To Chu Yinyan, however, those words sounded entirely different. You still think there'll be a later? But Jiang Hao paid no heed. His expression had grown grim. The 90-plus missed calls all came from his mother Lu Chunlan and his father Jiang Jinqing. His parents seldom called, only in emergencies. 90 calls meant something grave had occurred. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao dialed Lu Chunlan, but the call went unanswered. He tried Jiang Jinqing next, also unanswered. Disaster. Something's truly happened. Panic seized him. He scrambled to dress. He had to return home immediately. What are you doing? Chu Yinyan's delicate brows knitted. Jiang Hao glanced at her. Aside from everything else, as a lawyer, she might prove invaluable in this situation. Oh right. Hurry and get dressed. You're coming with me to my hometown, to meet my parents. Chu Yinyan. This was one drunken lapse, and now he expected her to meet his family. Absolutely impossible. She barely knew him. Not even enough for courtship, let alone engagement. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? When his parents were involved, Jiang Hao couldn't spare a second. Though he now possessed an inexhaustible fortune, granted by a system, he remained vulnerable to only one fear: their safety. Seeing his urgency, Chu Yinyan instinctively nodded. 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao ushered her out of the hotel, her hair still unbrushed, wild and tousled. They failed to notice Li Shuren seething behind a nearby dumpster, his teeth grinding to dust. Damn you, Jiang Hao. You dare steal my girlfriend. He snatched up his phone and dialed. Hello, Director Li. Regarding last night's proposed collaboration, if you're certain this can bring Jiang Hao down, perhaps we should schedule a meeting. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou County, eastern Qingqing, Jiang Hao's ancestral village, inside the Jiangjia Village Committee office, Jiang Hao's father Jiang Jinqing and his second uncle Jiang Jinghua sat rigidly on either side of Village Secretary Jiang Ping. Their expressions conveyed mutual contempt. Sigh. Secretary Jiang Ping exhaled heavily. Jinqing Jinghua, why must two blood brothers turn their quarrel so bitter? Pak. Jiang Jinqing erupted. Brothers. Jiang Jinghua struck our own mother. Has he any conscience left? Last night Jiang Jinghua and his wife Wang Meifang had returned unannounced and beaten Jiang Hao's grandmother. Only Jiang Jinxing and his wife's desperate intervention had saved the elderly woman's life. Our mother. I struck her lightly. Ask that old woman. Does she even remember she has a second son? Jiang Jinghua roared back. Jiang Jinxing, do you think I don't know your worth? That second-hand car. She funded it. I'll say it plainly, hand over 50,000, or I'll beat you too. Jiang Jinxing's eyes blazed crimson. He lunged forward, fists raised. I told you, it's my son's money. Lies. Wang Meifang stepped forward. You know better than anyone what kind of good for nothing your son wasted years at a diploma mill, then no decent job. How could he possibly afford 50,000 for a car? You. Jiang Jinxing ground his teeth. He'd intended to have Lu Chunlan call Jiang Hao to speak for himself, but every attempt had failed. The phone had long since died from overuse. Enough. Shut your mouths. Secretary, settle this fairly. Jiang Jinghua fixed Jiang Ping with a glare. We're both her sons, yet she gives him money and none to me. Is that justice? My son's about to enter university. Fail to rule justly, and this won't end here. The urban area of Qingqing is not far from Qingzhou County, only about 100 kilometers away. However, for Jiang Hao this distance is still too far. Fortunately, Chu Yunyan was unable to drive due to her pain. Therefore, Jiang Hao drove the Maybach, stepping on the accelerator as if to push it into the fuel tank, and in less than half an hour they were almost there. Along the way, Chu Yunyan felt a mix of fear and excitement, thinking that Jiang Hao was too eager. Was he in such a hurry to marry her? Although it cannot be denied that her beauty could indeed be considered exquisite, shouldn't a wealthy man like Jiang Hao be able to have as many women like her as he wanted? Tap, tap, tap. Chu Yunyan edited a message and sent it to Su Yingying through the green bubble. Yingying, tell me, should I agree or not? At this moment, far away in Qingqing, Su Yingying pouted, feeling annoyed as she threw her phone aside. Ever since she received Chu Yunyan's first message, Yingying, do you remember Jiang Hao? He is the client you introduced to me. It seems he has feelings for me, we accidentally, and now he actually wants to take me to meet his parents. Her mood became somewhat complicated after that. No, I can't be sad. Mr. Jiang has the right to pursue his own happiness. Yunyan is so outstanding, she deserves Mr. Jiang. Comforting herself, Su Yingying prepared to edit a message. As her fingers trembled continuously, Su Yingying angrily threw her phone onto the bed, her delicate face filled with grievance. She knew she should bless them, but she just couldn't do it. Clearly it was a night of romance. Why couldn't it be her? Was she really so inferior to Chu Yunyan? At this moment, without receiving a reply from Su Yingying, Chu Yunyan simply put down her phone and began to appreciate the scenery along the road as Jiang Hao had gradually slowed down. Being a person from a big city, it was Chu Yunyan's first time visiting such a rural area, and she found it unexpectedly pleasant. However, what puzzled Chu Yunyan was that a wealthy man like Jiang Hao would have his hometown in such a remote place. Shortly after, Jiang Hao turned into a village where a large sign read, Jiang Family Village. Yet, just as Jiang Hao entered the first intersection, a three-wheeled electric vehicle suddenly appeared. Jiang Hao quickly braked, narrowly avoiding a collision. What the heck? Whose child is this driving like that? An elderly man with a hunched back got out of the three-wheeler. This unusual occurrence caught the attention of everyone in the village committee, who all came out. Upon seeing the Maybach, many knowledgeable people gasped in astonishment. They knew this car was not cheap. From a distance, Jiang Hao saw his mother Lu Chunlan. Ignoring the old man, Jiang Hao got out of the car and walked straight towards Lu Chunlan. Chu Yunyan, feeling helpless, followed him. Mom, I'm back. What happened? Lu Chunlan was equally surprised. How? Why are you back? Like Lu Chunlan, everyone else was astonished to see Jiang Hao stepping out of the Maybach. Especially Jiang Jinghua and his wife, who unlike others owned a meat shop in town and were well-informed, naturally recognized the brand of the car. What the heck? Meifang, am I seeing things? Jiang Hao, that little brat, is driving a luxury car. At this point, Lu Chunlan had already briefly explained what had happened to Jiang Hao. Silence fell. Jiang Hao was very quiet, his expression grim, as if on the verge of an outburst. Where's Grandma? How is she? She's fine as she's resting at home now. Lu Chunlan sighed. Okay, I understand, Mom. Yunyan. Jiang Hao turned to Chu Yunyan. Take my mom and get my grandma to the hospital. Make sure to check her thoroughly. At that moment, Chu Yunyan realized that Jiang Hao was in such a hurry to come back, not for the reason she thought, but because he knew something had happened at home. Chu Yunyan did not hesitate, immediately helping Lu Chunlan into the car, then stepped on the gas towards Jiang Hao's grandmother's home. Jiang Hao, what's wrong with you? You didn't answer your phone all night. Jiang Jinxing stepped forward, striking Jiang Hao on the chest. Jiang Hao felt ashamed upon hearing this. He almost missed a crucial matter. Patting Jiang Jinxing on the shoulder, Jiang Hao said nothing and walked directly into the crowd. Everyone looked on in surprise, unsure of what Jiang Hao intended to do. Jiang Hao's pace quickened faster and faster. In just a few seconds, he swiftly reached Jiang Xinghua. Without any warning, Jiang Hao threw a punch at Jiang Xinghua's face. What the heck? Before Jiang Xinghua could react, he fell to the ground. However, that was not the end. Jiang Hao immediately mounted Jiang Xinghua and threw another punch. Oh! Jiang Xinghua cried out in agony, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. You hit my grandma right. You also hit my mom right. Jiang Hao's eyes turned red as he threw punch after punch. When Jiang Hao landed 5 or 6 punches, 2 burly men finally reacted and hurried forward to grab Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's strength had already reached 70, with his stamina at 80, making him stronger than a special forces soldier. The 2 men were unable to hold him back. It was not until Jiang Jingxing personally intervened that Jiang Hao was restrained. Jiang Hao, are you trying to go against the heavens? You dare to hit your second uncle? Wang Meifang was furious. Heh, Jiang Hao sneered. I almost forgot about you. Saying this, Jiang Hao suddenly kicked Wang Meifang several meters away while being suppressed by several burly men. Jiang Hao. Jiang Jingxing quickly held Jiang Hao down. I know you're angry. Your father is even angrier than you, but this is not the way to solve it. Calm down. Okay, I understand, Jiang Hao agreed readily. Dad, let go of me or I won't hit them anymore. As soon as he said this, everyone finally released Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinghua and his wife had already stood up again, their eyes filled with malice. Jiang Hao, it's been years since we last met, and you've really grown bold daring to hit your elders. Just wait to spend time in jail. Wang Meifang said angrily. Jiang Xinghua echoed. Of course we are all family, and we won't make things so awkward. I see you came back in a luxury car. Did you make a fortune outside? How about this? Give me 1000, and this matter will pass. Oh, Jiang Hao said with confusion. You only want 100. Isn't that too little? Isn't my cousin about to go to college? Shouldn't I give you more? Oh, huh. Jiang Hao, it turns out you have a bit of conscience. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and took out, Why do you ask this? Generally speaking, a person in a vegetative state is considered to have a level 1 disability, which costs at least 25 million. For 2 people, that's 5 million, not including future medical expenses. In the Maybach, Chu Yunyan answered seriously. Suddenly her expression changed. Jiang Hao, what are you planning to do? Calm down, don't do anything rash. They'll come back to find you soon. Jiang Hao hung up the phone, then looked at Jiang Xinghua and his wife with a kind smile. So what do you think? You heard it too, the market prices too. 5 million, and I'm offering you 3 million. Isn't that generous? As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 of them turned pale with fright. They didn't know if Jiang Hao could come up with 3 million, but they were sure that this madman would really take action. At this moment, others hurriedly separated Jiang Hao from the 2 of them, especially Jiang Jingxing, who earnestly began to educate Jiang Hao. Dad, I'm just joking with my second uncle. Jiang Hao chuckled. This is a society governed by law. If I really did that, how would I be any different from the mafia? Jiang Hao wasn't foolish enough to throw himself in jail just for a moment of anger. He still had a wonderful life ahead of him to enjoy. Sigh as long as you understand that. Jiang Jingxing shot Jiang Hao a glare. Hearing this, Jiang Xinghua and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under the village secretary's invitation, everyone returned to the village committee. About half an hour later, it's really rare for our Jiang family village to produce someone like Xiao Hao. By the way, Xiao Hao, our village is currently working on a wind turbine project. I was wondering if you... Jiang Ping's words were cut off by Jiang Hao. Secretary, this isn't the right time to discuss that. Let's first handle my family's matter. Jiang Hao said, looking at the bandaged Jiang Xinghua. So second uncle, you hit grandma, just for 500 yuan. Jiang Xinghua snorted coldly. Of course, that old hag only favors your father. Jiang Hao sighed at this. Now that he was here, Jiang Xinghua should have already known that the money was indeed given to his parents, yet he still clung to it, wanting more. Your cousin is about to go to university, and I can understand your financial troubles. But don't worry, I will handle everything for your cousin's university expenses. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Xinghua's face lit up with joy. Although Jiang Hao had become capable, it didn't change his relationship with them. Only by getting tangible benefits from Jiang Hao would it truly matter. However, Jiang Jingxing looked displeased. Jiang Hao, have you lost your mind? Jiang Hao. At the same time, a shout came from outside, clearly Chu Yunyan's voice. Chu Yunyan rushed in a flurry. Seeing that Jiang Hao and the others were safe, she let out a long sigh. Although she found Jiang Xinghua and his wife detestable, she knew that one shouldn't act impulsively. Upon seeing Chu Yunyan, Jiang Hao understood her thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you that worried about me? Just a few hours ago, Chu Yunyan had been quite annoyed with Jiang Hao, and now her attitude had changed. She shot Jiang Hao a glare. If something happens to you, who will pay my lawyer fees? Chu Yunyan said defiantly. However, despite her words, she felt an unexplainable impulse to care for Jiang Hao deep down. She was genuinely afraid that Jiang Hao would do something foolish in a moment of impulse. One must understand that reducing someone to a vegetative state is not as simple as just paying money. How are grandma and mom doing? Chu Yunyan sighed. Their health is fine, but grandma is old and has been psychologically traumatized. I see. As long as they are okay, I will go keep her company later. By the way, Jiang Hao's expression darkened for a brief moment. Then he seemed to remember something and pointed to Jiang Jinghua and his wife. Their son, my cousin, is going to university this year. No matter how tough it gets, we can't let the child suffer. I will pay for his study abroad, and they will go with him to take care of him. Please help with the passport arrangements. They will leave for abroad tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Chu Yunyan, but everyone else was stunned. Especially Jiang Jinghua, who opened his mouth in shock and couldn't speak. Jiang Xingxing's face turned extremely dark, and he even doubted whether Jiang Hao had lost his mind today. Others began to whisper among themselves. Having a good relative is truly different. Sigh, how I envy this. If only I had such a relative, my son wouldn't have to go to a junior college. At this moment, Chu Yunyan's expression was conflicted, but in the end, she did not question Jiang Hao. She felt that there must be a reason behind his actions. Okay, I will take care of it. But the passport will take at least 5 days to process. By the way, which country are they going? Jiang Hao grinned coldly. Syria? Oh, I see. Chu Yunyan now understood Jiang Hao's intentions. This was indeed a ruthless move. But dealing with someone who would even hit their own mother isn't too much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingguo's expression finally changed. Syria? Jiang Hao, what do you mean by that? Xinguo, why are you angry? What's wrong with Syria? Isn't it a good— Oh, you foolish woman, going to Syria means you're asking to get shot. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Meifeng's expression changed as well. She occasionally watched the news and suddenly remembered what kind of place Syria was. Jiang Hao, you're heartless. We're not going to Syria. This time, before Jiang Hao could speak, Chu Yunyan interjected. Oh, is that so? If you're not going, that's fine, but in that case, we'll have to hold you accountable. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Yunyan, just a mere top lawyer from Dahua Law Firm. Regarding the actions you are currently involved in, I can guarantee with utmost responsibility that according to the law, this can at least lead to a 3-year sentence. This is not a scare tactic. Once this 3-year sentence is established, leaving a criminal record will bring— If your son wants to take civil service exams in the future, it will be impossible. As for finding other jobs, it will likely not be easy. Once companies see you have a criminal record, they will often reject you outright. At that point, whether he finds a job is uncertain. Chu Yunyan's tone was calm, but every word pierced their hearts. Jiang Jinghua and his wife turned. Ultimately, they decided to go to Syria. It wasn't guaranteed that they would die, and as citizens of Huawei, the protection would be greater. They were not worried about leaving a criminal record affecting their son's future. They were afraid of going to jail. After handling all this, Jiang Hao also took his father and Chu Yunyan away from the village committee. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at Chu Yunyan with satisfaction. Chu Yunyan felt uneasy under Jiang Hao's gaze, involuntarily getting goosebumps. Why are you looking at me? I didn't expect you to be quite useful. Sometimes I think about promoting you to my personal assistant. That's not out of the question. Chu Yunyan's face turned red. Who would want that? Jiang Hao chuckled. By the way, you mentioned they could get a 3-year sentence. Is that true? Jiang Hao thought that if they could really end up in jail for 3 years, it seemed better than sending them to Syria. Of course, I was just scaring them. This is a civil dispute. How could they possibly go to jail? Jiang Hao was speechless. Well, okay, but you need to handle this matter well. It would be best if they never returned for the rest of their lives. Chu Yunyan nodded in response. Meanwhile, following behind them, Jiang Xingxing felt awkward because he realized he couldn't interject at all. But now they had finally finished their conversation. Jiang Xingxing said seriously, Dad wants to ask you something. Where did you get all your money? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunyan was taken aback. Jiang Hao's lips twitched faintly. He had indeed anticipated his parents asking such a question, which was precisely why he'd planned to adopt a strategy of deliberate obfuscation. Yet fate intervened, forcing him to return home far earlier than intended. Haha, so where did this money really come from? Jiang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, silently pleading with the system in his mind. Ding. This system possesses the ability to fully rationalize any financial source. No matter how implausible the explanation, the system will seamlessly validate it for you. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This was foolproof. Haha, Dad, you had no idea my grandfather was a titan of industry and an insurance magnate. Before his passing, he left me over 30 billion yuan. What? Jiang Xingxing's eyes bulged wide. Damn it, the old fox kept that buried deep. No wonder I suffered all those years. Even Chu Yunyan murmured inwardly, they say affection deepens across generations. But this leap is absurdly vast. She even began to doubt whether Jiang Xingxing was truly the biological son of Jiang Hao's grandfather. Jiang Hao meanwhile exhaled in quiet relief. The story he'd spun was riddled with holes, yet the system had flawlessly rationalized it. Haha, Dad, if you really want it, I'll hand over every last yuan of that 30 billion. Though spoken lightly, this was in fact sincere. Jiang Hao had been searching desperately for a plausible excuse to gift money to his parents. To Jiang Hao, 30 billion was truly insignificant. Spending a mere 3 million yuan would trigger the system to refund him 30 billion in return. No need. That money in your hands can multiply into 300 billion or more. In mine, it'd vanish within days. Jiang Jinxing waved dismissively. Both Jiang Hao and Chu Yunyan fell silent, truly baffled that Jiang Jinxing had no grasp whatsoever of how colossal 30 billion yuan actually was. Fine then, I'll give you 100 million. Surely you'll accept that. Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. Jiang Jinxing stroked his chin. No need for 100 million. If you're truly thoughtful, just get me a grand imposing car. As for that previous 1 million yuan, you know your mother still wanted to save it for your wedding. But clearly that's no longer necessary. As he spoke, Jiang Jinxing cast a knowing glance toward Chu Yunyan, prompting her cheeks to flush crimson. Fine. I'll take care of it, Jiang Hao replied, then added, you go home and cook. I'll go with Yunyan to pick up Grandma and the others. Jiang Jinxing nodded, and they parted ways. Once inside the Maybach, Jiang Hao let out a long, slow breath, finally at ease. Earlier, when his calls wouldn't go through, he'd nearly panicked. Jiang Hao, I think you've been rather unfilial. Chu Yunyan's voice came from the passenger seat, tinged with gentle reproach. You inherited 30 billion yuan, yet still let your parents and grandmother live in such modest circumstances. I feel exactly the same. I'm practically a beast. Jiang Hao nodded earnestly. So, let's skip picking up Grandma for now. Come with me somewhere first. Chu Yunyan blinked, stunned. What on earth was this sudden, startling sincerity? Ignoring her bewilderment, Jiang Hao pressed the accelerator, and the Maybach surged forward, leaving Jiangjia village behind. Within minutes, he pulled up before the gates of a luxury residential complex. This is Jinshi Garden, the most prestigious and expensive neighborhood in Qingzhou County. Buying a home here has been my parents' lifelong dream. As Jiang Hao explained, he stepped out of the car, Chu Yunyan following closely behind. At the sales center, a realtor had spotted the Maybach from afar and had been watching intently ever since. The moment Jiang Hao emerged and strode purposefully toward the entrance, she bolted out of the office. Welcome to Jinshi Garden Sales Center. Are you here to view properties? Jiang Hao merely nodded, then walked straight inside without further reply. Sir, you have exceptional taste. Jinshi Garden is Qingzhou County's most. Before she could finish, Jiang Hao raised a hand, cutting her off. Yunyan, please choose the best unit for us. Chu Yunyan nodded and moved directly to the scale model, examining it with focused attention. The saleswoman's lips twitched faintly. This man was ruthless, yet said almost nothing. She stood aside, flustered and speechless. This unit looks ideal. Excellent light and ventilation, a garden in front, an artificial lake behind, and a serene environment overall. Wow, madam, you possess truly extraordinary vision. This is a brand new development, completely unsold. Jiang Hao nodded approvingly. He knew little about real estate. He simply handled the spending. Without hesitation, he produced his bank card. Swipe it. Ahem. The saleswoman choked slightly. Sir, you may be purchasing your first property, so you might not know the procedure. First, we must select a floor and specific unit. Jiang Hao scratched his head, puzzled. Select a floor and unit. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm buying the entire building. Silence. Profound, absolute silence descended upon the scene. The entire building. The saleswoman shrieked in disbelief. Chu Yunyan stared, equally bewildered. Why buy so many units? Jiang Hao looked even more perplexed. Why buy so many clothes? To live in them. Chu Yunyan. My parents cherish tranquility. They'd be uncomfortable with neighbors. And I don't know their floor preferences. So buying the whole building is perfectly reasonable. Jiang Hao declared it, as if stating universal truth. Reasonable. Utterly breathtakingly reasonable. Amid the saleswoman's dazed, unfocused gaze, Jiang Hao completed the transaction. Full payment, 15 floors, 2 units per floor, 5 million yuan per unit, totaling 150 million yuan. At the moment of completion, the saleswoman felt the world tilt. She'd just closed the deal of a lifetime. Should she thank Jiang Hao? Or perhaps bow? Yet, as her eyes drifted to Chu Yunyan, whose bearing, beauty, and poise eclipsed her in every dimension, the saleswoman faltered, lost in silent disarray. Jiang Hao paid no mind to others' astonishment. He had a return to process. System, convert everything into attribute points. Jiang Hao commanded, then paused as if remembering something. Wait. First return 10 billion yuan. Then convert the rest into attribute points. He requested 10 billion because he recalled his promise to Li Xiaocong to fund a media company with exactly that sum. Ding. Refund successful, 10 billion yuan transferred automatically to Li Xiaocong's account, 1500 attribute points awarded. Oh, so now you handle tasks autonomously. Not bad. And you've generously gifted me one extra attribute point, haven't you? Naturally, the system is exceedingly generous. Ah, heh. So I suppose I could keep exploiting this loophole, claiming 10 billion each time. Bug exploitation strictly prohibited. Jiang Hao chuckled, shaking his head. With prior reserves included, he now possessed 4,000 attribute points. Time for a meaningful upgrade. His current attributes read Charisma 70, Strength 70, Agility 70, Stamina 80, Intelligence 70, Endurance 100,100. After careful deliberation, he chose Strength. After all, being overpowered by merely 6 or 7 men had left him deeply unsettled. After raising Strength from 70 to 74, Jiang Hao felt satisfied. All right, Yunyan, let's go. Meanwhile, back in Jiangjia village at Jiang Hao's family home, Jiang Zhenxing was stir-frying vegetables when a young woman timidly pushed open the door. Huh, young lady, who are you? Did you lose your way? Uncle, hello, I'm Ren Jiaojiao. Is this Jiang Hao's home? After leaving the property sales office, Jiang Hao went straight to the hospital and smoothly picked up his grandmother and mother. At that moment, the three women, his grandmother, his mother, and Chu Yunyan, sat together in the back seat with Chu Yunyan squeezed between them. Hee, what a radiant young lady. How you'd better seize this opportunity. His grandmother held Chu Yunyan's hand, beaming with approval. Indeed, Mom. You see how perfectly matched they are. Lu Chunlan chimed in warmly. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyan's cheeks flushed crimson like ripe apples. Mom, Grandma, Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. I've told you several times already. Yunyan is my secretary now. Hey, you young man. With such an outstanding girl as Yunyan, what more could you possibly want? Don't think your money makes you untouchable. Lu Chunlan shot Jiang Hao a sharp, disapproving glance. Just moments earlier, he had repeated to her the same explanation he'd given Jiang Zhenxing. Under the system's authority, she naturally placed absolute trust in it. And Jiang Hao, for his part, felt deeply exasperated. As for Chu Yunyan, she was certainly no ordinary choice. Her beauty and competence were both exceptional, truly worthy of Jiang Hao. Yet the crux lay elsewhere. Jiang Hao had no intention of marrying. Not yet. It was far too early. He intended to live freely and unburdened until he reached his 30s. With that thought, he fell silent. And soon the car pulled into Jiang village. Together with Chu Yunyan, Jiang Hao helped his grandmother and mother step through the front door. Only then did he finally exhale in quiet relief. Yet at that very instant Jiang Zhenxing emerged from the house, his expression clouded with displeasure. Jiang Hao, you're back. The guest is already waiting inside. Come in and speak with us. Huh. Jiang Hao frowned, puzzled by his father's grave demeanor. Who on earth could this be? Stepping into the room with mounting suspicion, Jiang Hao's face darkened instantly. Ren Jiaojiao. What are you doing here? At the sight of him, Ren Jiaojiao recoiled in visible panic, speechless. She had never anticipated his return. Her entire scheme had been predicated upon his absence. Now, with Jiang Hao standing before her, every plan collapsed into impossibility. Jiaojiao, speak boldly. I'll stand firmly behind you. Jiang Zhenxing declared resolute. Jiang Hao listened, bewildered, and fixed Ren Jiaojiao, trembling and startled, with a cold, mirthless smile. Her shock at his sudden appearance only deepened his curiosity. What exactly did she intend to do? Go on, speak your mind. Ren Jiaojiao clenched her teeth as if preparing for battle. Jiang Hao, I'm pregnant. Huh. The words struck Jiang Hao like thunder. He was utterly stunned. He had calculated countless possibilities, but never this. A sudden realization flickered across his mind. So, you expect me to take responsibility? A sardonic half-smile played on Jiang Hao's lips. Her pregnancy was almost certainly the result of Wang Kai, or perhaps Wang Dahe. But Wang Dahe had already been imprisoned after their last encounter. The Wang family bankrupted, and Wang Kai vanished without trace. So she had turned to Jiang Hao instead, a rather absurd gambit. Was she truly trying to make him the unwitting successor to another man's legacy? Ren Jiaojiao nervously moistened her lips. Jiang Hao, I offer you two choices: marry me, or support me. I'm pregnant. You're not entirely blameless. Jiang Hao fell silent. A fine notion of responsibility. Indeed, setting aside facts, one might even call it plausible. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhenxing's brow furrowed with growing disapproval. Jiang Hao, as a man you must answer for your actions. Dad, surely you don't actually believe her. This child has nothing to do with me. Jiang Hao stared at his father, astonished. A young woman would never risk her honor so recklessly. Jiang Hao stood speechless. Ah, fine. Ren Jiaojiao, you came all the way to my hometown because you assumed I wouldn't be here and hoped to extract money from my parents, am I right? Very well. It's just money after all. I'll give it to you. Send me your bank account number. So saying, Jiang Hao removed Ren Jiaojiao from his blocked contacts list. Ren Jiaojiao blinked in disbelief, then hesitantly sent him her account details. Moments later, Jiang Hao lowered his phone. Done. 10 million yuan, transferred. Ren Jiaojiao gaped, until the bank notification lit up her screen. Then reluctantly she accepted the truth: the money had truly arrived. Just like that, It was over. 10 million yuan secured in an instant. Good heavens. If only I'd known it would be this simple. Why bother scheming at all? I could have gone straight to Zhang Hao. Yet Zhang Hao now wore a faint knowing smile. Yin, you're a lawyer well-versed in law. Tell me, if the child isn't mine, does her conduct constitute extortion? And if it does, how many years might 10 million yuan warrant? Chu Yunyan chuckled softly. As a top-tier attorney, she had grasped the situation within seconds of hearing the story. She'd remained silent only to observe Zhang Hao's next move, and now she understood completely. Certainly, under statutory law this qualifies as extortion. For 10 million yuan the minimum sentence would be 10 years. And with my involvement we might even upgrade it to aggravated home invasion, potentially life imprisonment. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Only 10 years. If I'd known, I'd have transferred 100 million. Truth be told, he'd originally planned to ignore Rin Jiaojiao entirely, let her do as she pleased. But now that she insisted on thrusting herself into his path, well, he would ensure she received a definitive conclusion. Fine, 10 years it is. Yunyan, I entrust this case to you. Your fee 200,000 yuan. Let's go, dinner first. So saying, Zhang Hao glanced coolly at Rin Jiaojiao. Would you care to join? Rin Jiaojiao finally panicked. She realized with dawning horror that she'd been outmaneuvered by Zhang Hao himself. That madman had used 10 million yuan as bait to trap her. Zhang Hao, you can't treat me like this. Hold on. Zhang Hao raised a hand, cutting her off. This matter is now under the jurisdiction of Counselor Chu. Please direct all further inquiries to her, not to me. Rin Jiaojiao seized upon those words like a drowning woman grasping at straw. You're Chu Yunyan, right? Sister Yunyan, I'll pay you 5 million yuan. Win this case for me. But Chu Yunyan didn't even glance her way. I'm afraid I rarely uphold justice over kinship. I won't accept your case. One small reminder. If you attempt an abortion to obstruct DNA testing, that too constitutes extortion. So saying, Chu Yunyan followed Zhang Hao and his family into the living room. Oh, Zhang Jinxing sighed deeply. I truly grow more foolish with age, nearly deceived by a scheming woman. You, however, are quick-witted, my son. No wonder your grandfather left his estate to you. Still, how spending 10 million yuan just to deal with her? Isn't that rather extravagant? Lu Chunlan murmured, wincing slightly. Zhang Hao merely shook his head. Mom, 10 million yuan to sever this woman's ties with us forever. It's not excessive. Lu Chunlan sighed again. Ding. Just then Zhang Hao's phone chimed. An alert from the Central Bank of China. He glanced at the screen, and his expression soured. Had he not just spent 10 million yuan? Was a notification truly necessary? Yet the moment he opened the message, he froze. The transaction amount displayed was not 10 million, but 1,500 million yuan. What? Zhang Hao cried out in astonishment. When on earth had he spent 5 billion yuan? Though 5 billion yuan was hardly a fortune for Zhang Hao, it represented every cent remaining in his bank account. What's wrong? Chu Yunyan asked first. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Nothing serious, just a minor mishap. Let's eat first. Oh, Chu Yunyan murmured in acknowledgement. Had she known this minor mishap involved the sudden, inexplicable disappearance of 5 billion yuan, she would have been utterly petrified. After a hearty meal, Jiang Jinxing, his wife, and grandma chatted animatedly with Chu Yunyan around the dining table, while Rin Jiaojiao had vanished without a trace. Zhang Hao paid it no mind. In today's world, locating someone was astonishingly simple, especially when the seeker was wealthy. Big banana, one big banana. Just then Zhang Hao's phone rang. The caller ID read Julie. Zhang Hao answered the call. With his bank balance just thrown into chaos, Julie's timing felt uncanny. He wanted to uncover exactly what had transpired. Mr. Zhang, it's disastrous. We're facing a major crisis. Calm down. Tell me slowly. Zhang Hao took the call and stepped away from the dining table. 5 minutes later, he returned to the living room, his expression grave. Chu Yunyan possessed the sharpest eyes and instantly sensed something amiss. Zhang Hao, what's really going on? Her question immediately drew everyone's attention. All turned toward Zhang Hao, and only then noticed the unmistakable weight upon his face. Zhang Hao frowned, glancing at the assembled family. I think I've gone bankrupt. Chu Yunyan. Lu Chunlan. At that very moment in Qingqing City, inside an exclusive private suite at Baichuan Grand Hotel. Ha. Everything proceeded flawlessly. You two deserve immense credit. A portly middle-aged man, his face gleaming with oil and mirth, raised his wine glass triumphantly. Haha. Li Shirin and Manager Li exchanged a glance, both eyes shimmering with shared elation. Boss Jia, you flatter us. We merely supplied intelligence. All credit belongs solely to you and Boss Zhang. Haha. Boss Jia took a swig of wine and laughed. Zhang Hao, what audacity. With only 5 billion yuan under his name and assets limited to Xingda Group, 3 Ferraris, and a Geely Grand, he dares challenge me. Boss Zheng beamed with equal satisfaction. We've pressured Xingda Group relentlessly, precisely to acquire Xingda Plaza at rock-bottom prices. Jiang Hao barged in to snatch our prize, nothing short of suicide. Now that we've orchestrated the transfer of his entire bank balance overseas, he'll be utterly incapable of sustaining Xingda Plaza's operations, and ultimately he'll have no choice but to sell it to us. Ha ha ha. Oh, and one more thing. Boss Jia glanced at Li Shirin and Manager Li. The promised 10 million yuan will arrive shortly. For now, lie low. Using law firm records and stealing Jiang Hao's personal data is perilous. Discovery must be avoided at all costs. We cannot leave a single trace. Yes, sir. Both Li Shirin and Manager Li bowed their heads in unison. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had succinctly summarized the situation for his family. Silence fell over the room. Grandma didn't grasp the technicalities, but she sensed Jiang Hao was in deep trouble, and her worry deepened visibly. His parents' brows knotted tightly. This was to them nothing short of cataclysmic. Especially Jiang Jinxing, who erupted indignantly. I told you banks aren't safe. See, now look what's happened. Chu Yunyan's expression darkened with gravity. Jiang Hao gazed at her with a faint, enigmatic smile. Yunyan, if I'm bankrupt now, shouldn't you abandon me? Seeing him still jesting, Chu Yunyan bristled. Jiang Hao, how vast is your heart? This is no time. There's something deeply suspicious here. I'll investigate thoroughly. And besides, you haven't even settled my legal fees yet. I'm not leaving. Jiang Hao stared startled. According to conventional narrative logic learning, he'd suddenly become penniless, should have sent Chu Yunyan fleeing without hesitation. His parents and grandma looked equally stunned, clearly sharing the same expectation. Enough. No need for you to investigate. Jiang Hao waved dismissively. It's truly no big deal. He wasn't bluffing. This predicament was in fact effortlessly resolvable. The current circumstances made one truth glaringly evident. He had been deliberately targeted and sabotaged. His adversaries believed cutting off his funds would spell his demise. And indeed, for anyone else such a scenario would be fatal. Their scheme was masterful. Yet they could never fathom that Jiang Hao possessed a system. Moreover, Jiang Hao wasn't entirely bankrupt. He'd just purchased an entire building costing over 100 million yuan. And even setting aside all else, he still held 10 billion yuan with Li Xiaocong. There was absolutely no path leading to ruin. As if summoned by thought, Li Xiaocong's call arrived. Brother Hao, I've heard about your trouble. I'll wire back that 10 billion yuan immediately, and I'll get to the bottom of this. Jiang Hao paused, momentarily stunned, not so much by how Li Xiaocong had learned of it, but by the unequivocal resolve in his voice to stand by him. Was this Li Xingda's directive, or Li Xiaocong's own volition? Either way, Jiang Hao was genuinely surprised not a single soul had abandoned him after his bankruptcy, a profound deviation from expected narrative arcs. No need, the 10 billion stays with you to launch your media company. This trifling matter is well within my control. With that, Jiang Hao ended the call. Far away at Xingda Group, both Li Xingda and Li Xiaocong stood dumbfounded. A trifling matter, 1,500 million yuan siphoned overseas, coupled with exorbitant operational liabilities. How on earth did that qualify as trivial? Jiang Hao hung up and glanced quizzically at the others. Why are you all staring at me like that? Oh, come now. I already said. It's just a small matter. Jiang Hao shook his head. By the way, Dad, do you still have that 1 million yuan? Jiang Jinxing and Lu Chunlan exchanged a look. Then Jiang Jinxing nodded. Your mother hasn't spent a single cent since receiving it. She withdrew and saved every yuan. That second-hand compact car. It's the fruit of our lifelong savings. Excellent. Dad, hand over that 1 million yuan to me right away. Jiang Hao beamed with excitement. With that sum, he could generate 100 billion yuan in mere moments. Jiang Jinxing sighed. He saw through the act. As the saying goes, ascending from frugality to luxury is easy, descending from luxury to frugality is hard. His son's sudden financial collapse must be agonizing to bear. Chunlan, go fetch the money. Jiang Jinxing signaled Lu Chunlan with a subtle glance. How don't lose heart. Those lost funds may yet be recovered, and even if they're not, I believe in you. With 1 million yuan you will rebuild a 300 billion yuan empire. Jiang Jinxing offered unwavering encouragement. Jiang Hao felt touched, but truly he didn't need it. The matter was in fact insignificant. Dad, what are you saying? Haven't you always wanted me to buy you a fine car? That 1 million yuan. I'm using it to do just that. Hearing this, Jiang Jinxing was completely stunned. Could it be that Jiang Hao was so greatly impacted that he had... Seeing Jiang Jinxing's doubtful expression, Jiang Hao roughly guessed his thoughts and sighed, deciding to explain. Dad, the bank did indeed call me just now saying that an employee transferred the money and fled abroad, but that was just the money I had in the Huawei Central Bank, which amounts to 1.5 billion. I've told you before that Grandpa left me 30 billion, so it's really not a big issue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinxing's expression improved considerably, but the next moment he frowned again. Jiang, how are you saying that you don't care about 1.5 billion at all? You spendthrift. At that moment, Lu Chunlan came out from the inner room with a large bag and overheard Jiang Hao's words. How you are still young and have no concept of money. 1. 5 billion is not a joke. You must take this matter seriously. Jiang Hao scratched his head. Did he really have no concept of money? That was a bit unreasonable. No one understood better than Jiang Hao what 5 billion represented. It was enough to buy an entire Qingdao Plaza. All right, Mom, I understand. This matter is suspicious and definitely not that simple. Once we return to Qingqing, I will investigate it thoroughly. With that said, Jiang Hao stepped forward to take the 1 million. Let's not think about this for now. It's time to move. Yunyan, please help out a bit. Oh, I'll take Dad to buy a car. You are so troublesome. Chu Yunyan pouted, looking quite dissatisfied. Jiang Hao knew she was still hung up on him testing her. After all, Chu Yunyan was a smart person. Ever since Jiang Hao mentioned that he only lost 1.5 billion, she realized he was testing her. Without paying much attention to it, Jiang Hao drove Jiang Jinxing's second-hand car into the city. Jiang Hao, you can't be serious, right? Jiang Jinxing in the passenger seat stared intently at Jiang Hao. I mean, you just lost 1.5 billion, and you still have the mind to buy a car. How can you be so calm about this? Dad, don't criticize me. You know what kind of person your son is, right? No matter how big the issue is it more important than honoring you? Jiang Hao chuckled. Stop it. Jiang Jinxing puffed his cheeks, glaring. I'm telling you, with such a big issue, I can't possibly buy a car. If you dare spend this 1 million, I'll break your legs. 20 minutes later. This A8 is really spacious. Jiang Jinxing's eyes lit up as he stroked the new car. Having money is great. Even the car looks so impressive. But this price of 1.2 million is a bit too high. Jiang Hao, you wait here, let me go negotiate. Jiang Hao sighed and let Jiang Jinxing negotiate. If this were any ordinary day, Jiang Hao wouldn't need to negotiate. He would have directly swiped his card, not to mention 1.2 million, even 12 million wouldn't be an issue. But now it was different. He had only this large bag of cash left, and he couldn't afford it. While Jiang Jinxing was bargaining, Jiang Hao opened Douyin out of boredom. The first video made Jiang Hao squint slightly. Shock. Huagua Central Bank exposed in a massive fund misappropriation case. An employee allegedly transferred 1.5 billion from a client and fled the country. The Huagua Central Bank has already urgently launched an internal investigation, and the police have intervened. So quickly it's on Douyin already. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. The protagonist of this incident was actually him. He opened the comments section, and one comment caught his attention. Because the commenter was Longting Guild, Panlong. The Huagua Central Bank is truly a huge mess. Such things could never happen at our Longting Bank. Everyone must choose their bank wisely in the future. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh and cry. This Panlong was actually promoting his bank. Longting Bank. No wonder the name Longting Guild sounds so familiar. Longting Bank, one of the most renowned banks in Huagua. Even Jiang Hao had a Longting Bank card, though it had no. Clicking on Panlong's profile, Jiang Hao chose to message him privately. Brother Panlong, do you remember me? Isn't this the gray boss? Although you've never sent a message in the group, my memory is quite good. What's up? Brother Panlong, what do you think about the recent bank fund misappropriation case? Almost instantly Panlong, oh, the gray boss is also interested in this matter. That's to be expected. After all, the gray boss is from Qingqing. I believe this matter is not that simple. Following that, Panlong sent a stock market chart. Of course, Jiang Hao couldn't understand it at all. I became curious about this matter, so I did some research and found that 3 major shopping giants in Qingqing have been in a business war for over a year now. And just recently, Qingdao Plaza was acquired. Right at this crucial moment, another case occurred. Doesn't that make one think deeply? Oh. Seeing Panlong's message, Jiang Hao rubbed his chin and pondered. Indeed, there seemed to be a Soon Panlong sent another message. However, this is just my personal guess for reference only. After all, this isn't the first time such a thing has happened at the Huagua Central Bank. It's just that the last time the amount wasn't as large as this time. I would say that after this, the Huagua Central Bank is not far from bankruptcy. It's just a pity for that mysterious wealthy person who lost 1.5 billion. He must be going bankrupt now. Jiang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth and sent an awkward emoji. Hey, gray boss, what do you mean by that? You don't have money in the Huagua Central Bank, do you? I advise you to transfer your money to our Longting Bank. It's guaranteed to be safe, and the interest rates are good too. How about I recommend you a manager? Jiang Hao was speechless. To be honest, this was typical of a businessman cleverly leading him into a pitch. Brother Panlong, to be honest, the person who lost 1.5 billion is actually me. Brother Panlong, could you tell me more about the 3 major shopping giants where you mentioned? Jiang Hao sent the message and waited for several minutes without a reply. Jiang Hao. It's settled, not a penny more or less 1 million. At that moment, Jiang Jinxing excitedly walked up to Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao put down his phone and gave Jiang Jinxing a thumbs up. This bargaining skill was no less than that of Chu Yunyan. All right, let's settle the payment then. Jiang Hao was also looking forward to it. If this 1 million was spent, it would directly become 10 billion. Excuse me, sir, are you serious? The salesperson was stunned as he watched Jiang Hao pull out a large bag of cash. What phenomenon is this? Generally, a nouveau riche wouldn't be this ostentatious, right? Forget about it, just count the money. Jiang Hao didn't say much more and simply tossed the bag to the salesperson. An entire hour later, the transaction was finally completed. Sir, this car is yours now. You can drive it away at any time. Hee. Great. Jiang Jinxing rubbed his hands excitedly. Jiang Hao, let's go. Jiang Hao could only shake his head helplessly. Who was it that just said he'd break his legs if he dared to spend $1 million on a car? Now it seemed quite charming. Dad, you go ahead and drive first. I still have some matters to attend to. The address is Jint's Garden. Ooh, just look for Yunyan when you get there. You know where it is, right? Jint's Garden. Jiang Jinxing was shocked. You kid really can spend money. With that, Jiang Jinxing got into the car with a huff and sped away. Jiang Hao could only shake his head helplessly and got into that second-hand car. Opening his phone, Jiang Hao discovered that Pan Long had not replied to him yet. Does he think I'm bankrupt and no longer worth his time? Jiang Hao believed that was indeed the reason. It was very realistic, but it could be understood. System, help me refund the $1 million I just spent back as money. Ding, reminder, the host's Huawei central bank card has been frozen. Do you wish to continue? Frozen? Jiang Hao was first surprised, then recalled. Previously, Julie had indeed called him about this matter. However, Jiang Hao felt like complaining. The money had already been transferred away, so what was the use of freezing it now? System, please refund it to my Longting bank card. Ding, success. Congratulations, host, you have received money 10 billion already deposited into Longting Bank. Jiang Hao clicked his tongue, somewhat bemused. Having always used the refunds to convert attribute points, Jiang Hao had forgotten what 1 to 10,000 meant. He reopened Daodu and sent Panlong another message. Brother Panlong, I just deposited 10 billion in Longting Bank. Could you arrange for an assistant for me? At that moment, far away in the capital city, Zhao Panlong picked up his phone displeased and looked at the chat box for Gray Rainbow that had popped up again, feeling instantly unhappy. Haven't I made it clear enough? Bankrupt. Who would still associate with you? Isn't that just a waste of time? Oh. Zhao Panlong glanced at the message, adjusted his glasses, and said, 10 billion. How could that be possible? As the president of the Panlong Guild, 10 billion was not an unattainable number for However, in the entire Huawei, only a few could produce 10 billion at once. Coincidentally, he knew all of them, and among them was not this Gray Rainbow. Yet maintaining a cautious attitude, Zhao Panlong still made a phone call. Hello. Check for me. Has there been any large deposits in my Longting Bank recently? What did you say? 10 billion. And it just happened. In the second-hand car, Jiang Hao was puzzled as he still hadn't received a reply from Panlong. Wasn't 10 billion enough to move him? Or was it that he really had something going on at the moment? Forget it, there's no rush. Jiang Hao set his phone down, preparing to drive to Jint's Garden to check on the family's moving situation. Just then, big banana, a big banana. An unknown call. Hello. Who is it? Jiang Hao answered the phone, somewhat puzzled. Hee. It's me, the Gray Boss. I'm Panlong. A friendly voice came from the other end of the line. So, Gray Boss, the reason I haven't replied to your messages is that I was gathering information for you. I'll send it all to you. Oh no. You're in Qingsheng, right? I'll head to Qingsheng right away, and we can talk face to face. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched, but he didn't refuse. No rush, I'm not in Qingsheng right now. Just take your time, you decide the place, and notify me when it's done. After saying that, Jiang Hao hung up. On the other end of the line, Zhao Panlong quickly stood up. Someone. Arrange for the fastest flight to Qingsheng. Hearing this, a striking young girl walked in from outside. Uncle, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to go to Qingsheng? Oh, Sinyu, here's the thing. A big client has deposited a large amount of funds in our Longting Bank, and I need to see him in person. Zhao Sinyu rolled her eyes at Zhao Panlong. Uncle, I'm not saying you, but considering the scale of our Longting Guild, how can you, as the president of the guild, personally handle such a trivial matter? You're losing your status. Oh dear. Zhao Panlong clapped his hands. Sinyu, you don't know? He deposited 10 billion. It's just 10 billion. Uncle, you're overreacting. How much? Zhao Sinyu's eyes widened. All right. Since the Gray Boss can tip a streamer with 10 million, it shows he has that kind of interest. Sinyu, dress up nicely and come with me to Qingsheng. With that, Zhao Panlong hurriedly walked off. Zhao Sinyu was stunned. How could she, a second daughter of the Longting Guild with such a high status, throw herself at someone just because of a mere 10 billion deposit? That's impossible. Although 10 billion cash is an astronomical figure, she also had her pride. Should I wear black stockings or white ones? At this moment, Jiang Hao had already arrived at Jint's Garden. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw his parents and grandmother sitting in the guardhouse with a pile of bags around them. Mom and Dad, Grandma, what's going on? What are you all doing here? Jiang Hao frowned as he approached. Looking around, he didn't see Chu Yunyan. You're the one talking. You young people nowadays are too reckless. You only told us it was building 9, but didn't say what floor or room number. Jiang Jinxing rolled his eyes at Jiang Hao. Lu Chunlan also looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of disappointment. You and Yunyan too. How could both of you forget? Jiang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Mom, actually this can't be blamed on us. Oh, we didn't say anything wrong. It's just building 9. It's just that the whole building belongs to me. Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths dropped in disbelief. Was this still Chinese? What do you mean the whole building belongs to you? Can you please translate that for me? After a long silence, it was still Jiang Jinxing who broke the silence. Sigh, you kid. You don't know how to spend your money. At this rate, even 30 billion won't be enough for you. Jiang Hao chuckled. All right, let's hurry up and go. Saying that, Jiang Hao knocked on the guardhouse window, and a head immediately popped out. Hey, can you help us take the luggage to building 9? Huh. The guard was a young man in his 20s. Go away. I earn 3,000 a month. Oh, why should I work? Jiang Hao sighed, and then took out his phone. 10000. If you agree, show me the payment code. If not, you can quit your job. Oh. The moment he said this, the guard perked up and rushed out of the guardhouse holding the payment code. Hee. Bro, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. Oh, please don't mind. Jiang Hao ignored him and silently scanned the 10000. Got it. Building 9, right? Bro, do you want me to help you carry the elderly too? All right, just hurry up. Jiang Hao waved his hand impatiently. Jiang Hao. Jiang Jinxing frowned. Didn't you hear what I just said? This 30 billion will eventually be squandered by you. Hee, Dad, I'm the most prudent person when it comes to spending money. Jiang Hao laughed and asked, by the way, where has Yunyan gone? She said something came up at the law firm, so she left in a hurry. Looked quite urgent, Jiang Jinxing explained. After helping his parents tidy up, Jiang Hao bid farewell to his family. He had originally intended to leave them 100 million yuan, but they firmly refused. With no choice, Jiang Hao set off for Qingsheng carrying a full 100 billion yuan, determined to uncover the truth once and for all. Though 15 billion meant little to him, anyone who dared scheme against him would face thorough investigation and inevitable retribution. Otherwise, everyone might assume Jiang Hao was easy prey. Yet one problem remained. Chu Yunyan had driven off alone, abandoning him there, leaving him no option but to find another way home. So Jiang Hao opted for the most humble direct solution, a greenskin train. It was already afternoon. The high-speed rail services had long ceased running. Waving goodbye to his father who had come to see him off, Jiang Hao sighed deeply. Alas, how could anyone imagine that a billionaire with 100 billion yuan in his account would now be reduced to riding a greenskin train? With that, he wasted no time, bought a ticket and boarded, paying exactly 9 yuan. Once seated, Jiang Hao decided to rest his eyes for a while, after all the day's whirlwind of events had left him mentally exhausted. Just then a woman stepped aboard, elegantly dressed, heavily made up and drenched in cloying perfume. A look of unmasked disdain flickered across her face as she wrinkled her nose and sat down beside Jiang Hao. The pungent fragrance made Jiang Hao's expression darken instantly. Madam, might I ask you to sit farther away? Your scent is overwhelmingly sharp. Oh. She glanced sideways at him. Never smelled premium perfume before. You're actually complaining. Consider yourself lucky I'm not charging you for it. You dress like some respectable professional. Selling insurance, are you? Jiang Hao's lips twitched, but he gritted his teeth. Fine, just over an hour left. Not worth the trouble. With that, he shifted inward and closed his eyes again. Yet the nauseating aroma lingered, unmistakably cheap, making sleep utterly impossible. He had no choice but to pull out his phone and scroll through Doudu. My. Then he noticed Xiao Tang. From the surroundings, it appeared she was broadcasting from the villa he'd just purchased for her. She'd already moved in her streaming equipment. It seemed she'd spent these past days arranging the move. Without further thought, Jiang Hao entered her live stream. Gray brother. Xiao Tang lit up upon seeing the notification. Gray brother, you've wrapped up your affairs. Yes, nearly done. I'll be back to see you shortly. Jiang Hao typed the reply. Though her stream drew over 10,000 viewers, his comment stood out. Not drowned among the others, for as a moderator his messages appeared in a distinct style and position. That single line ignited the chat instantly. Whoa, did Gray Sr. just score offline? Wah, my Xiao Tang. Husband fans have perished. Leave offerings at our graves. Seeing the barrage, Xiao Tang blushed. Hey, what on earth are you saying? Xiao Tang, do you take us for children? We don't believe you. You two are dating, aren't you? Gray Rainbow. Gray Sr. If you're truly her boyfriend, shouldn't you boost her flagging popularity? Don't stir the pot, bro. Gray Sr.'s last stunt still haunts the entire internet. Once he acts, chaos erupts nationwide. Jiang Hao had been idly enjoying the comments, until suddenly he found himself spotlighted again. He's right. It has been quite a while since I last appeared on Doudu. He smiled faintly and opened the top-up page, only for the woman beside him to click her tongue in disdain. TSK. Today's youth truly idle. Jiang Hao frowned and glanced at her. She caught his gaze immediately. What are you staring at? Did I say anything untrue? You youngsters waste your days watching streams instead of struggling. If you channeled even half this energy into your careers, you might not ride greenskin trains, even if you never matched my son's excellence. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed. He was reaching his limit. Are you insane? You're riding the same train. If your son were truly extraordinary, apparently, he doesn't hold you in much regard. You, her face flushed crimson. You know nothing. I simply didn't want to trouble him. Truth be told, he's waiting for me at Qingqing Station right now. Jiang Hao scoffed, turning away. Then, without hesitation, he topped up 1 million yuan into doubt. Without pause, he launched a torrent of gifts in Xiao Xiaotang's livestream, igniting pandemonium anew. Holy cow, Gray Senior's going all in. Good heavens, is this what wealth looks like? One sentence, and rockets carpet the screen. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch this stream. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaotang remained markedly calmer than before, not because she disliked the money, but because Jiang Hao's spending had numbed her to its scale. Within minutes, he'd poured the entire 1 million yuan into her stream. This time, he chose to retain the cashback, keeping it reserved for unforeseen needs. Only after completing this did he open Xiao Xiaotang's green bubble and send a voice message. Drive to Qingqing railway station to pick me up. Make sure the driver handles it. He put down his phone. Predictably, within the week, headlines would blaze. Gray Senior drops 1 million in livestream fury. A driver? My son doesn't even have one, and you need one. Do you think you're a billionaire? If you were, why on earth would you ride a greenskin train? Jiang Hao's temples throbbed. Had this woman no end to her nonsense? Get lost. I haven't got time for your babbling. Pretending to be some grand lord. She turned away dismissively, yet her lips curled faintly upward. She imagined how upon arrival her son would greet her in a gleaming luxury car, and how Jiang Hao's awestruck, envious expression would make her laugh. Silence reigned during the journey. Attention passengers, the train is about to arrive at Qingqing Station. Please prepare your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner if you are getting off at Qingqing Station. Accompanied by the sound of an electronic prompt, Jiang Hao knew they had arrived at Qingqing. I advise you not to follow me. I'm afraid seeing my son's luxury car will make you uncomfortable. After getting off the train, the woman in front of Jiang Hao chattered incessantly. Jiang Hao was too lazy to pay her any mind. This person truly had no shame expecting Jiang Hao to follow her. There is only one way out of the train station. Jiang Hao had no choice but to go this way. He couldn't possibly fly away. As he exited the train station, Jiang Hao immediately spotted Xiao Xiaotang in the distance, leaning against a Rolls-Royce and waving at him. Jiang Hao smiled and was about to head over. However, at that moment, the woman excitedly waved towards Xiao Xiaotang, or more accurately at the man in a suit standing next to her. Son, I'm over here. The woman jogged up to the man in the suit, saying, Oh son, you look so dapper. And who is this girl? The woman glanced at Xiao Xiaotang, her expression scrutinizing. Son, is this your new girlfriend? She looks decent, but she can't be very old, right? Upon hearing this, the man in the suit clearly panicked and quickly interrupted his mother. Mom, don't say such things. How could she be my girlfriend? Didn't I tell you I'm busy? You should take a taxi back first. Oh, right. The woman chuckled, completely ignoring the latter part of her son's sentence. My son is so outstanding, it's normal to have more women around him. Unlike some people who can only watch women live stream online. As she said this, the woman shot a glance at Jiang. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit became even more flustered. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood by, observing coldly, unable to suppress a sneer. One must say this world is truly full of coincidences. This man before him must be the driver Xiao Xiaotang hired, and also the son of this woman. Gray brother, did I choose an inappropriate driver? Xiao Xiaotang sensed something was off and quietly approached Jiang Hao, deciding to seek his opinion first. It's fine. Jiang Hao gave Xiao Xiaotang a reassuring look. Just be more careful next time and check properly before hiring someone. Xiao Xiaotang nodded obediently. Then Gray brother, let's go back. He'll drive. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. No, let's not. He'll drive instead. Letting Xiao Xiaotang drive. Jiang Hao had no intention of dying in a car accident. Hey kid, what do you mean by this? Although this woman isn't my son's girlfriend, she is still his woman. Why are you getting so close to her? Seeing Jiang Hao's intimate actions with Xiao Xiaotang, the woman was immediately displeased. Mom. The man in the suit was sweating profusely. He had long realized that Jiang Hao was the person behind Xiao Xiaotang, and he could tell that his mother seemed to be in conflict with Jiang Hao. This was a person who could buy villas and luxury cars for girlfriends at the slightest disagreement. How could a mere driver like him afford to provoke such a figure? You child, am saying this for your own good. The woman spoke angrily. At that moment, Jiang Hao also coldly approached the man in the suit. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's indifferent expression, the man instantly felt anxious and quickly bowed to him. Mr. Jiang, it was my mother's mistake and I apologize. Oh, it's fine, I don't mind. Not only that, but I also have good news for you. Congratulations, you've been fired. At these words, the man in the suit was immediately taken aback. In their circle, being fired was a very serious. This meant that finding a job again in the future would be impossible for him, as no one with real status would hire him. Mr. Jiang, I truly know I've made a mistake. Jiang Hao ignored him, got into the car, and sped off with Xiao Tang, leaving the mother and son frozen. At this moment, the woman seemed to finally realize something was amiss, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Son, what? What is going on? What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? I told you to stay at home, but you didn't listen and insisted on coming to cause me trouble. Now look, I can forget about finding a driver job in Qingsheng for the rest of my life. Who is he exactly? The woman was incredulous. The young man who had squeezed onto the green train with her, who was aimless and only watched live streams, looked unremarkable and dressed like an insurance salesman, turned out to be someone she couldn't afford to offend. Get lost. In the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Hao observed this scene through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Tang truly had a poor judgment of character, daring to hire such a person as a driver. Without saying a word, Jiang Hao quickly returned to Old Man and the sea, relying on his memory. As soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to go around to the passenger seat, grabbing Xiao Tang and hoisting her onto his shoulder. Gray brother, what are you doing? Xiao Tang struggled vigorously. I missed you so much after a few days. Jiang Hao replied earnestly. However, Xiao Tang huffed in dissatisfaction. Didn't Gray brother have other women outside? You still know to miss me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had been with Chu Yunyan these past few days, but how did Xiao Tang know? Was it a woman's intuition? But it didn't matter. What Jiang Hao missed most was still Xiao Tang. One was 18 and the other was 23. It was clear who he would miss more without any need for consideration. He, of course, after all, my favorite is you, Xiao Tang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang was instantly rendered speechless, her face turning red. Gray brother, how about I go take a shower first? However, as soon as this was said, Jiang Hao immediately rejected the idea. He couldn't wait. Just then the phone rang with an out-of-place ringtone. Banana, a banana. Jiang Hao's expression soured him. Who is this? Why are they calling at such a time? However, slightly worried that it might be his parents, Jiang Hao still chose to take out his phone to check. Dahai. Sighing, Jiang Hao still answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Hai's anxious voice. How go? I heard from Xiao Tsong that you are in big trouble. Why didn't you tell your brothers about it? A dozen minutes. Zhou Hai sat on the sofa looking at the flushed Xiao Tang, who resembled an apple, and the not-so-pleasant-looking Jiang Hao, and felt quite awkward. How good did I come at a bad time? Sigh. Jiang Hao let out a breath. He truly felt helpless. After hearing that Zhou Hai had encountered trouble, he had managed to liquidate over 10 million overnight from the company and brought it directly to him. Brother, How don't think it's too little. This is all I can manage to come up with. Jiang Hao helplessly shook his head. It must be said that over 10 million is indeed not much. At least if Jiang Hao didn't have the system, this amount of money would definitely not cover his enormous deficit. Wait. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something. Dahai, where did you get over 10 million? Jiang Hao finally realized something was off. He had spent $1 billion buying Hybrid Company from Zheng Hanio, which meant that this billion had gone into Zheng Hanio's pocket and had nothing to do with Hybrid Company. Brother, How I just secured a partnership a few days ago. The investors contributed this amount, and it's all the results I need to deliver next month, so I'm giving it to you now. Zhou Hai said nonchalantly. Jiang Hao was astonished upon hearing this. Today was the last day of the month. If Zhou Hai brought the money, now how could he meet the targets next month? This was quite absurd. However, this wasn't the most important part. The most significant thing was that Zhou Hai had managed to secure a partnership worth 10 million just a few days after taking office. Well, you little rascal, why didn't I notice your talent before? Jiang Hao stroked his chin, looking at Zhou Hai as if discovering a new world. Zhou Hai gave an awkward smile. Actually, it's not my doing. They came to me because they heard I was collaborating with Xiao Tsong. All right, don't be modest. Just focus on your work. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I have ways to handle them. Since you're so capable, I'll hand over Xiaohao Media to you from now on. You can manage it together with Xiao Tsong. Jiang Hao said with a grin, genuinely pleased that he wouldn't have to manage it himself. Zhou Hai was somewhat shocked. Xiaohao Media was a project Jiang Hao had invested 1 billion in. To think he would be entrusted with managing it was quite astonishing. However, Jiang Hao clearly did not care about Zhou Hai's reaction and turned to look at Xiao Tang. By the way, Xiao Tang, you should join Xiaohao Media. Follow Dahai and work hard on the live streaming. Set a small goal to increase the followers by 10 million first. Xiao Tang's eyes widened instantly. No. Brother Gray, I can't do it. Zhou Hai stood up seriously. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I will definitely boost the sister-in-law's popularity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang's face immediately turned red. What? Brother Gray and I are just in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I understand. Zhou Hai gave an awkward laugh. Then Brother Hao, I'll take my leave for now. You all carry on. After sending off Zhou Hai, Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Tang, who had a flushed face with an amused expression. Xiao Tang also noticed Jiang Hao's gaze. Brother Gray, what should we do now? What to do? Of course we should draw the curtains. A sleepless night passed, and it was not until the early morning that both Jiang Hao and Xiao Xiaotang finally fell asleep. When Jiang Hao woke up again, it was already the afternoon. While Jiang Hao was still sound asleep, a private plane landed at Xingda Group's private airport. Li Xingda hurriedly went to pick up the guests. Not because of anything else, but because the person on the plane was a true big shot. The president of the Longting Guild, Zhao Panlong. Uncle, could you take a look for me? Do I look good today? On the plane, a beautiful girl was holding a mirror touching up her. It was Zhao Panlong's niece, Zhao Xinyu, known as one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Zhao Panlong did not acknowledge Zhao Xinyu at first. Instead, he stepped forward to shake hands with Li Xingda. Xingda, I'm sorry for the trouble. I had to borrow your family's plane due to the urgency of this matter. Li Xingda immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Panlong, no need for that. It's on the way. I've prepared a welcome banquet for you. Shall we eat and chat together? No, not for now. Zhao Panlong shook his head. Upon hearing this, Li Xingda's expression stiffened, but what Zhao Panlong said next made Li Xingda gasp. I'm here today to meet a significant figure, and I cannot keep them waiting. What kind of important person could make a big shot like Zhao Panlong come to Qingqing personally to meet them? Li Xingda was astonished beyond measure. However, true to his reputation as the chairman of Xingda Group, he quickly regained his composure. Brother Panlong, I wonder if you two have already decided on a meeting place. If not, I have prepared a venue at the house hotel which you two can use. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhao Panlong began to ponder. After all, Li Xingda was one of the top 10 wealthy individuals in Qingqing, and the welcome banquet he prepared would certainly not disappoint him. All right, Xingda, you are quite thoughtful. Since that's the case, you should come with me. Meeting such an important figure will be beneficial for you as well. Li Xingda was overjoyed upon hearing this. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the villa of the old man, and the Jiang Hao opened his eyes in confusion only to be startled awake by the sight of Xiao Xiaotang in front of him. Xiao Xiaotang also felt embarrassed, her little face instantly turning red. Brother Gray, I heard people online say that men all like this way of waking up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's face darkened. Indeed, it was nice, but he always felt like he was being ambushed. Taking out his phone, Jiang Hao realized it was already 3 p.m., and there was a text message. The sender was Pam. Brother Gray, we have arrived in Qingqing. If you have time, I hope you can give me a call. The message was sent at 9 a.m. Jiang Hao awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he had kept them waiting for so long, which was a bit impolite. Jiang Hao immediately called Panlong. Xiao Xiaotang was also curious at this moment. Brother Gray, who are you calling? Oh, a friend. You eat your food, don't mind me. Jiang Hao replied, and then the call connected. Hello, is this Brother Panlong? I'm sorry I overslept a bit. At the house hotel? Alright, I'll be there shortly. A few minutes later, Xiao Xiaotang lay on the bed looking exhausted. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hao knew she wouldn't be getting out of bed today. It seems I can only go alone. Xiao Xiaotang, if you get hungry, just order takeout. I'm heading out first. Xiao Xiaotang weakly agreed. Jiang Hao sighed, and then drove Xiao Xiaotang's Rolls Royce to the house hotel. The house hotel was not far away, it only took about 10 minutes to arrive. When Jiang Hao got out of the car, he unexpectedly saw a person at the entrance. Xiaotsong, what are you doing here? Li Xiaotsong immediately noticed Jiang Hao and rushed over. Brother Hao, you're here too. Ugh, don't mention it. My dad said a big shot from the capital is here to meet another big shot from Qingqing, and I'm here to pick them up. Then why are you so upset? Jiang Hao asked awkwardly. At this time, and with this description, he felt it might be referring to him. Brother Hao, you have no idea. That so-called big shot has such a huge ego. I've been waiting here since 9 a.m., and it's almost 4 p.m. and they still haven't arrived. I haven't even eaten. Jiang Hao cleared his throat softly. Is that so? How detestable. Stay here, and wait, I'll go in. If Li Xiaotsong found out that Jiang Hao was that odious fellow, it would be awkward. Jiang Hao had to slip away. However, this infuriates me. Brother Hao, I'm not waiting. I will go in with you. Li Xiaotsong said, giving a word to those beside him before turning to look at Jiang Hao. Tonight the two of us should have a proper catch-up. I also have some matters about Xiaohao Media to discuss with you, Brother Hao. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. It seemed escape was impossible, and he sighed. Very well then, follow me. With that, Jiang Hao walked into the hotel. Li Xiaotsong trailed after him with a The further they went, the more Li Xiaotsong felt something amiss. This route looked suspiciously like the sort of place his father would arrange. At last, 5 minutes later, when Jiang Hao truly reached the private room, Li Xiaokong's eyes widened. How? Brother Hao, you didn't take a wrong turn, did you? This room was plainly the one the Dragonting Guild's president had prepared to receive an important guest. Could Jiang Hao possibly be that important person? No, impossible. Jiang Hao might be eccentric, but never to that degree. Zhao Panlong was a man of formidable standing, a name that could rank among the nation's notable figures. And the big figure in Zhao Panlong's words would be at least his equal. If it were someone from Jiang Hao's family, Li Xiaotsong might believe it. But that it was Jiang Hao himself, he could not accept that. Yet evidently Jiang Hao intended to disappoint him. With a wry smile, Jiang Hao pushed the door open. The moment Jiang Hao entered Li Xingda in the room flinched. Mr. Jiang Hao. Turning his head again, Li Xingda noticed Li Xiaozong standing at the doorway. He had long known his son kept good terms with Jiang Hao and approved of it. After all, cultivating a relationship with Jiang Hao was not without benefit. But however close the relationship, bringing Jiang Hao into a scene like this was inappropriate. Xiaozong, you are being utterly inconsiderate. Li Xingda scolded him in exasperation. Xingda, what on earth is happening here? Zhao Panlong, having been stood up for hours, was in a sour mood. Now Li Xingda's son had arrived with his friends, which only stirred his temper further. Brother Panlong, please don't be angry. I'll set Xiaozong straight right away. At that, Jiang Hao approached Zhao Panlong with a genial smile. Heh, so this is Brother Panlong. It's me, Huesa de Kaihong. What? You are Huesa de... Zhao Panlong's face changed in an instant. He stepped forward and clasped Jiang Hao's hand. In that instant, he considered much. Jiang Hao looked barely older than his niece Zhao Xinyu, perhaps only in his 20s. A man he had never heard of who could produce 10 billion at that age. If it were self-made, it strained belief. Only one possibility remained: Jiang Hao might be the scion of some reclusive and powerful family unknown to him. If so, he ought to cultivate closer ties. Brother Panlong, I was delayed. Sorry I'm late. Jiang Hao spoke with genuine contrition. He really felt it. And no matter, we have only just arrived too. Xingda, make the arrangements. Zhao Panlong gave Li Xingda a look, and then seated Jiang Hao in the seat of honor. Li Xingda was stunned. Xiaozong, what exactly is going on? Given the scene, Jiang Hao clearly matched the big figure Zhao Panlong had mentioned. This bordered on the absurd. If true, did it mean Zhao Panlong had come specifically to help Jiang Hao resolve the embezzlement case? No wonder Jiang Hao had said it wasn't a big problem. Good heavens. Head summoned the Dragonting Guild's president. Oh, what issue could still qualify as serious? Hello, Huesa Dala, my name is Zhao Xinyu. Zhao Xinyu shyly edged over to Jiang Hao and extended a slender hand. Jiang Hao, puzzled, still took it. Her hand was soft. Hello, Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Zhao Panlong paused, then laughed heartily. Huh. Jiang Hao Dalao, this is my niece. Usually bashful, but unexpectedly warm toward you. Hearing this, Li Xiaozong was noticeably stung. Zhao Xinyu. Bashful. Huh. If he did not know her reputation as a little firecracker in the circle, he might have believed it. So can you tell me the specifics? After they had nearly finished eating, Jiang Hao asked the question. They had arranged to meet Zhao Panlong here precisely for this matter. Oh, of course. We came for that purpose. Xinyu. Zhao Panlong gave Zhao Xinyu a look. She understood at once and produced a tablet from her bag. Mr. Jiang, please look. These are the details we've gathered. Hearing this, Li Xingda moved as if to leave, but Zhao Panlong stopped him. Xingda, stay and review this with us. Honestly, had I known Jiang Hao Dalao knew you, I would not have had to investigate. Both Jiang Hao and Li Xingda were puzzled by the remark. Yet after viewing the tablet's contents, Jiang Hao... Hiss! Li Xingda sucked in a breath. So this might indeed be connected to the Jia family and the Zhang, but he felt those two would not be foolish enough to break the law. Li Xingda mused. Ordering people to transfer another's assets was plainly illegal. I'm only speculating, but for motive alone, they would have reason to absorb your Xingda Plaza. But Zhao Panlong trailed off. We have no evidence, do we? Jiang Hao picked up Zhao Panlong's thought. Zhao Panlong nodded. Indeed, it's all conjecture. I'm merely offering an opinion. All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Panlong. Saying that, Jiang Hao rubbed his chin and considered the matter. It seemed the Jia and Zheng families were the chief suspects. With even a sliver of proof, they could be taken to court. But would evidence be so readily found? Much time had passed since his funds were transferred, and the authorities had released nothing useful, proof of how covert the operation had been. At that moment, Chu Yunyan called Jiang Hao. Seeing the caller's name, Jiang Hao paused. The last time Chu Yunyan had mentioned an urgent matter at the firm and left him behind. Could she now have made a discovery? Thinking so, Jiang Hao answered. Hello. Jiang Hao, I found something. Where are you now? Let's speak in person. At the Baichuan Grand Hotel, Chu Yunyan felt a bit flustered, for surrounding her apart from Jiang Hao were all prominent figures. Yunyan, what exactly have you discovered? Jiang Hao's question pulled Chu Yunyan out of her astonishment. Oh, right. Chu Yunyan's expression turned serious. The terminal system of the law firm shows that 3 days ago there was a record of client information being retrieved in my name. That client Jiang Hao is you. Huh. What kind of discovery is that? Zhao Xinyu expressed her dissatisfaction, as she had been wary of Chu Yunyan since her arrival, for Chu Yunyan was not only equally beautiful, but also Jiang Hao's personal assistant. This made Zhao Xinyu feel a sense of crisis. 3 days ago. At that time you should have been with me. Jiang Hao realized the crux of the issue. Chu Yunyan nodded. That's right, I wasn't at the firm during that time, so someone else must have retrieved the information. Chu Yunyan paused for a moment, her expression somewhat hesitant. And the only person who could retrieve information in my name is Li Shuren. Oh. Jiang Hao was taken aback. How could it be Li Shuren? Is he also a lawyer? Chu Yunyan felt a bit embarrassed, awkwardly touching her nose. Because the permissions for retrieving information at our law firm are linked to QQ accounts and Li Shirin and I were linked as a couple at that time, only he could log into my QQ. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. Well, this law firm is truly invincible, actually using QQ as verification. Then it seems the suspicion points to Li Shirin. He indeed has grievances against me, and from a motive perspective it makes sense. However, Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. Could a mere Li Shirin really pull off something like this? At the same time, Jiang Hao's phone rang again. It was Dahai calling. Hello, bro Hao. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Say them both. Oh, all right. Bro Hao, after I returned home last night, I took the initiative to organize the employee information, but I found that the one belonging to you has actually gone missing. Who do you think took it? Probably Supervisor Li. After all, he was in charge of that before. Jiang Hao answered without hesitation. In the next moment, Jiang Hao suddenly realized something. That's right, bro Hao. I also think it was him. The information contained your detailed data, including bank card information. So, I wonder if this incident is related to him. Of course, this is just my guess. What I just mentioned was the good news, now there's the bad news. But I think you should already know it's all over the news. Supervisor Li and Li Shirin are both dead. Dead? Jiang Hao frowned. This result was indeed very unexpected. Just then Li Xingda sneered. I didn't expect these two guys to be so ruthless. Jiang Hao felt a headache. He had just found a clue and now such an incident had occurred. Indeed, only a dead man's mouth is the most secure, and now there would be no witnesses. Jiang Hao, what should we do now? Chu Yunyan was the most anxious. Although she had a solid alibi, the record was still in her name, and it was impossible to say she bore no responsibility at all. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before suddenly opening them wide. No witnesses, huh? In that case, let's not bother with evidence. Yunyan, go and arrange a meeting with the chairman of the Jia Group and the Zheng Group, right here, right now. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyan was momentarily speechless. Although she was a top lawyer with a decent position, it seemed she was not quite qualified to arrange meetings with chairmen of such large groups. Jiang Hao seemed to have guessed Chu Yunyan's thoughts. It's all right, just go ahead, as long as you mention my name they will agree. After hearing this, Chu Yunyan said nothing more, nodded, and set off to make the arrangements. Sure enough, an hour later, Jia Zhengjing and Zheng Kailuan arrived simultaneously. Please take a seat. Jiang Hao sat in the main seat, casually pointing to the seats below. This was a rather arrogant attitude. Jia Zhengjing and Zheng Kailuan both wore displeased expressions, but ultimately they still sat down. Not for any other reason, but because beside Jiang Hao sat the president of the Longting Guild, Zhao Panlong. As a top-tier figure, not knowing Zhao Panlong would be tantamount to having wasted one's life. Though surprised why this esteemed person appeared here, they still had to put up appearances. President Panlong, you came to Qingqing. Why didn't you inform us so we could host you properly? Jia Zhengjing pretended to be serious. However, Zhao Panlong completely ignored him, continuing to study something on his tablet. Jia Zhengjing's mouth twitched. Nevertheless, considering the other party's distinguished status, he swallowed his anger. Boss Jia, Boss Zheng, there's a huge embezzlement case in the news recently. Are you aware of it? At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke up. Jia Zhengjing and Zheng Kailuan exchanged glances, and then smiled. This matter is indeed quite sensational, but Mr. Jiang Hao invited us here. Could it be just to discuss such trivial matters? No, of course not. Jiang Hao shook his head. In fact, the person whose funds were embezzled is me. Upon saying this, both of them feigned surprise. Oh my, so it is Mr. Jiang Hao. How unfortunate for you. Indeed, 1.5 billion, that's no small sum. Sigh? Yes. Jiang Hao sighed. I don't know why, but I'm starting to suspect that this incident is related to you too. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Oh, why was Jiang Hao being so straightforward? Jia Zhengjing and Zheng Kailuan were both rendered speechless. Cough, cough. Jiang Hao, you must not speak without evidence. Such actions are illegal. How could we possibly do that? Exactly. We are businessmen and only act according to regulations. As for what you said, you have no evidence, do you? Both of them laughed sinisterly. Evidence. Of course I don't have any. Jiang Hao spread his hands. After all, you've already killed the people involved. Now there's no way to prove it. Upon hearing this, both of their expressions subtly changed, but they didn't reveal anything. Ridiculous. Jiang Hao had already said that there were no witnesses. No matter what, they couldn't be implicated, so why panic? But the next moment, what Jiang Hao said made both of them frown. Indeed, there is no evidence. But generally, I don't like to speak of evidence. My principle is better to wrongfully kill than to let go. As long as I have my suspicions, then it's you. Jiang Hao spoke clearly and forcefully, his momentum astonishing. Both of them were startled, but soon they burst into laughter. Jiang Hao, what are you doing? Throwing a tantrum like a... Haha. Better to wrongfully kill than to let go. To put it bluntly, you're already bankrupt. Even if it were truly us, what could you do? Jiang Hao merely smiled faintly. You will find out soon enough. Brother Panlong, I want to confirm one thing first. The money I have in your Longting Bank, I should be able to access it whenever I want, right? Zhao Panlong was taken aback at first, then he spoke with great pride. Although I don't know why you are asking this, I can guarantee one thing: any amount of money deposited in my Longting Bank can be withdrawn at any time without any accidents. That's good. Jiang Hao nodded towards Zhao Panlong, then looked at Chu Yunyun. From now on, Qingdao Plaza will officially engage in a price war with the Jia and Zheng shopping malls. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place. After a long pause, Jia Jingjing and Zheng Kailuan both burst into laughter. Jiang Hao frowned, immediately wondering what was so funny. At this moment, Li Qingdao explained, "Ahem, Mr. Jiang Hao, you might not know, but back when Qingdao Plaza was still under my ownership, I had already engaged in price wars and service wars with them. Unfortunately." He is indeed just a young brat. Jia Jingjing scoffed. "Engaging in a price war with both of our companies to seize a larger market share. The premise is that our strengths are comparable. Do you think your Qingdao Plaza still has this qualification?" Oh, Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. "Boss Jia, Boss Zheng, I believe you must have misunderstood. I am not engaging in a price war to compete for market share with you. Rather, I aim to kick you out of the market." With that, Jiang Hao waved to Chu Yunyun, who obediently came to his side. "Pass it down. From now on, all products in Qingdao Plaza, regardless of what they are, must be sold at a price of 10 of the original price." Upon hearing this, Jia Jingjing immediately slammed the table. "Jiang Hao, you are insane. Do you know what you are saying?" At this moment, even Chu Yunyun had some doubts. Jiang Hao doing this would be considered malicious low pricing to disrupt the market, which is illegal. Moreover, the tenants operating in Qingdao Plaza won't agree to this either. "Boss Jiang Hao, Lawyer Chu is right. I think you should reconsider." Zhao Panlong also frowned and advised, feeling somewhat disappointed if this was Jiang Hao's plan. However, Jiang Hao shook his head. "No, they will agree because I will provide an additional 100 compensation for the sold products in the name of charity. This means they will receive a total of 110 of the selling price, while customers only need to pay 10 of the price." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Chu Yunyun also furrowed her brows. Yes, if it's like this, not only would it not be illegal, but Jiang Hao might even receive praise from the government for doing charity. But this would mean Jiang Hao would incur a huge loss. Yet Jiang Hao clearly wouldn't consider this issue, as money held no meaning for him. "You heard what I said. Go do it immediately. I will allocate 10 billion to carry out this plan until the money is completely lost or Boss Jia and Boss Zheng are willing to sell them all to me." Jiang Hao said expressionlessly, but in truth he told a little lie, for if he lost all 10 billion without achieving his goal, he would just allocate another 10 billion. 10 billion. At this statement, almost everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, both Jia and Zheng, although they doubted whether Jiang Hao truly had 10 billion, it didn't change their view of him as a madman. "Jiang Hao, you are spending 10 billion just to kick us out of the market. Are you out of your mind?" "Indeed," Jiang Hao replied matter-of-factly. "I suffer from a condition where having money that I cannot spend makes me uncomfortable." "You?" Jia Zhengjing's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten something foul, but soon he regained it. Jiang Hao was crazy. He could not afford to be crazy. If what Jiang Hao said was true, without a doubt the Jia and Zheng families would be swept out of the market with no chance of a comeback. "Jiang Hao, I will tentatively believe that you have 10 billion, but don't you think this is a waste? 10 billion could easily be invested in other industries, and we could also collaborate with you." Now he understood, against a madman like Jiang Hao, one cannot be hard-headed. Such a person is more suitable for cooperation than hostility. Because once he goes mad, he will indeed go to any lengths to deal with you. "All right, stop shouting," Jiang Hao said with some annoyance. "This is not a discussion with you. Xiaotsung, show them out." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaotsung, who had been stunned with his mouth agape, shivered all over and promptly opened the "Gentlemen, please." Realizing that the negotiations had reached an impasse, both of their faces turned ashen. "Jiang Hao, I refuse to believe that you really have such determination. We shall see." After leaving this parting shot, the two of them departed. "Jiang, how do we really have to do this?" Chu Yunyun hesitated a bit, knowing that Jiang Hao truly had 10 billion, but that was nearly half of his fortune. "Yunyun, do you know what aspect of you I like the most?" Jiang Hao gazed at Chu Yunyun thoughtfully. She was taken aback and then shook her head in confusion. "Your decisiveness, efficiency, and strong execution. You never ask me for the reasons behind what I do." Hearing this, Chu Yunyun was momentarily speechless, and after a while she nodded. "I understand. I will go take care of it right now." With that, Chu Yunyun left the room. "Boss Jiang Hao." Zhao Panlong's heart was somewhat complicated. "Although I shouldn't say this, is it a bit too wasteful to use 10 billion for this? We could definitely find other ways. If you need, the Longting Guild can also provide assistance." No. Zhao Panlong hurriedly waved his hands. "Boss Jiang Hao, this money is originally yours. How you want to spend it is of course your business." Jiang Hao raised his hand to interrupt Zhao Panlong. "Brother Panlong, you don't need to say any more. Wait for me a moment, I need to make a phone call." With that, Jiang Hao directly called the Deputy General Manager of Huagua Central Bank, Zhu Li. "Hello, Zhu Li. It's me, Jiang Hao. I'm at the Baichuan Hotel, come find me immediately. At this moment in the bank's office, Zhu Li hurriedly put on her coat. Within her scope of responsibility, Jiang Hao had been transferred 1.5 billion, and she had always felt very guilty towards Jiang Hao, wanting to find a time to apologize to him face to face, but she had never mustered the courage. Now that Jiang Hao personally sought her out, she naturally did not dare to be negligent. 10 minutes later. Mr. Jiang Hao, I'm here. Zhu Li pushed open the door to the private room, panting heavily. Have a seat. Mr. Jiang Hao, regarding the misappropriation of your funds, I offer my deepest apologies. This failure lies entirely with our bank. Julie dared not take a seat. Her hesitation stemmed not only from guilt, but also from the sheer number of influential figures present. Li Xingda and Li Xiaocong, she knew both of them. As for the middle-aged man, she did not recognize his commanding presence, and Li Xingda's deferential attitude toward him made it unmistakably clear he was an even greater authority. Yet Jiang Hao remained unmoved by Julie's earnest apology. If he truly intended to hold them accountable, would an apology suffice? Enough. You're here because I need a favor. So saying, Jiang Hao withdrew a bank card issued by the Huaguas. This card belongs to your bank and has been frozen. It's causing me considerable inconvenience. I require you to lift the freeze. Mr. Jiang, this card is currently flagged as high risk. Lifting the freeze would entail serious implications. I do not wish to hear a single word of refusal from your mouth. Before Julie could finish speaking, Jiang Hao's piercing gaze silenced her mid-sentence. With no choice, she nodded helplessly and stepped out to place a call. Moments later, Julie returned. Mr. Jiang, it's done. The card is now fully functional. However, there remains a degree of risk. I strongly advise waiting before using it. Thank you. Taking the card, Jiang Hao dismissed Julie without another glance. System, I demand a rebate of 10 billion yuan. Deposit it directly into this account. He issued the command silently and received an immediate response from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. The rebate has been successfully processed. Total rebate amount 10 billion yuan automatically deposited into your account. This sum originated from 1 million yuan accumulated earlier, funds Jiang Hao had earned by gifting virtual items to Xiao Xiaotang. At that very moment, Julie's phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, she froze in utter disbelief. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10 billion. Mr. Jiang, what is this? At these words, Zhao Panlong furrowed his brow. Surely not. This couldn't possibly be what he suspected. Yet the next instant, Jiang Hao stunned them all. Correct. As you see, I have just deposited 10 billion yuan into your bank. HSSSS. A collective gasp swept the room. Another 10 billion. What on earth was happening? What kind of person could casually produce two sums of 10 billion yuan? And most astonishing of all, Jiang Hao had chosen to deposit this colossal sum into the Huaguas Central Bank despite having just suffered a grievous betrayal at its hands. However, following last time's incident, I've concluded your bank lacks security. Therefore, I intend to withdraw every cent and transfer it all to Longting Bank. At those words, both Julie's and Zhao Panlong's expressions shifted instantly, though for vastly different reasons. Julie paled. Withdrawing 10 billion yuan outright would pose an immense logistical crisis. Transferring it, however, presented far fewer complications. Zhao Panlong, by contrast, was elated. Jiang Hao had already deposited 10 billion yuan into Longting Bank. Even if it were spent entirely, it was real capital. And now, a second 10 billion. He truly hadn't misjudged this man at all. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Though we don't understand your reasoning, we'll arrange the transfer immediately. No, Jiang Hao shook his head. I won't transfer it. I want cash. Cash. Julie's mind went blank at once. Mr. Jiang, this is impossible. Our Huaguas Central Bank, though bearing Huagua in its name, operates solely within Qingqing City. While not insignificant in scale, 10 billion yuan exceeds our capacity for immediate liquidity. Such a withdrawal could trigger a full-blown financial crisis, potentially collapsing the bank entirely. Indeed, the Huaguas Central Bank was no national institution. Though not trivial in stature, 10 billion yuan represented an astronomical figure for them. Of course, Jiang Hao replied matter-of-factly. He'd conducted thorough due diligence beforehand. Precisely my intention to bring your bank down. Julie turned ashen. Did he truly have to state it so bluntly? Naturally, you may attempt subterfuge. Jiang Hao cast a cool, dismissive glance at Julie. Go ahead, test whether you can divert this second 10 billion yuan as easily as the first. But, Mr. Jiang, our bank wronged you, yes. But must you push us to annihilation? If our bank collapses, it benefits you not at all. Heh, Jiang Hao sneered. That is irrelevant. All I require is my money, in hand. So saying, he turned toward Zhao Panlong. Brother Panlong, I ask a favor. Could you assist me in withdrawing this 10 billion yuan? Should you succeed, I will deposit the entire sum into Longting Bank. and entrust its management wholly to you. Investments, mutual funds, timing of disbursement. Your discretion governs all. Zhao Panlong shot upright instantly. Senior Jiang Hao, is this true? Rest assured, I'll handle it personally. He was genuinely exhilarated. Yes, he was being used as a pawn, yet he welcomed it wholeheartedly. 10 billion yuan, entrusted entirely to his stewardship. This was unlike the initial 10 billion. It was tantamount to handing him the money outright. Such terms, he'd gladly serve as pack mule, not merely a pawn. Thump. Julie collapsed into her chair, dazed, only gradually regaining composure. Jiang Hao's resolve was absolute. Mr. Jiang, you may be right. Perhaps our bank truly needs this reckoning. Upon returning, I shall resign. I no longer possess the face to remain here. I beg your leave. So saying, Julie departed in a daze. Heh, as you wish, Jiang Hao replied indifferently, without glancing up. Ah, Senior Jiang Hao. Just then Zhao Panlong seemed to recall something. You've deposited such a staggering sum with us. You've qualified for our black card tier. Please hand me your current card, and I'll issue your new black card immediately. Jiang Hao paused thoughtfully. A black card signified elite status, perhaps unnecessary, yet undeniably advantageous. Agreed, but I left that card at home. I'll retrieve it shortly and deliver it to you. Ha ha. Excellent, Senior Jiang Hao. Zhao Panlong beamed, then signaled Zhao Xinyu with a meaningful glance. Xinyu, what are you waiting for? Hurry, accompany Senior Jiang Hao home at once. Huh? Zhao Xinyu blinked, startled. Uncle, I'm an unmarried young woman. Haven't even had my first romance. Surely accompanying Senior Jiang Hao home isn't quite appropriate. Even as she spoke, Zhao Xinyu slipped her arm through Jiang Hao's. In a corner of Qingqing Jiang Hao's rented apartment, Zhao Xinyu looked at the small alley in front of her, feeling somewhat bewildered. How did she end up here? Is this really the bustling center of Qingqing? The buildings are all old and shabby, and the corridor is crowded with electric bikes. Aside from the 2 Ferraris parked at the alley entrance, everything else emanates an air of poverty. Mr. Jiang Hao, where exactly is this? Zhao Xinyu couldn't help but ask. If she hadn't just gotten out of Jiang Hao's Rolls Royce, she would have doubted whether she had been scammed by him. Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders in helplessness. The environment here is indeed hard for anyone to appreciate, but it is cheap. Only 500 a month, making it perfect for someone like Jiang Hao who used to earn 3,000 a month. This is where I used to live, let's go in and talk. Upon receiving Jiang Hao's affirmative response, Zhao Xinyu's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly understood. Many wealthy people tired of a life of indulgence often come down to experience life. Oh, Jiang Hao might be one of them. Jiang Hao would never know Zhao Xinyu's thoughts as he pulled out his keys to open the door. Huh. At that moment, Jiang Hao was surprised to find that the door was not locked. Pushing the door open, he was taken aback because there was someone sitting inside the room. The instant Zhao Xinyu saw that person, she was startled. This was a break-in. Landlady, what are you doing here? Jiang Hao's words snapped Zhao Xinyu back from her shock, but the next moment, she was even more astonished. This old and shabby place, frankly speaking, might not even be worth the cost of her meal. How could someone like Jiang Hao, a big shot, not buy it outright and instead choose to rent it? At this time, the landlady spoke up. Humph. Jiang Hao, I've been waiting for you to come back. Pay up. What payment? Jiang Hao was quite bewildered, but soon he remembered that the rent for this place was paid every 6 months. The last time he paid the rent was 6 months ago, meaning he had forgotten to pay the rent. Moreover, the key point is that the landlady did not have his phone number. They usually communicated through WeChat. After all the events, Jiang Hao's WeChat messages had piled up, and he hadn't checked them in a long time. This led the landlady to believe that Jiang Hao had run away. Hey, how can you talk to Mr. Jiang Hao like that? Do you know who Mr. Jiang Hao is? At this moment, Zhao Xinyu glared and stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the landlady. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, as Zhao Xinyu hadn't acted like this before. Wasn't she supposed to be a gentle, shy girl? Zhao Xinyu's attitude clearly infuriated the landlady. Oh, so you're Jiang Hao, enjoying women with money, but not paying the rent. You need to get out of here right now. As she spoke, the landlady began to tug at Jiang Hao's clothing, preparing to throw him out without giving him any face. However, Jiang Hao's attributes had reached a minimum of 70, so how could a single woman like the landlady throw him out? A comical scene unfolded. The landlady was fiercely pulling at Jiang Hao, her face turning red, while he stood there unmoved, as if rooted to the ground. Cough, cough. Jiang Hao awkwardly cleared his throat twice and pushed the landlady away. Landlady, don't be anxious. I'm not refusing to pay you. Then Jiang Hao turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going? The landlady hurriedly followed him. Then she witnessed something jaw-dropping. Jiang Hao walked straight towards one of the Ferraris parked at the alley entrance and opened the door. Jiang Hao, are you crazy? I don't even dare to touch this sports car that belongs to some big shot. But soon Jiang Hao came back out holding an extra key. This car is mine, but I don't need it. You can take it as rent. With that, Jiang Hao tossed the key to the landlady. Landlady, what is going on here? Jiang Hao, you. Before the landlady could express her confusion, Jiang Hao had already pulled up the Ferrari app on his phone. Do you see? This car is really mine. Take it for a drive. Oh, if you want to transfer ownership, go to a Ferrari dealership and find someone named Su Yingying. I won't handle it. After finishing, Jiang Hao pulled Zhao Xinyu back into the room and slammed the door shut, leaving the landlady to stand alone in confusion. Am I dreaming? The landlady was truly bewildered. How could a once poor worker who often struggled to pay rent casually give away a Ferrari just like that? Mr. Jiang Hao, are you insane? This Ferrari is worth 3 million. You could rent this shabby place for 500 years with that. Zhao Xinyu looked extremely anxious and was about to go out to discuss things with the landlady again. However, Jiang Hao stopped her. It's just 3 million. Oh, I don't care about that. The most important thing now is to get things done right. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinyu's cheeks flushed. Cough, cough. Mr. Jiang Hao, you're too hasty. Here. Saying this, she stuffed her small handbag into Jiang Hao's arms. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had come back today to retrieve his bank card from Longting Bank, so Zhao Panlong could upgrade his black card. Did Zhao Xinyu misunderstand something? Besides, what was wrong with this bag? Why was she giving it to him? With such doubts, Jiang Hao slowly opened the handbag, and the next moment, he stood frozen in place. Inside the handbag, aside from a phone and some identification documents, everything was filled with similar items. Black silk, white silk, red silk, gray silk, flesh-colored silk, and it seems there are even Durex. What about the small umbrella? Jiang Hao twitched his lips. What kind of woman carries a bag full of stockings and a small umbrella? Hee, Mr. Jiang Hao, since this is our first meeting, I didn't know what color you liked, so I brought them all. Zhao Xinyu said with a flushed face, but when she saw Jiang Hao's expression, she froze. What's wrong, Mr. Jiang Hao? Do you not like any of them? Do you prefer bare legs? After a long while, Jiang Hao finally reacted from his shock. It wasn't that he didn't like them, but rather he was astonished by Zhao Xinyu's thoughtfulness. There's no denying it, she was indeed a child of a wealthy family, clearly understanding the situation. But I have to ask, are children from wealthy families this casual? We've only known each other for a few hours. Jiang Hao said lightly. If Zhao Xinyu were a bus, there would be no need. Zhao Xinyu's expression immediately turned displeased. Mr. Jiang Hao, what do you take me for? I am the most picky person, even someone like Li Shaotsung couldn't pursue me. Over the years, only you, Mr. Jiang Hao, have been able to enjoy this kind of treatment. Hee, is that so? Jiang Hao chuckled. Didn't you just ask me what color I like? Actually, I don't even know. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback. Jiang Hao continued, since you don't know, why not try them all? Then we'll know, right? After all, Jiang Hao is a man. With Zhao Xinyu teasing him like this, if he didn't respond, it would only make him seem unromantic. A night without sleep. The next day at noon, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, turned to look, and saw Zhao Xinyu still asleep, but her complexion was clearly not good, as if she was extremely fatigued. Since his stamina increased to 80, Jiang Hao had never experienced what fatigue felt like. But last night he certainly did. At first it was Jiang Hao's aggressive advances, but later neither of them would back down. Big banana, a bunch of big bananas. Just then Jiang Hao's phone rang. Hello? Who is it? Hee, big shot Jiang Hao. It's me, Jia Jingjing. Can we talk? After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Hao pushed the door open. Of course he was alone. However, Jiang Hao was already accustomed to this. In such circumstances, if Zhao Xinyu could still get out of bed and walk, that would be truly impressive. As he stepped outside, Jiang Hao immediately noticed a figure sitting at the door. Landlady, why are you still here? At that moment, the landlady suddenly woke up. She chuckled awkwardly. I was just trying to call Miss Su Yingying last night, you see. But she didn't believe it, so I thought I'd wait for you here. Jiang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth, meaning she had been eavesdropping here all night. No wonder she looked so poorly rested. He'll call Yingying later. I have something to attend to now. Jiang Hao waved his hand, not intending to waste more time with the landlady, because he always felt that the way this middle-aged woman looked at him was somewhat fervent. Half an hour later, at Baichuan Grand Hotel. How damn, you're incredible. Li Shaotsung exclaimed excitedly, pulling Jiang Hao's arm and dragged. Jiang Hao was extremely surprised at this moment. What's incredible? What happened? Huh? Didn't your secretary tell you? Huh? How this is monumental news. Just this morning, Chu Yunyan discovered that 1.5 billion had mysteriously appeared in your account. It's said to be money that was transferred abroad, but has now been recovered. Oh, Jiang Hao was somewhat astonished. If the money went abroad, can it really be retrieved? Li Shaotsung slapped his thigh. That's the problem. It definitely can't be recovered, so who do you think is behind this money? Jiang Hao stroked his chin. The Jia Group, the Zheng Group, and the Huagua Central Bank all had the opportunity. However, Jiang Hao wasn't too surprised, as this 1.5 billion originally belonged to him. They were merely returning his money. Alright, I got it. Where are Jia Jingjing and the others? Jiang Hao remained calm, as if he had just heard about an insignificant matter. Li Shaotsung twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to help but marvel as expected of Jiang how he treated 1.5 billion as if it were 15 yuan. Ahem, Hao Ji, let's go, I'll take you there. Saying that, Li Xiaocong led the way ahead. By the way, Hao Ji, there's another piece of good news, but I'll keep it a secret for now. You'll find out when you meet Jia Zhengjing and the others. Before long, under Li Xiaocon's guidance, Jiang Hao entered a private room. As soon as the door opened, Jia Zhengjing and Zheng Keluan immediately stood up and rushed to greet Jiang Hao upon seeing him. Haha, Jiang Hao, my young friend, you finally arrived. Yes, indeed, Jiang Hao, please take a seat. Unlike yesterday, their attitude today was very sincere. Jiang Hao understood that this was because his decision had made them truly feel the crisis. They were no longer just aware of their mistakes, but rather that they were on the brink of death. You called me here to discuss yesterday's matter, right? Jiang Hao stated bluntly, directly sitting in the main seat. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's demeanor, the two couldn't help but twitch their mouths. It was truly audacious. But there was no way around it, Jiang Hao had the capital to be audacious. Originally, they thought Jiang Hao was merely speaking out of turn, trying to scare them. Unexpectedly, as soon as they returned, Xingda Plaza immediately implemented the policies Jiang Hao had suggested. Within just an afternoon, the popularity of Xingda Plaza exploded. According to the rough estimates of the marketing department, Jiang Hao had already lost millions in just these few hours. It was at this moment they realized that Jiang Hao was completely serious. Thus, they had invited Jiang Hao here for a serious discussion. Hey, Jiang Hao, why don't we eat first and chat while we— Yes, we ordered the highest standard for you, definitely to your satisfaction. Oh, Jiang Hao sneered. Do you think I can't afford this so-called highest standard? As soon as these words were uttered, the two broke into a cold sweat. No. Jiang Hao, you misunderstood. This is to show our sincerity. Sincerity isn't something that can just be said. Jiang Hao raised a hand to stop Jia Zhengjing from continuing. Let me be straightforward. I'm not interested in those so-called delicacies. If you really have sincerity, go to the eastern part of Qingsheng and buy me a Lu Dajiao's pancake roll. Hearing this, Li Xiaocong could no longer hold back and almost burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Jia Zhengjing and the others looked displeased. This was clearly forcing them to lower their heads. The chairmen of two major commercial groups were now being asked to run errands for Jiang. How absurd was that? Since Jiang Hao wants to eat, we'll go buy it. Old Zheng, let's go. Right. Zheng Keluan forced a smile. Let's hurry, we can't let Jiang Hao go hungry. Saying this, the two laughed awkwardly and left the private room. After they left, Jiang Hao calmly stood up. Xiaocong, let's go. Li Xiaocong was taken aback. How gee, aren't we waiting for them here? I wanted to see how those two old fellows would look holding pancakes. It would be quite amusing. Jiang Hao shook his head. I have nothing to discuss with them. Since I made my decision, their outcome can only be one. Jiang Hao's tone was flat, yet it revealed an undeniable authority. Li Xiaocong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As expected of Jiang Hao, he was truly bold. When he said he would crush you, he meant it. Even if you came to bow down, it wouldn't work. Then Hao Ji, let's go upstairs. Coincidentally, Boss Panlong has something he wants to discuss with you. Jiang Hao nodded and followed Li Xiaocong to the 10th floor. Meanwhile, in this private room 1 hour later, Jia Zhengjing and Zheng Keluan rushed back, each holding a pancake. Since Jiang Hao didn't specify what flavor he liked, they bought one spicy and one non-spicy. The idea of a billionaire chairman buying pancake rolls would likely be hard for anyone to believe. At the door, Zheng Keluan was very worried. Old Jia, do you think Jiang Hao will really agree to cooperate with us? Old Zheng, don't worry. Jiang Hao is young and impulsive. Having lost millions now, he should be coming to his senses. If we provide him with a way out, how could he possibly refuse? Do you really think he can use 10 billion to finish us off? You're right. With that, the two pushed open the private room door. Smack! The pancake roll fell to the ground. Jia Zhengjing's expression darkened. Jiang Hao, could it be that you are truly insane? At this moment on the 10th floor, Jiang Hao was deeply engrossed in conversation with Zhao Panlong when the private room door was suddenly pushed open. Huff! Zhao Xinyu gasped heavily. Mr. Jiang Hao, I finally found you. Why did you leave me all alone at home? Seeing this scene, Zhao Panlong was somewhat taken aback. I mean, Xinyu, why did you come here without your stockings? Where are your stockings? Stockings? Zhao Xinyu furrowed her beautiful brows. Uncle, why are you asking me? It's all your fault for constantly urging me. I only managed to grab over 20 pairs, which is hardly enough. Zhao Panlong also looked puzzled. Even if you change one pair a day, 20 pairs should last for 20 days, right? How could they run out? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a bit awkward. Brother Panlong, Xinyu is quite sensible. You should not criticize her. As soon as he said this, Zhao Panlong cast a meaningful glance at the two. Hiss. All right. Jiang Hao quickly interrupted Zhao Panlong's contemplation. Brother Panlong, regarding that matter we just discussed, it is decided. My stance has always been clear. I will never let go of the Central Bank of Hua Country. Sighed. Hearing this, Zhao Panlong sighed helplessly. Fine, I will do as you say. Oh, by the way, you mentioned wanting to leave Qingsheng for a while. Have you thought about where to go? Zhao Panlong asked. Jiang Hao also stroked his chin upon hearing this. He indeed planned to leave Qingsheng for a while, because staying there he wasn't sure whether he would be annoyed to death by Jia Jingjing and Zheng Kairan. He intended to go sightseeing for a while and return once the Jia and Zheng families were completely finished. However, as for where to go, he hadn't really thought it through. I guessed it. It's normal to have difficulty in making it. Zhao Panlong chuckled. I can give you a suggestion, Hideout City. Coincidentally, the Panlong Guild has a project there. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Oh, Jiang Hao became interested, not to mention he had always wanted to visit Hideout City. The most important thing was that the Panlong Guild had a project there. Having a project means there are opportunities to spend money. Currently, Jiang Hao had 200 billion in hand. One was to be squandered in the name of charity, and the other was to be directly handed over to Zhao Panlong for management. Neither of these fulfilled the conditions for the system's rebate, so they could be considered pure expenses. Perhaps outsiders would think Jiang Hao was wealthy, but only Jiang Hao knew he was now financially broke. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Panlong and visit Hideout City for fun. Then Mr. Jiang Hao, please take care of our Panlong Guild members. Zhao Panlong said with a smile. After finishing their discussion and having dinner, Jiang Hao left the hotel alone. To be honest, Jiang Hao originally thought Zhao Xinyu would suggest going with him, but to his surprise, she didn't say a word until he walked out of the hotel door. This made Jiang Hao question his own charm a bit. However, he certainly didn't realize that it was precisely because his charm was too strong that Zhao Xinyu found it hard to handle. Perhaps it was also because he was strong in other aspects. Only now did Jiang Hao discover a rather awkward problem. He had many women around him, but it seemed no one wanted to play with him. Xiao Tang was busy managing the live broadcast room with the sea. Chu Yunyan was busy helping him with matters at Qingdao Plaza, and Zhao Xinyu was silent. With that thought, Jiang Hao's phone rang. Big banana, a big banana. The caller ID showed Su Yingying. It was probably about the transfer of the Ferrari. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao answered the call. 1 hour later in the Blue Mood Cafe, Su Yingying sat opposite Jiang Hao, feeling a bit restless because she noticed that after a few days Jiang Hao had become even more handsome. Ahem. Jiang Hao cleared his throat, breaking the silence first. So what do you need to talk to me about? As soon as he said this, Su Yingying's expression dimmed instantly. Oh, indeed, she held no place in Jiang Hao's heart. Did it have to be something urgent to contact him? But soon Su Yingying smiled again. Mister Jiang Hao, a woman asked me about the Ferrari last night, and I wanted to confirm with you in person. Oh, Jiang Hao replied. What she said is true. I paid for that Ferrari in rent to her. Su Yingying's face stiffened, although she had long suspected it. When Jiang Hao confirmed it, she couldn't help. How wealthy must one be to use a Ferrari as rent to pay the landlord? As a top student from a 985 university and a Ferrari sales manager, Su Yingying was fluent in 3 languages, yet she found that everything Jiang Hao said made her question whether it was even Chinese. Is there nothing else? Jiang Hao said blandly. Oh yes, nothing else. Su Yingying felt a bit melancholy. Then you should go back. Pack your things. After saying this, Jiang Hao stood up. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Su Yingying sighed, but upon hearing the latter half she was stunned. Pack my things. Why? Blinking her beautiful big eyes, Su Yingying's face showed clear surprise. Did I not tell you? Jiang Hao recalled and realized he indeed hadn't explained. Alright, I neglected it. I'm going to Hideout City for a while, possibly half a year or a year. You can accompany me. Su Yingying was stunned. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hao frowned. What's wrong? You don't want to Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless. How unlikable must he be? No. Su Yingying hurriedly waved her hands. I'm willing. No need to pack, let's set off right now. I'll call to resign. No, do I need to dress? I'll need to bring my ID just in case we need to book a room. Su Yingying's face gradually turned red, and she became incoherent. Jiang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. This girl was a bit different. Meanwhile, in the Baichuan Hotel, Zhao Xinyu was crazily smashing cups, plates, and bowls. Anything that could be smashed in sight was not spared. I'm so furious. Jiang Hao, that scoundrel. Why didn't he invite me to go to Hideout City with him? Next to her, Zhao Panlong covered his face, feeling speechless. His niece seemed like a good girl in front of Jiang Hao, but once he left, her spicy nature came out. Xinyu, is it possible that if you had taken the initiative to suggest going just now, Jiang Hao would have taken you along? Zhao Panlong's gaze was sharp. Zhao Xinyu hesitated. In front of Jiang Hao, how could I have acted so unrestrained? So I forget it. At Qingqing International Airport, Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. To be honest, it was actually his first time at an airport. While admiring the exaggerated flow of people, Jiang Hao walked towards the security check. Just then, hey, sorry about that. There were too many people, I didn't notice. A person wearing a hat bumped into Jiang Hao and quickly apologized before running away. Jiang Hao didn't mind, after all, it was indeed too crowded. However, the next moment, ding, reminder, host, your black card has been stolen. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows. It was the first time he encountered a system specifically prompting him. Could it be that the system was in a good mood today? Thinking this, Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop Su Yingying, who was trying to squeeze in. Yingying, wait a moment, something's up. Su Yingying, pushed to the point of looking disheveled, asked, what happened, mister? Jiang. Encountered a pickpocket, Jiang Hao replied calmly. Off. Su Yingying exclaimed, startled. Then we should call the police right away. However, Jiang Hao remained composed. No need, we are already past the security check area, and he won't be able to escape. He must be among these people. Hearing this, Su Yingying let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, as long as it was before the next flight took off, they would definitely be able to find him. And seeing Jiang Hao's indifferent demeanor, it was likely that what he lost wasn't something valuable. So, Mr. Jiang, what exactly did you lose? Oh, it's nothing serious. As soon as he said this, Su Yingying felt relieved. Just a black card, or it has less than 20 billion in it right now. Cough, cough. Su Yingying was caught off guard, not knowing how much that was. At this moment, Jiang Hao remained very calm. He wasn't particularly worried because it was a black card from Longting Bank, known for its extremely high security. Moreover, it wasn't troublesome to get a replacement if he lost it. The reason he wanted to get it back was simply that he had just received it and hadn't even warmed it up before losing it, which was somewhat frustrating. So what should we do now? Let's quickly find security. Su Yingying was anxious. This time, Jiang Hao did not refuse and directly approached the airport security personnel. Hello, sir, how can we assist you? Meanwhile, in the airport restroom, two men in black were making a deal. Big brother, this hall is not small. We have several thousand in cash and 3 bank cards. Well done. Hand them over, we'll find a way to take them out. After receiving the cash, the big brother was very satisfied. Looking at the bank cards, he was even more pleased. 1 red, 1 white, and 1 black. What the hell? The big brother was startled, nearly losing control of himself. He suspected he had seen it wrong and quickly examined it closely. Damn it. He smacked his little brother on the head. Are you blind? Show me what this is. Angrily throwing the black card at his little brother, the latter was puzzled. However, when he saw the words on the black card, he would deposit over 5 billion proof. Longting Bank. What the hell? Those in this line of work understood more than the average person. A black card usually comes with tracking. What are you waiting for? Quickly break it and run. The big brother was exasperated. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already been urgently taken to the airport office. Sir, please don't worry, we will go find it right away. One staff member rushed out in a hurry, while another, appearing to be a manager, began to brew tea for Jiang Hao. Sir, our team is already checking the surveillance footage. Based on your description, we should be able to locate the suspect soon. Jiang Hao replied calmly, as if he wasn't the one who lost the black card. In contrast, Su Yingying was already like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. Ma'am, please do not worry. There are still 30 minutes until the next flight departs. We definitely have enough time. 20 minutes later, the staff returned drenched in cold sweat. Manager, it's bad. The pickpocket is probably a habitual offender. He's staying in the blind spots of the surveillance, and we can't find him. What? The manager's expression changed. There were only 10 minutes left before the plane took off. If a group of people left now, they might never find the suspect again. Manager, we must delay the flight, the staff suggested. However, the manager's face looked grim. No way, we absolutely cannot delay the departure time. Oh. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but look over. So you mean you're not planning to help me find it? The manager's eyes shifted, seemingly very hesitant, but ultimately said, I'm sorry, sir, we will help you report it to the police. But the next flight is extremely important to us. It cannot be delayed. Is that so? Well, you all are doing it, Jiang Hao said blandly. At this moment, Su Yingying was also quite dissatisfied. What kind of attitude is this? If a client loses something, shouldn't you spare no effort to help search for it? What could be more important than this? Yes, manager, our airline's principle is based on customer service. Shut up. The manager exploded in anger. What does this have to do with you? Do you know what the next flight is? It's our president's flight to Haidao City for business negotiations. That's a deal worth over 100 billion. If it gets delayed, how will you and I compensate? The manager seemed to stop pretending and exposed everything. Jiang Hao nodded upon hearing this. So that's how it is, quite a coincidence. I just want to ask you one thing, are you searching for it or not? Even if the airport didn't plan to help him find it, he wouldn't do anything to the airport, but the manager's current attitude made Jiang Hao very dissatisfied. Sir, I've made myself very clear. I will help you report it to the police. Oh, so that means you're not searching. All right then. Saying this, Jiang Hao directly picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Panlong. The phone rang only once before being picked up. Immediately, Zhao Sinyu's excited voice came through. Uncle, you hurry and ask him if he's looking for me. Jiang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. Brother Panlong, there's something I want to tell you. Seeing Jiang Hao on the phone, the manager was skeptical. When he heard the words, Brother Panlong, he clearly had some doubts, as if he had heard that name somewhere before. That's about it. What did you say? There's such a thing. Jiang Hao, don't panic. They'll bring a new black card to find you right now. As for this airline, I will also give you a satisfactory response. Sir, if you're done with the call, I might have to ask. The manager's face was ugly. He couldn't explain to Jiang how, so he decided to ignore him. What kind of attitude is this? I'm going to report you to the consumer hotline right now. Su Yingying was furious. All right, Yingying. Jiang Hao held Su Yingying's hand. Let's not bother with him. He will regret it later. Sir, please do not speak so shamelessly here. The manager pushed Jiang Hao and his companion out. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I will have you dealt with. The manager pointed at the staff member and angrily scolded. All right, hurry up and prepare for the announcement. The plane is about to arrive. The staff member's face turned various shades of blue and purple, and finally gritting his teeth, he returned to the announcement room. However, just as he was about to announce the flight information, he suddenly received a phone call. In the waiting hall, Su Yingying looked very upset, as if she had a fire inside that had nowhere to go. Her face flushed red. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Mr. Jiang Hao, we cannot show weakness to such people. Look at him, he is too arrogant. Jiang Hao shook his head with a smile. It wasn't that he was showing weakness, but rather he was too lazy to argue with him, knowing that the manager was about to face his downfall. Glancing at his watch, Jiang Hao felt it was about time. Indeed, just at that moment. Dear passengers, hello. We sincerely apologize for the sudden situation at Qingqing Airport today. All flights are delayed for 24 hours, and we hope for your understanding. Dear passengers. An announcement echoed repeatedly. Su Yingying was immediately stunned, her face returning to a smile. Mr. Jiang Hao, what is going on? Did that manager have a change of heart? Jiang Hao touched his nose and said, I don't know either, but this is a good thing, isn't it? At that moment in the manager's office, the manager listened to the announcement completely dumbfounded, and then filled with rage stormed into the broadcasting room. You bastard. However, he hadn't finished his sentence before he fell silent. Because he saw someone, the president of Qingqing Airport. President, what are you doing here? At this moment, the middle-aged president in a suit looked very angry. What do you mean? I want to ask you, how did you offend such a big shot? Big shot? The manager was somewhat puzzled. President, what do you mean? Who is the big shot? How would I know? The president became even angrier. Just moments ago, he had suddenly received a call from Zhao Panlong saying that a big shot at his airport had been offended by his people, and if he didn't want to close the airport, he should suspend operations for a day. Could it be? The manager had a thought. President, I indeed accidentally offended someone, but it was all for your benefit, and that person doesn't seem like a big shot, does he? You. The president's face turned green. He had been puzzled, but now he was completely certain it was this manager who had offended someone. You better get him over here. Not long after, in the manager's office, the president and the manager stood by. Not in front of them, Zhao Panlong was holding a black card and handing it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao directly accepted the black card, smiling faintly. Sorry for troubling you, brother Panlong. This time I will definitely keep the black card safe. It's nothing, it was on the way. By the way, Mr. Jiang Hao, you didn't clarify everything on the phone. Now, let's go over the details. Jiang Hao nodded, and then calmly recounted what the manager had just said without adding any embellishments, yet it left the manager pale. The airport president was sweating more and more as he listened. Leaving aside the fact that Jiang Hao was a big shot, even if he were a small one, the airport rules did not allow such behavior. This manager was trying to take away 30 years of his hard work in just 30 minutes. After listening, Zhao Panlong smiled and looked at the manager. You must be Li Yuntao. You did well, because if it weren't for you, your president might never receive my call in his lifetime, nor would he have the chance to meet me. Li Yuntao forced a smile, but inside, he was already in a state of panic. Panlong, this was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Before Zhao Panlong could speak, Zhao Xinyu stood up first. Then if I slap you now, is that also a misunderstanding? Without any hesitation, Zhao Xinyu stepped up and slapped Li Yuntao hard. She was already furious for being abandoned by Jiang Hao. Now that she saw a girl beside Jiang Hao who was equally beautiful and graceful, she became even angrier. She decided not to hide her true nature anymore and directly exposed it in front of Jiang Hao. After being slapped, Li Yuntao dared not express his anger. After all, from the president's attitude, he knew that none of these people were someone he could offend. Enough, Xinyu. Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop Zhao Xinyu. Don't be so violent. I never said I blamed him. Zhao Xinyu was taken aback and then stepped aside. Li Yuntao was overjoyed. If Jiang Hao didn't blame him, then what was there to be afraid of? Mr. President, you can handle this matter as you see fit. He did nothing wrong, and I won't pursue it. Jiang Hao said indifferently, his tone unruffled, yet it stirred up great waves in the president's heart. His statement clearly implied he did nothing wrong, so I must be at fault, right? If he truly dared to think like that, then it would really be over. Li Yuntao, get out of here right now. Qingqing Airport doesn't need people like you. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yuntao was shocked. However, two security guards directly dragged Li. Mr. Jiang Hao, I hope you are satisfied with how this is handled. The president smiled apologetically. Jiang Hao frowned. I already said I don't blame him, yet you still do this. Are you looking down on me? Let's leave it at that for today. Oh, I won't waste any more time with you. Ying, let's go. Saying this, Jiang Hao directly pulled Su Ying away. With Jiang Hao leaving, the situation became dire. This was equivalent to sentencing Qingqing Airport to death. As business magnates, both the airport president and Zhao Panlong were very aware of this. Sigh. Zhao Panlong sighed. As you can see, Mr. Jiang Hao is truly very dissatisfied with you. I have no way to resolve this. Then Brother Panlong, about our cooperation. Cooperation? Zhao Panlong was very puzzled. What cooperation? It's the cooperation between Qingqing Airport and Haidao Airport. Oh, Zhao Panlong suddenly realized what Qingqing Airport. Wow. Su Ying's eyes widened in astonishment as she stepped aboard Li Xiaokong's private jet. Until now, she had assumed commercial airliners were far more luxurious than any private aircraft. She now realized that aside from sheer size, this jet surpassed commercial planes in every conceivable aspect. Even Jiang Hao was mildly surprised. Though he had never flown before, he had seen videos of business-class cabins on social media and knew full well that even the most premium airline seats paled in comparison to this one. How do you like it, Brother Hao? Not bad, right? Li Xiaocong beamed with quiet pride. This was a rare occasion when he could genuinely impress Jiang Hao. Quite impressive. Ying, what do you think? Huh? Su Ying blinked, then shook her head with a sheepish grin. Hee, Mr. Jiang, it's just average, really. Huh? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then quickly understood. Su Ying was remarkably perceptive. She must have feared that effusive praise would embarrass him. After all, Jiang Hao had yet to display any extraordinary capability in her presence, beyond perhaps purchasing a company for 100 million yuan. Well, I've been thoroughly underestimated. Jiang Hao murmured to himself, then gently patted Su Ying's shoulder. All right, I see right through you. You absolutely love it, don't you? Once we reach Haidao City, I'll buy one myself. Since you've just resigned and have no pressing commitments, you'll serve as my personal flight attendant. With that, Jiang Hao settled into his seat. Li Xiaocong promptly poured him a glass of red wine, his gesture both courteous and instinctive. Inside, however, Li Xiaocong couldn't help but inwardly groan. Jiang Hao truly was a force of nature. His jet had cost 500 million yuan, and yet after merely glancing at it, he casually declared he'd purchase one himself. It was extravagance beyond reason, and yet Li Xiaocong harbored not the slightest doubt that Jiang Hao possessed the means to back such a claim. Su Ying, by contrast, remained unconvinced, assuming he'd spoken only to save face. The flight from Qingqing to Haidao City covered considerable distance, nearly 5 hours, even by air. Midway through, two stunning women in black stockings and form-fitting attire slipped open the cabin door. Young Master Li, we're here. Oh, my young Master Li's guests are aboard too. One woman seated herself playfully on Li Xiaocong's lap. The other approached Jiang Hao with practiced grace. Li Xiaocong stirred groggily from his drowse, his hands already lifting, when in the next instant he jolted fully awake. What are you doing out here? He sprang upright, staring wildly toward the lavatory. Damn it. Get out now. Huh? Both women froze, bewildered. What's wrong, young Master Li? Is something amiss with our attire today? Li Xiaocong broke into a cold sweat. If Su Ying emerged from the lavatory, now Jiang Hao would be utterly unable to explain. And if Jiang Hao couldn't explain, he'd grow angry. And if Jiang Hao grew angry, Li Xiaocong would suffer the consequences. Yet even as this thought crossed his mind, Su Ying stepped out. She stared stunned at the scene before her. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Out. Have you no sense of decorum? Li Xiaocong shoved them hurriedly toward the exit. Miss Su, please don't misunderstand. They're my people. Absolutely no connection to Brother Hao whatsoever. Jiang Hao, watching nearby, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Li Xiaocong, for all his flaws, certainly knew how to read a room. He personally clarified the situation for Su Ying, who finally grasped the full context, though her cheeks flushed faintly. So, a personal flight attendant, does that kind of work? Then Are you reluctant? Jiang Hao tilted his head. No matter. If you decline, I'll simply find some. I'll do it. Mr. Jiang, just call on me whenever you need me. Time passed swiftly. 5 hours vanished. Jiang Hao and his companions touched down smoothly at Haidao City Airport. Brother Hao, I'm afraid I lack a private airstrip here in Haidao City, so you'll have to make do with the public terminal. Li Xiaocong smiled as he bid Jiang Hao farewell. Jiang Hao unsurprisingly paid little mind. With Su Ying beside him, he exited the airport without delay. It was already 1:00 p.m., and his stomach rumbled softly. First time in Haidao City. I wonder what local delicacies it offers. Jiang Hao turned to Su Ying. Do you know? She shook her head. Mr. Jiang, truthfully, it's my first time too. Ah, I see. Jiang Hao sounded slightly disappointed. Then let's just pick somewhere at random for lunch. He chose a direction without hesitation. Just then someone seized Jiang Hao's arm. Excuse me, sir. Are you visiting Haidao City? First time. Jiang Hao turned, facing a man in a tattered woolen cap pulled low over his brow, though it failed to conceal his shifty, cunning eyes. Yes, we are. What is it? Jiang Hao frowned. The man radiated unmistakable ill intent. Excellent, sir. The man brightened instantly. I'm a promoter for a renowned local eatery, the crown jewel of Haidao City's culinary scene. It's peak dining hour. Care to follow me there? Jiang Hao hesitated, but only for a breath, before agreeing. A recommendation was infinitely preferable to aimless searching. Soon under the man's guidance they arrived at a makeshift stall clearly thrown together on the spot. Wait, didn't you say it was a restaurant? Su Yingying spoke first, her delicate features clouded with displeasure. Madam, you misunderstand entirely. With a flourish the man snatched up a folding stool and set it down. Please have a seat. Distinctive means standing apart from the rest. Don't you agree ours qualifies? Su Yingying fell momentarily silent. Admittedly, it was distinctive. But you claimed it was the hallmark establishment of Haidao City. That seems rather unlikely. The man chuckled, then yanked aside a ragged cloth draped over the stall, revealing bold characters painted across its surface, Haidao City's crown jewel. Beneath in smaller script, spicy hot pot. Without close inspection the words were nearly illegible. Fine, have it your way. Jiang Hao's patience was wearing thin. Then bring us your finest dish. 2 portions, please. The man's eyes lit up. Sir, are you certain? Just do it. No need for further chatter. Right away. Beaming, the man ducked eagerly into the steaming hot pot cart. Moments later 2 steaming bowls of spicy hot pot appeared before them. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. This is your finest offering. Never mind. I've grown accustomed to rare delicacies. A humble bowl of hot pot now and then is rather refreshing. Consoled by this thought, he picked up his chopsticks. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao patted his contented belly. Whatever else might be said, the portion size was generous indeed. Sir, finished eating. Then kindly settle the bill. Total 1,880,000 yuan. How much? Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, thinking he misheard, and confirmed again. 1,88 million cash or card. Jiang Hao. No, is there a need to ask? Which good person carries 1,88 million in cash? No, the crux of the matter seems to lie elsewhere. Are you joking? Su Yingying's face was filled with anger. We only had 2 bowls of spicy hot pot. How could it cost 1,88 million? Madam, you don't understand. This isn't ordinary spicy hot pot. It contains all high-grade ingredients, including wild mountain ginseng airlifted from Africa and penguin meat from the Arctic. Su Yingying frowned tightly. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Madam, you are wronging me. I asked this gentleman if he was sure from the start. It was your boyfriend who insisted on having the best. What can I do? Hearing this, Su Yingying was immediately at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it did seem that Jiang Hao had made such a request, but no one expected that this so-called best would cost 1,88 million. No, that's not right. You are making excuses. All right. Jiang Hao gently pressed down on the about to explode Su Yingying. Watching her angry expression was rather amusing. But if this continued, Su Yingying would probably explode. So what if it's 1,88 million? They'll pay for it. Jiang Hao smiled faintly, then took out his phone and began recording. But I've never seen such extravagant things in my life. Would you mind if I record it? Oomph. The boss snorted coldly. You can record, but you can't leave without paying. Jiang Hao raised his hand, signaling the boss to calm down. Then Jiang Hao opened a loan app. There was no other way. Even though he had 20 billion in deposits at Longting Bank, Jiang Hao had already allocated it all, and in reality, he had not a single cent left. Meanwhile, Su Yingying watched clearly from the side. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Su Yingying stepped forward, trying to snatch Jiang Hao's phone. Mr. Jiang, let's call the police. You can't take out a loan. Su Yingying was an honest person, and in her eyes, no matter how rich or powerful someone was, once they got involved with loans, it was over. However, Jiang Hao just smiled and dodged, then clicked the loan button. 2 million was instantly credited. The reason was simple. The card number Jiang Hao provided was from Longting Bank's black card. Ding! Jiang Hao scanned the payment code. They'll give you 2 million to make it a round number. In an instant, 2 million was fully paid. Su Yingying. Boss, what the hell? It really went through. The boss' eyes nearly popped out. Today was his lucky day, encountering someone pretending to be rich. Rather than lose face, he would rather take out a loan. He struck it rich. Su Yingying was even more bewildered. Mr. Jiang, you are too impulsive. However, Jiang Hao had no time to deal with them at this moment. System, the old rules, you know what to do. Ding! Rebate successful. Money gained 1 billion has been deposited into green bubble balance attribute points. Gain 19. System warmly gifted 1 point. Final total 20. Awesome. Jiang Hao silently gave a thumbs up. At this moment at a loan center. Hurry. Cancel the app for me. Now they had encountered a big client. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache was beaming. At the very least, we need to ensure he can't find a repayment channel for a month. By then 2 million could instantly become 10 million. Okay, manager, the cancellation will be completed within an hour. Huh. The mustached manager was very happy this time. He was going to make a fortune. However, cough cough. Manager, there's a situation. My. The mustached manager's smile hadn't faded. What situation? Could it be that someone took out a loan again? That's not it, it's just now that 2 million loan has already been repaid. What Okay, today I've arrived in Hideout City, and the people here are really enthusiastic. Jiang Hao was holding his phone recording. Especially here, let me recommend a great place. 2 bowls of spicy hot pot only cost 1.88 million. It's really too cheap. Everyone come eat. After recording the video, Jiang Hao directly posted it on Dodo. At this moment, the spicy hot pot boss was still excitedly looking at his balance. Su Yingying seemed to have guessed Jiang Hao's intention. Mr. Jiang, are you trying to let the vast number of netizens judge? Jiang Hao was taken aback. He didn't expect Su Yingying to be quite clever. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. This method is not bad, but Su Yingying hesitated. Generally, videos like this tend to be suppressed in popularity. I'm afraid it won't create much of a sensation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately extended a finger and waved it in front of Su Yingying. No, Yingying, you underestimate the charm of cash power too much. Saying this, Jiang Hao directly opened the Get Popular function. Without saying a word, he bought 5 million in popularity. Su Yingying saw this scene and immediately spat out. What the hell, which good person buys 5 million in popularity all at once? This is going to make the video go viral abroad. As expected, as soon as Jiang Hao's video was posted, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The name Gray Rainbow combined with 5 million in Get Popular caused Dodo to explode instantly. Netizens 666, as expected of the Gray Big Shot, even eating spicy hot pot costs over 1 million, so extravagant. Hee, are you stupid? Can't you see that the Gray Big Shot is mocking them? Look at this location. The Gray Big Shot has gone to Hideout City. I didn't expect Hideout City to dare to scam a big figure like the Gray Big Shot. Gray Big Shot, this move will make Hideout City's cultural tourism efforts go to waste for 10 years. Hideout City Cultural Tourism, I'm angry, you better handle it. Bang! Hideout City Cultural Tourism Bureau. Utter disregard for the law, simply outrageous. A leader with extraordinary demeanor angrily smashed a teacup. Investigate, thoroughly investigate. We must catch this overpriced spicy hot pot. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already taken Su Yingying away from the spicy hot pot stall. Mr. Jiang. As they walked, Su Yingying was holding her phone, not sure what she was looking at. Mr. Jiang, I discovered a problem. Su Yingying twirled a strand of hair with her finger. It seems like we have nowhere to stay tonight. Nowhere to stay. Jiang Hao glanced at Su Yingying with mild confusion. What do you mean? Hearing this, Su Yingying awkwardly stuck out her tongue. I just searched every hotel online and found not a single room available. Jiang Hao blinked in surprise and tilted his head to peer at Su Yingying's phone. The screen displayed the Seaside Hotel, most rooms marked as fully occupied. Yet one exception remained, the presidential suite. But isn't that the presidential suite? At 50,000 per night, it's wildly impractical. How about we stay at an internet cafe instead? Don't boys love pulling all-nighters there? At these words, Jiang Hao's expression darkened instantly. This Su Yingying. Had she mistaken him for penniless from the very beginning? Yingying, do you understand the principle of spending where it matters, saving where it doesn't? Su Yingying paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Of course I do. For instance, this 50,000 per night suite is precisely the kind of expense one should save on. Excellent. Jiang Hao nodded approvingly. Now forget you ever said that. We're staying in the presidential suite. With that, he took Su Yingying's hand and strode toward the Seaside Hotel, just 100 meters away. Arriving at the entrance, Jiang Hao couldn't help but murmur in quiet admiration. The Seaside Hotel was truly impressive in scale and refinement. Not even one of Chingching's top 3 hotels could rival it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the grand lobby. Good afternoon, sir. A female attendant hurried forward. We sincerely apologize, sir, but we're completely booked tonight. All rooms are taken. Completely booked. Jiang Hao frowned and pulled out his phone, pointing to the presidential suite listing. Is this one occupied too? Well, the attendant hesitated visibly. Sir, this suite is still vacant. But have you read the price? 50,000 per night, not 5,000. Oh, Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Then book it for 1 year. Payment via Lu Pao Pao. The attendant's lips twitched. Ahem. Sir, please don't joke. The presidential suite isn't rented by the year. At 50,000 nightly, even with discounts, it would cost roughly 10 million annually. That's more than a villa on Haidao Island. 10 million. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. The attendant understood perfectly. Anyone hearing such a sum would surely react the same. Sir, unless there's anything else, perhaps you'd consider other hotels. I'll gladly escort you out. Yet only Su Yingying sensed something familiar in Jiang Hao's reaction. It was just like when he'd bought that Ferrari. Exactly the same stunned pause. Sure enough, his next words left the attendant utterly flabbergasted. Only 10 million. That's astonishingly cheap. Bring me the payment QR code. Wait, hold on. The attendant froze bewildered. Only 10 million. How many zeros was that again? Her mind momentarily blanked. Beep. Before she could process it, Jiang Hao had already scanned the QR code taped to the front desk. 10 million transferred. Please arrange check-in. Excuse me. What did you say? The attendant remained dazed, still reeling in disbelief. Ding-ling-ling. Just then the front desk phone rang sharply. The attendant jumped and snatched it up. Oh no. Could this be a complaint? Hello? Front desk. What the hell is going on? Hearing those words, she braced herself. It's confirmed. A complaint. But the next sentence struck like thunder. Who the hell just wired 10 million to our front desk QR code? Do you know anything about this? The attendant stared speechless. Haha, Mr. Jiang, this young lady is new, inexperienced, and failed to serve you properly. At that moment, the hotel's general manager himself appeared, bowing deferentially as he escorted Jiang Hao into the elevator. Allow me to personally show you to the presidential suite, and as a token of goodwill, we'll add 2 extra months, bringing your total to 14. No need. I doubt I'll stay that long. Jiang Hao declined outright. He'd booked a year purely to spend. Actually residing here for 12 months was never part of the plan. Su Yingying stood nearby, utterly stunned. Just moments earlier, Jiang Hao had been scrambling for a loan. Then, in seconds, he dropped 5 million on trending shares. Now he'd just paid 10 million for a hotel reservation. Su Yingying realized with dawning clarity that she'd misjudged him entirely. Jiang Hao wasn't merely a millionaire. He was a billionaire. At the presidential suite door, he entered amid a throng of bowing staff. Mr. Jiang, if you need anything, just say the word. We'll attend to it instantly. Click. Jiang Hao offered no reply, only closed the door firmly behind him. Truth be told, he'd never experienced such fervent service in his life, and found it almost overwhelming. Inside the suite, Su Yingying's cheeks flushed crimson. Mr. Jiang, I'll go shower right away. My. He glanced at his watch. Only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shower? You've barely arrived. Why not set down your things first and go out for some fun? Her face burned hotter still. Yes, we'll go out. She'd misunderstood him again. What on earth did she take him for? Yet in the next instant. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Without warning, Jiang Hao had materialized behind her and swept her off her feet in a firm embrace. Hear that? Since you didn't want to go out, let's play right here. After all, play is play. It's all the same. Late into the night, Su Yingying slept soundly, while Jiang Hao remained wide awake, heart pounding. Not from excitement, but because none of his recent expenditures had yet triggered their promised returns. System, you know what to do. Confirmed. This time the system uttered no further words. But instantly Jiang Hao's phone chimed. Lu Pow Pow notification, 10 billion credited. Simultaneously, his system interface updated 150 attribute points, adding to his prior 20, bringing his total to 170. Still too few. I'll need to accumulate more. As he murmured, Jiang Hao summoned his character stat panel. Name Jiang Hao. Age, 23. Appearance, 70. Strength, 74. Agility, 70. Stamina, 80. Intelligence, 70. Endurance, 99,100. Psi. All stats are now above 70. To increase any further now requires 100 points per one. At current rates, millions at a time. How long until I reach my goal? Big banana, a giant banana. Just then Jiang Hao's phone rang. Hello? What? You want me to The next morning, Jiang Hao tidied his clothes and left the hotel alone. Jiang Hao was already accustomed to this. Among the women he had dined with, it was rare for one to be able to walk normally the next day. Mr. Jiang, do you need breakfast? This is our hotel's latest dessert today. It only requires... Jiang Hao directly interrupted the waiter, saying no need for an introduction. Just send the most expensive one to the person in my room. Got it. Without lingering, Jiang Hao directly entered a black sedan waiting outside the hotel. The car drove for less than half an hour before stopping at a cafe. As soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Hao spotted the fidgety owner of the spicy hot pot from a distance. The owner clearly recognized Jiang Hao as well and ran out immediately. Mr. Jiang, please delete the video. I don't want any of the money from before. I'll return it all to you. Seeing the owner in such a state, Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He had already guessed the reason. From the moment Jiang Hao received the call from the hot pot owner, he knew. A hot pot vendor couldn't possibly have the means to obtain his phone number. Deleting the video isn't impossible. Hearing this, the hot pot owner was overjoyed. But it's not completely unconditional. There are terms. What terms? Mr. Jiang, just say the word, and I'll comply immediately. Jiang Hao calmly walked into the cafe, found a seat, and ordered a coffee. Mr. Jiang, please don't joke with me. I have an elderly parent and young children. Aren't you putting my life at risk? Jiang Hao sighed. I'm a rather merciful person. I generally don't make things difficult for others. You love to sell expensive spicy hot pot, right? I'm giving you a chance. If you can make a bowl of spicy hot pot worth 2 million within a day, I'll delete the video. At these words, the owner became anxious, nearly in tears. Mr. Jiang, you're really making it difficult for me. Where am I supposed to find 2 million worth of hot pot? Haha, crying. Sorry, but crying counts as time. Saying this, Jiang Hao set a 24-hour countdown. The owner's lips twitched. He snorted coldly and hurried off, presumably to search for ingredients. Not long after the owner left, a man in a suit and glasses approached Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, you really have a way of forcing people out. Oh, may I ask who you are? Jiang Hao feigned surprise. Hehe, Mr. Jiang, please don't pretend. A bowl of spicy hot pot costing 2 million is not impossible, but for an ordinary person, finding such expensive ingredients within 24 hours is quite unlikely. So at this time, someone behind the hot pot owner would have to step in, and I am that person. Oh, is that so? I hadn't thought that far. But since you've shown your face, why not come over for a cup of coffee? Jiang Hao replied calmly. The glasses man directly sat opposite Jiang Hao, ordered a cup of coffee, and even paid for Jiang Hao's order. So tell me, who are you really? You don't look like someone from the official side. Hehe, Mr. Jiang's insight is indeed sharp. To be frank, I am the person in charge of the Longting project in Haidao City. Oh, Jiang Hao seemed interested. Haidao City is going to develop an international amusement park soon. You are the one in charge of this project. The project had been mentioned to Jiang Hao by Zhao Panlong before he came to Haidao City, and he had been asked to look after it. That's right. Since Mr. Jiang knows, you should also understand how much impact your video will have on our project. The glasses man's expression turned somewhat unfriendly. Jiang Hao seemed not to notice, continuing to sip his coffee. Yes, once the video is released, those who originally planned to visit Haidao City will likely be deterred, and you will lose profits. But what does this have to do with me? The corner of the glasses man's mouth twitched, but then he smiled. Mr. Jiang, I know you have some financial power, but don't forget, behind the Longting project stands the Longting Guild. Oh, is that so? That's quite impressive. Jiang Hao remained unfazed. Jiang Hao, don't overestimate yourself. I'm giving you a chance because you seem like a decent person. Don't. Jiang Hao frowned. Are you sick? Didn't I already lay out the conditions? As long as you meet that condition, won't I delete the video? What I want is for you to delete it immediately. The glasses man was equally unyielding, raising his voice. Don't you know the impact of that video? The longer we delay, the greater our losses. Jiang Hao nodded. Oh, but what does this have to do with me? You. Jiang Hao raised his hand to interrupt the glasses man. Originally, I was planning to delete the video as long as you fulfilled the conditions. After all, I really haven't tasted a 2 million spicy hot pot. But now I've changed my mind. Jiang Hao calmly added a spoonful of sugar into his coffee. Now I want to add a condition. Only if you resign from the Longting project will I delete the video. Resign? Huh. The glasses man found it amusing. But before he could speak, Jiang Hao interrupted. I'm giving you a chance because you seem to dress well, but don't force my hand. If you voluntarily leave the Longting project, now you can still save some face. Jiang Hao's words were calm. He truly had the strength to back them up. If nothing else, if Jiang Hao called Zhao Panlong about this, the glasses man would probably not even know how he would lose his job. Huh. Good, very good, Jiang Hao. Remember what you look like now. The glasses man stopped arguing and smashed his coffee cup before leaving the cafe. Hey, make sure to pay for that cup before you go. However, it must be said that the glasses man still had some standards. Before leaving, he indeed paid for that cup. From this perspective alone, Jiang Hao appreciated him, but business is business. It seemed this glasses man was not planning to resign, so Jiang Hao would have to use his own methods to make him leave. Hehe, Zhao Panlong across the table chuckled. Jiang Hao, you jest. You entrusted me with this withdrawal matter, and it hasn't been resolved yet. How could I indulge in leisure? Hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head. This old fox is clearly fishing for compliments. Is that so, Brother Panlong? Then you have truly worked hard. When I return, I will treat you to a meal. Huh. Then I shall be waiting for you, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao responded, but his tone quickly shifted. However, speaking of meals, this Haidao City has left me profoundly dissatisfied. Oh, Zhao Panlong seemed quite puzzled. Jiang, how did you not go to the Longting Haidao City branch to find Zhao Du? Alas, it's my fault for forgetting to mention it to you in advance. If you had him hosting, you would undoubtedly be satisfied. Oh, Zhao Duju. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally learned the name of the bespectacled man. Isn't he the project leader, the one who is scheming to get me? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhao Panlong chuckled, preparing to discuss the matter he needed assistance with. However, upon hearing the latter half, Zhao Panlong was left dumbfounded. What did you say? Nothing. Jiang Hao casually shook his head. Brother Panlong, I have other matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao directly hung up the phone. Zhao Panlong was a clever man who otherwise he wouldn't have been able to establish such a large organization as the Longting Guild. So that was enough said. Indeed, after the call ended, Zhao Panlong still, and Qingqing turned pale. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Zhao Xinyu immediately noticed something was off with Zhao Panlong. What's wrong? How the hell should I know what's wrong? Fuming Zhao Panlong made a phone call, his teeth grinding audibly. Hello, Chairman. Did you call me? What do you mean by I command you? What the hell did you do? On the other end, Jiang Hao didn't linger in the coffee shop, but made a phone call. Hello, is this Xiaozong? I want to buy a plane here in Haidao City. Do you have any leads? Half an hour later. Hiya, Mr. Jiang, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Qing cheerfully invited Jiang Hao into the room. Mr. Jiang, brother Xiaozong has already informed me about the plane. I will handle it for you. What style do you prefer? A helicopter or a jet? Jiang Hao nodded with a smile. The Yu Qing before him was quite polite and amiable. For polite people, Jiang Hao would only be more courteous. All right, thank you in advance. No need for a helicopter, let's go straight for the jet. Do you have a list? Please wait a moment, I will get it right away. Before long, Yu Qing returned with a tablet. Upon receiving the tablet, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. On one page there were 6 planes, and the subsequent page count was shockingly 199. My goodness, how many are there? Jiang Hao already had difficulty making choices, and this was truly overwhelming. Cough, cough. Jiang Hao awkwardly cleared his throat. This is a bit too much. I won't look anymore. Do you have any recommendations? Okay, but I wonder what requirements, Mr. Jiang has. Jiang Hao stroked his chin and pondered. I do have a few requirements, 3 in total. Yu Qing's mouth twitched. 3 requirements didn't seem like too many, but if they were too stringent, it would be quite challenging to satisfy them all. Then Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. I'm taking notes. Jiang Hao directly extended 3 fingers. Expensive, very expensive, and extraordinarily expensive. Yu Qing. What kind of requirement is this? What's wrong? Seeing Yu Qing's expression, Jiang Hao thought he hadn't been clear enough and began to explain. Mainly, this is my first time buying a plane, and I have no experience. If I buy something cheap and end up not liking it, that would be quite awkward. So just bring me the most expensive one. Yu Qing was left bewildered. Before Jiang Hao arrived, he had heard from Li Xiaozong that this guy was a super VIP client. However, he never expected that it would be to such an extraordinary extent. My goodness, there was no budget at all. He came in asking for the most expensive one. Cough, cough. Mr. Jiang, take a look at this one. Yu Qing said, pulling up a plane from the tablet. This is our company's most luxurious jet, the same model that brother Xiaozong has. The top configuration costs 500 million. Would you find that acceptable? 500 million. Jiang Hao was instantly taken aback. Upon seeing this reaction, Yu Qing furrowed his brows. How could he be so shocked upon hearing the price after boasting so much earlier? Though 500 million is a lot for the likes of him and Li Xiaozong, it shouldn't be unaffordable. Could it be that this guy was just pretending and didn't have much money at all? However, the next words from Jiang Hao completely left Yu Qing dumbfounded. Why is it only 500 million? That's too low profile. Yu Qing, 500 million is low profile. How on earth do these 2 phrases form a single sentence? Jiang. Mr. Jiang, are you joking? This is already our company's most luxurious model, and 500 million is a substantial amount. Jiang Hao raised his hand to halt him. All right, stop talking. If the best is only 500 million, then I feel that whether I buy it or not is quite irrelevant. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's mouth twitched. Now he could be 100% certain that Jiang Hao was a show-off. All right, if you love to show off, I will bring this out, and then we will see if you can still act cool. Thinking this, Yu Qing quickly opened an app, entered his password, and a black interface appeared. Mr. Jiang, since you say so, if I don't bring out some truly good items, it will seem like I have no standing. This is a custom-made system prepared by our company specifically for top-tier individuals in society. No matter what configuration you want, you can add it yourself, and there's no upper limit. Now you should be satisfied, right? Saying this, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Yu Qing's mouth. Just you wait, I'll show you. Oh. At this point, Jiang Hao finally showed interest. Bring it over here, I want to take a look. What the hell? Yu Qing was somewhat bewildered. In this situation, normally Jiang Hao should find an opportunity to slip away, right? There's no way he really thinks that 500 million is too low profile. Once he shook off the confusion, Yu Qing hurriedly shook his head and dismissed his previous thoughts. However, when he inadvertently glanced at the tablet again, he was left stunned. At this moment, Jiang Hao's finger moved as if it were equipped with a spring, tapping incessantly. It was no exaggeration to say that he was tapping without even looking, just tapping away. Yu Qing glanced at the amount in the lower right corner. It had already reached a terrifying 800 million. What the hell is going on here? 10 minutes later. All right, that should be enough, let's get to work. I'm waiting for it to start. Jiang Hao said this as he returned the tablet to Yu Qing. Looking at the 3 billion figure in the lower right corner, Yu Qing felt as if the world had gone mad. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Jiang Hao frowned. You don't think I can't afford it, do you? Yu Qing trembled violently, finally realizing. Can't afford it. If he thought that, then he must have lived like a dog all these years. The person personally recommended by Li Xiaozong combined with Jiang Hao's domineering tone and his incessant tapping without a glance. Even if a lunatic were here, they wouldn't think Jiang Hao was a fraud. Ahem. Mr. Jiang, no. I just wanted to tell you that some of the configurations you chose are duplicated. Yu Qing took out the tablet preparing to explain to Jiang Hao. Alright, I don't want to see it anymore. Just do what you think is best. I only want the best. Yu Qing 666, he's not even pretending. Alright, Mr. Jiang. Let me calculate for you. The final amount should be around 2 billion. We'll just round it to 2 billion. Oh, Jiang Hao smiled upon hearing this. This Yu Qing is quite good at calculations. He just happened to have 2 billion on hand. He had originally planned to pay 3 billion in 2 installments, first 2 billion, and then refund 1 billion through the system. It seemed that there was no need for that now. Alright, you're quite the businessman. Bring up the payment code. Green bubble payment. Okay. Wait, what payment? Green bubble. Normal people wouldn't use green bubble to pay 2 billion, would they? In other words, would a normal person keep 2 billion in green bubble? What kind of money is in green bubble? Pocket money. Generally, the money in a normal person's green bubble is just pocket money. The bulk is kept in the bank. Hiss. A terrifying thought emerged in Yu Qing's mind. Is it possible that for Jiang Hao 2 billion is merely pocket money? Oh my, this is what it means to be fabulously wealthy. A few minutes later, watching the notification of 2 billion arriving in green bubble, Yu Qing felt completely numb. Thud. Yu Qing knelt on one knee before Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, Xiaocong is your little brother, and I am Xiaokong's little brother. I am your little brother. Big brother, I bow to you. Because Yu Qing was too enthusiastic, Jiang Hao couldn't take it anymore and quickly found an opportunity to slip away, even leaving the rebate matter aside. Finding a random curb, Jiang Hao sat down directly. Just as he was about to request a rebate from the system, he suddenly realized an issue. It seemed he had no bank card available. There was no need to mention the Central Bank of Huagua. That certainly wouldn't work. The black card from Longting Bank couldn't be casually deposited into either, as all 20 billion was tied up. There would be many opportunities for rebates in the future. He couldn't just keep tens or hundreds of billions in green bubble. With that thought, Jiang Hao stood up again. It seemed that the urgent matter was to get a new bank card. At that moment, banana. Jiang Hao's phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. Hello. Jiang Hao answered the phone. Mr. Jiang, it's me, Zhao Dezhu. Do you remember me? Oh, it's you. What's up? Did you find the 2 million spicy hot pot? Jiang Hao said disdainfully on purpose. Oh, Mr. Jiang, please don't mock me. I sincerely want to apologize to you. I'm at the Southeast Hotel. Could you come meet me? Oh, I see. Jiang Hao hung up decisively and blocked the number. What a joke. To sincerely apologize and still want Jiang Hao to look for him. He didn't take Jiang Hao as a person at all. Soon after, another unfamiliar number called. Hey, Mr. Jiang, I was just joking with you. Where are you now? I'll come find you right away. Oh, me. I'm in Hideout City. Come find me if you want. If you can find me, maybe we can talk about something. After saying that, Jiang Hao hung up again and blocked the number. Anyone who provoked Jiang Hao and could still be forgiven fell into two categories. The first, those who were already dead. The second, those who were about to die. Just a minute later, the phone rang again. Mr. Jiang, I really know my mistake. Oh, I can't lose this job, please. Oh, why should I care? Jiang Hao was about to hang up again when the other end suddenly roared. Jiang Hao, don't you dare give me that attitude. Zhuge Liang was invited 3 times. Oh, what do you think you are? I don't know what relation you have with the chairman, but your connection isn't as solid as ours. I don't believe that the chairman would really fire me for a little brat like you. That would cost him several billion. Jiang Hao replied flatly. You can mention that to Zhao Panlong later. After that, Jiang Hao hung up the phone. Immediately after, he called Zhao Panlong. Before the other party could say anything, Jiang Hao spoke directly. Brother Panlong, I think you should personally come to Hideout City because your project seems to have risks and might fail. What? Zhao Panlong was shocked. Mr. Jiang, do you know some insider information? Who is trying to mess with us? At the Seaside Hotel, Jiang Hao was truly tired. He couldn't understand why so many people were so oblivious and insisted on provoking him. All he wanted was to live a simple life as a billionaire. Oh, was that so hard? Jiang Hao, what's wrong? You look. Su Yingying gently stroked Jiang Hao's hair on her lap, her demeanor very tender. Since last night, Su Yingying had stopped calling him Mr. Jiang, which Jiang Hao appreciated as it signified a diminishing barrier between them. Besides just various matters that's so annoying. By the way, Jiang Hao turned over from lying on his stomach to lying on his back. This. Before he could speak, Jiang Hao was stunned. He couldn't see Su Yingying's face. What was obstructing his vision? Ahem. Jiang Hao awkwardly cleared his throat twice. You should rest well. Later we'll go meet someone. Su Yingying looked puzzled at his words. Who is it? Oh, not a big shot, just the president of the Longting Guild. International Airport of Haidaoshi. Zhao Panlong hurriedly disembarked from the plane and rushed out of the airport. Mr. Jiang, are we really going to meet that big shot? Su Yingying asked timidly. Just moments ago when Jiang Hao mentioned it, she truly had no idea who Jiang Hao said he was no big shot, and she actually believed him. After all, she was just a Ferrari salesperson and did not know about the Longting Guild. However, after Su Yingying searched online, she was completely dumbfounded. A super guild renowned nationwide, it owned Longting Bank, Longting Group, etc., and was a genuine behemoth. And this behemoth, its founder Zhao Panlong, in Jiang Hao's words, had turned out to be no big shot. At this moment, Jiang Hao glanced at his watch. They had been waiting for 15 minutes. Let's wait a bit longer. Once he comes out, you'll understand. About 2 more minutes passed, and Zhao Panlong finally appeared. From a distance, he began to greet Jiang. Jiang Hao, big guy. I'm over here. Haha, coming. Let's go over. Jiang Hao smiled as he pulled Su Yingying along. Zhao Panlong had come alone, and Jiang Hao did not notice Zhao Xinyu. Brother Panlong, thank you for making the trip. Zhao Panlong's lips twitched. Goodness, could I not come? You made it clear you wanted to deal with me. However, Zhao Panlong did not show it on the surface. Haha, Jiang Hao, big guy, didn't I say you just needed to wait for me at the hotel? I would find you. Oh, Brother Panlong, how can I not come to pick you up since you came personally? Not picking you up would be disrespectful, wouldn't it? Jiang Hao said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Su Yingying, who was nearby, was immediately astonished. As soon as Zhao Panlong appeared, she recognized him. He looked exactly like the one in the Baidu encyclopedia, definitely that big shot. Yet now Jiang Hao was so close with Zhao Panlong, clearly a senior and junior relationship. Jiang Hao was truly impressive. However, Zhao Panlong was sweating profusely. Su Yingying only saw the surface, but Zhao Panlong grasped the deeper meaning of Jiang Hao. I've already given you this much respect, and if you fail to handle that matter well, it would mean you don't take me seriously. Wiping his cold sweat, Zhao Panlong quickly said, Jiang Hao, big guy, let's not just stand here. Let's go to the Longting Guild Haidaoshi branch and catch up. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao laughed happily. All right then, Brother Panlong, please lead the way. Under Zhao Panlong's guidance, Jiang Hao followed to a Rolls-Royce. At this moment, a suited driver was standing beside the Rolls-Royce. Chairman, you've arrived. Please get in the car. The driver quickly opened the back door. However, Zhao Panlong did not get in first but smiled and said to Jiang Hao, big guy, please. Jiang Hao was not polite either. He directly brought Su Yingying into the back seat, while Zhao Panlong himself sat in the passenger seat. This scene left the driver utterly baffled. Who exactly was this young man that commanded such respect from? Soon Jiang Hao and the others arrived at their destination. The Longting Guild Haidaoshi branch was not located in the best area of Haidaoshi, rather it was in a relatively remote place. According to Zhao Panlong's explanation, this was to maintain tranquility. Shortly after, in the office, Zhao Daju sat opposite Jiang Hao, fidgeting nervously. At this time, Zhao Panlong was on the side reviewing a stack of documents. Oomph. After reading, Zhao Panlong angrily slammed the documents to the ground. Zhao Daju, are you out of your mind? I made you the head person. Is this how you handle things for me? Zhao Daju was startled and quickly got up. Chairman, I did nothing wrong. I was trying my best to help the guild recover its losses. Then what's your result? Not only did you fail to eliminate the impact, but now you've also offended Jiang Hao, big guy. You tell me, should I fire you? Zhao Daju was aghast. Chairman, you cannot fire me, Chairman. You absolutely must not fire me. I've worked hard on this project for so long, and those partners recognize me. Oh, Zhao Panlong was so angry, he almost laughed. Really? Are you saying that without you they wouldn't cooperate? Are you threatening me? Although Zhao Daju wanted to explain, he ultimately did not refute. That was indeed what he meant. All right. Zhao Panlong's mouth almost twisted. Jiang Hao, big guy, please give your opinion on how you want me to deal with him. Deal with it. Jiang Hao, who was playing a finger game with Su Yingying at that moment, only just reacted. What to deal with? Oh, you mean him? Let me think. Jiang Hao's nonchalant attitude instantly infuriated Zhao Daju. Jiang Hao, don't be too arrogant. Can't you see that the chairman is scaring me? Do you really think you're something? Slap. Just then, Zhao Panlong stepped forward and gave him a resounding slap. Shut up. Zhao Daju, if you dare to speak disrespectfully to Jiang Hao, big guy, again, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Daju finally became afraid. He suddenly realized that Jiang Hao was not simply a friend of Zhao Panlong, because Zhao Panlong was actually very respectful toward Jiang Hao. So who exactly was he? The thought sent chills down his spine. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to have come up with an idea. Brother Panlong, let me ask you first, what's your relationship with Zhao Daju? Since you both have the surname Zhao, he wouldn't be your son, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Panlong instantly denied it. Oh, that's good. Jiang Hao nodded. I'm actually a very forgiving person. I find it easy to forgive others. Originally, I thought that firing him and completely blacklisting him in the industry would suffice, but now I feel that would be too harsh. After all, everyone needs to make a living, and we can't leave them without food, can we? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Daju was stunned. Could it be that he had misunderstood Jiang Hao all along? Jiang Hao was actually a good person. However, the next sentence from Jiang Hao completely broke Zhao Daju. So I've decided to send him to jail for at least 10 years. If it's one day less, Brother Panlong's project might go down the drain. Zhao Daju. Brother Panlong, is this request too excessive? Upon hearing this, Zhao Panlong finally recovered from his shock and thought for a moment. Not excessive, not excessive. Wiping a cold sweat, Zhao Panlong flipped through some documents. Jiang Hao, big guy, even if you hadn't said this, I was planning to do it. Because of this incident, the guild has incurred over 1 billion in losses, and all these losses will fall on Zhao Daju's head. If he can't come up with it, not to mention 10 years, even if he can get out in this lifetime, is a question. I'll arrange for people to sue him immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was finally satisfied, took Su Yingying, and was ready to leave. Well then, brother Panlong, you keep busy. I have to go, see you later. Mr. Jiang Hao, no father. At that moment, Zhao Daju lunged forward and clutched Jiang Hao's leg. Father, you truly are my biological father. I beg you, grant me a chance to atone. I know I was wrong. Oh, Jiang Hao shoved him away with one sharp motion. Is that so? I suspect you haven't realized your error. You've merely realized your ruin is imminent. With that, Jiang Hao strode off without a backward glance. Jiang Hao, Zhao Daju, perhaps you ought to concern yourself with your own fate first. You're certainly welcome to sue me, but be warned. You'll be facing the legal department of one of the top 3 law firms in Huagua Nation. Moments later, Jiang Hao and his companion had already exited the Longting Union building. Jiang Hao, you were absolutely dazzling just now. Su Yingying's eyes shimmered with starlight. Matters of influential figures, major partnerships, or even imprisonment held no weight for her. Yet Jiang Hao's incisive composure and commanding presence had stirred something deep within her. Her heart fluttered wildly. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Haven't I always been this striking? Enough teasing. I'm about to open a bank card. Could you quickly check which bank is the largest in Haidao City? Half an hour later, they stood before the Haidao First International Bank. Stepping out of the ride-hailing car, Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter, this ride feels nothing like the comfort of a Rolls-Royce. What the A? By ill fortune, the driver overheard. Who do you think you are putting on airs before a humble ride-hailing driver? Rolls-Royce. Try opening an account at that bank across the street. That's true prestige. With that, he slammed the accelerator and sped off, leaving Jiang Hao momentarily stunned where he stood. Yingying, what did he mean? Is opening an account here unusually difficult? Su Yingying shook her head. She'd never been here before. No matter. Let's go inside and see for ourselves. So saying, Jiang Hao crossed the street and headed straight for the Haidao First International Bank, only to be halted at the entrance by security personnel. Hey, what business brings you here? This is a restricted banking zone. No unauthorized entry. Jiang Hao frowned instantly. He'd heard of restricted administrative or construction zones, but a bank barring entry entirely. And how precisely could a bank conduct business if it refused patrons at the door? Still out of courtesy, Jiang Hao explained calmly, I'm here to open a bank card. At those words, the guard burst into laughter. Don't think I missed it. You arrived in a ride-hail. Our members are exclusively affluent and elite. Everyone arrives in a Mercedes or a Rolls-Royce. Fine. Go ahead and produce your appointment confirmation. Let me see it. Appointment. Jiang Hao blinked, genuinely bewildered. He'd never heard of needing an appointment simply to open a bank. Country bumpkin, this is priceless. Su Yingying flushed slightly and tugged gently at Jiang Hao's sleeve. Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't research properly. Let's leave. This is too humiliating. Yet Jiang Hao's expression darkened. He fixed the guard with a cold gaze. I'll ask you once, will you let me enter, or not? No appointment, no entry. What of it? The guard's smirk stretched nearly to his temples. He relished humiliating men like Jiang Hao, penniless yet desperate to project wealth. Truth be told, appointments weren't mandatory, but he'd chosen to deny Jiang Hao entry purely out of disdain. Especially seeing such a stunning woman at Jiang Hao's side only deepened his resentment. Jiang Hao responded with a chilling chuckle, very well. As you wish. Yingying, let's go. And with that, he took Su Yingying's hand and turned toward a small neighboring bank. Oomph. The guard sneered. That fly-by-night bank. Perfect for a penniless dog like you. The guard shrieked. Su Yingying had stomped hard on his foot with her stiletto heel. Puffed. She flashed him a playful grimace before hurrying after Jiang Hao. Good day. Welcome. The moment they stepped inside, a teller rushed forward to greet them. Nestled beside the Haidao First International Bank, this branch rarely saw customers, so when one appeared, service was rendered with utmost deference. Sir, madam, how may we assist you today? Jiang Hao wasted no time. He produced his identification card. I'd like to open a bank card. This time he met no resistance. With no other patrons present, processing was swift. Within 10 minutes, clutching the new card, Jiang Hao immediately found a seat. His next objective was clear: activate the rebate system. Deposit 10 billion yuan into this account and convert the reward into attribute points. Having just spent 2 billion yuan on an aircraft, Jiang Hao felt a thrill of anticipation. It had been quite some time since he'd triggered such a massive rebate. Ding! Rebate successful. Reward 10 billion yuan, our attribute points gained 19990. This time the system offered no complimentary bonus. Jiang Hao had anticipated as much. It would never bestow 10 billion yuan outright. Adding the previous 170 points, Jiang Hao now possessed 20160 attribute point. System, allocate points to raise charisma and strength to 80. Ding, allocation successful. Remaining attribute points, 4160. Feeling the subtle transformation ripple through his body, Jiang Hao whistled inwardly. This expenditure was astonishingly rapid. I'll hold on to the remaining 4160 for now. My. Just then Su Yingying gasped in surprise. Jiang Hao, why do you suddenly seem even more pleasing to the eye? Jiang Hao smiled inwardly. Clearly the enhancement was remarkably effective. To be perceptible at first glance. Worth every point. Ah! Suddenly the teller shrieked. Help! The system's malfunctioning. This gentleman's newly issued card, 10 billion yuan, has just appeared in his account. What a... The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire branch. Minutes later, after Jiang Hao offered a brief explanation, stunned silence reigned. To deposit 10 billion yuan the moment one opened an account. What manner of person was this? Sir, a woman, evidently a senior executive, approached Jiang Hao. Sir, I am the branch manager. Frankly, ours is a modest institution. The total liquidity we hold falls short of 10 billion yuan. Depositing such an amount here is frankly unwise. Oh, Jiang Hao paused, surprised by such candid honesty. He waved dismissively. No concern, I won't withdraw any of it. And truthfully, I may spend it all within days. He wasn't exaggerating. Between aircraft purchases and investments, 10 billion yuan would vanish swiftly. Moreover, Jiang Hao's decision carried deliberate intent. Banks shared intelligence seamlessly. Each knew precisely how much prominent figures deposited where. Which institutions hosted which fortunes was common knowledge among financial circles. Now, due to a single petty guard's arrogance, 10 billion yuan destined for the Haidao First International Bank had instead landed in this obscure branch. What fate awaited that guard? One could only imagine. Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed Su Yingying watching him. Her gaze inscrutable, layered with quiet wonder. What is it? I understand you less and less. Just how vast is your fortune? Jiang Hao truly couldn't answer. Money to him was merely an abstract numeral devoid of intrinsic meaning. Never mind. Next, we're going somewhere together. Jiang Hao, where are we going? On the shared bicycle. Su Yingying tightly hugged Jiang Hao, asking in confusion. Jiang Hao smiled at her words. You don't feel embarrassed riding a shared bicycle with me? Not at all. Su Yingying quickly replied. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy riding a bicycle. Jiang Hao was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Su Yingying to say this. You're happy, but I'm not. So we are going to buy a car now. Ah. Su Yingying was shocked. Buying again? Didn't you say there are too many cars and you can't drive them all? Last time Jiang Hao used this reason to transfer a Ferrari to the landlord. That was in Qingqing. What does it have to do with Haidao City? Jiang Hao replied as a matter of course. Alright, so every time you change a city you have to buy a car, huh? Is this what they call being rich and willful? Soon Jiang Hao rode his bicycle to the Lamborghini dealership. There was no other reason. It was simply because the Lamborghini dealership was the closest. If the Rolls-Royce dealership had been closer, Jiang Hao would have bought a Rolls-Royce. However, Jiang Hao had never bought a Lamborghini either, so he was just seeking something new. After all, for Jiang Hao, buying a car was no different from buying groceries. As soon as they entered, a saleswoman approached them. However, there was a hint of disdain in her expression that was not easily noticeable. Sir, madam, welcome to the Lamborghini dealership in Haidao City. How may I assist you? This was a polite greeting, but the saleswoman's tone was not friendly, filled with coldness. As a former Ferrari saleswoman, Su Yingying naturally picked up on this immediately. What is wrong with you? We are in car sales, customers are gods. What kind of attitude do you have towards customers? Throwing tantrums and patience. Do you think customers are here to see your face? Customers come to buy cars, not to be mistreated by you. Every customer can bring orders and reputation. With your attitude, if you offend all the customers, what will happen to the company's performance? Su Yingying's words were like a rapid-fire barrage, especially with a tone of authority, leaving the saleswoman dumbfounded. Who are you anyway? The saleswoman's attitude visibly softened. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh on the side. Su Yingying was having a professional moment. All those months as a sales manager were not in vain. This saleswoman probably thought Su Yingying was a higher-up doing an undercover visit. Hearing this, Su Yingying then realized she was no longer a sales manager. Moreover, this was not her Ferrari dealership at all. Su Yingying's face instantly turned red, and she quietly hid behind Jiang Hao, poking him. Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao just smiled faintly, giving Su Yingying a look that said, Don't worry, we are here to buy a car. Please introduce the cars available at your dealership. Hearing this, the saleswoman finally sighed in relief, but a wave of disdain surged within her. Oh, listening to you, one might think you are some big shot acting all high and mighty. But who would have guessed you came here on a shared bicycle? The saleswoman rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned since there were no parking spots at the dealership entrance. He specifically parked farther away. He didn't expect this to be noticed. To be fair, salespeople do have sharp eyes. Sighed. Jiang Hao sighed. This was precisely why he was so eager to buy a car. Despite wearing clothes worth thousands, he was still looked down upon. As the saying goes, a dog's eyes look down on people. I won't hold this against you. Just hurry and take me to see the cars. I have limited time. Glancing at the time, it was almost dinner time. He didn't want to delay his meal with such a trivial matter as buying a car. The saleswoman was infuriated by Jiang Hao's nonchalant expression. All right, acting all big here, huh? They'll take you to see the cars, but if you don't buy, don't blame me for posting you on social media. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched at this. Oh wow, this threat actually scared him a bit. A man, no matter how outstanding, would become a target for ridicule if posted on social media. Fine, just take me to see the cheapest car in the store, Jiang Hao said calmly. TCH. The saleswoman immediately looked even more disdainful upon hearing this. However, only Su Yingying felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Soon, under the saleswoman's guidance, Jiang Hao arrived in front of a silver Lamborghini. This one is the latest model of the Huracan, and it's not expensive, just 2.7 million. Oh, that's indeed not. Jiang Hao nodded, then glanced at Su Yingying. Su Yingying noticed Jiang Hao's gaze and awkwardly smiled, but did not respond. What could she say? 2.7 million seemed not expensive in Jiang Hao's eyes, but in hers that was an astronomical price. To avoid going against her conscience, and to save Jiang Hao from embarrassment, it was best to stay silent. So you don't like it? Then forget it, Jiang Hao said directly. Su Yingying's silence meant she didn't like it. If she didn't like it but still thought it wasn't expensive, then what was the point of it? The saleswoman's face turned green upon hearing this, about to explode. Aside from the one she doesn't like, I'll take everything else in your store, the saleswoman exclaimed. Huh? Su Yingying was speechless. Sure enough. Originally, Su Yingying thought it was just her illusion, but Jiang Hao really was using the same trick again. This was remarkably similar to when Jiang Hao bought the Ferrari. What are you standing there for? Jiang Hao took out a card directly, swiped the card. I want it all. At this moment, the saleswoman finally reacted, but the eager demeanor that Su Yingying had imagined did not appear. Instead, she became even more disdainful. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. You must have inquired beforehand that we only have this one car in stock, hence you said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned. Was this saleswoman out of her mind? There was only one car. Why ask which one to see? Was she playing games? Swiping a card, and look at the card in your hand, Mingzhu Bank. I've never even heard of it. If you had a better attitude when you came in, I might have let you act all high and mighty, but now, huh? Sister, don't believe in such men. Saying this, the saleswoman reached out to hook Su Yingying's arm. However, Su Yingying directly dodged and instead hooked Jiang Hao's arm. You? Forget it. Good words are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. You just willingly let this broke loser sleep with you. Sighed. At this moment, Jiang Hao sighed. I'm really disappointed. Oh. Seeing Jiang Hao still putting on an act, the saleswoman couldn't hold it any longer. Still pretending. Fine, I'll tell you this: tonight at 8 p.m., Hideout's first auction house will auction a Lamborghini Veneno. If you think the Huracan is beneath you, then go buy that poison. Poison? Jiang Hao turned his head to look at Su Yingying as if he had heard a new term. What is that? It sounds fancy and expensive. Su Yingying was momentarily stunned. Jiang Hao had never heard of poison. Ahem. Jiang Hao, the poison is a limited edition concept supercar by Lamborghini, regarded as one of the 3 divine cars in the world, with a starting price of 3 million euros, and its current value has soared to 1 billion. Oh, I see. Jiang Hao nodded. Oh, 1 billion was still somewhat acceptable. However, his calm reaction made the salesperson laugh out loud. Huh. Keep pretending. You must be freaking out inside, right? Saying this, the salesperson took off the name tag around his neck. You like to show off, don't you? Come with me. I really must take you to the auction today. Hearing this, Jiang Hao, an auction featuring items worth 1 billion generally requires an appointment. Without one, entry is impossible. He was still pondering how to get in. Now this salesperson had directly solved the problem for him. However, Jiang Hao was a bit curious. I say, as a salesperson, how can you get me in? Do you have connections? Oomph. The salesperson shot Jiang Hao a disdainful glance. Of course. My brother is one of the most important members of the auction. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao and Su Yingying, led by the salesperson, arrived at the International Auction House in Hideout City. Brother. From a distance, the salesperson began greeting. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. In front of him, responding to the salesperson, was a security guard. Good. One of the most important members is a security guard, right? While thinking about it, the security is indeed very important. After describing the situation to his brother, the salesperson's brother scoffed. Haha, kid, you really have no idea. You've messed with the wrong person this time. As he spoke, the security guard pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, boss, it's me. Can you help me with something? His attitude was extremely respectful. What? Are you crazy? Do you know how high the standards of this auction are? You want a spot? Are you dreaming? On the other end of the line, the man referred to as boss angrily exclaimed before hanging up. At that moment, the security guard's face turned pale. Sister, the salesperson frowned. Brother, what do you mean? Don't tell me you can't get a spot at the auction. Then that brat will get to show off. The security guard stammering caught Jiang Hao's attention. Haha, you probably hit a wall, right? Su Yingying remarked sideways, clearly irritated by the attitudes of the salesperson and the security guard. Hey, Jiang Hao, what are you doing here? At that moment, a slender youth walked over, puzzled from the entrance of the auction. Yu Qing. Jiang Hao was surprised that this youth was the one he had met when buying the plane. You're just in time. I heard this auction has a supercar worth 100 million. Take me and I want that car. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing was taken aback. What does being domineering mean? This is what it means. He knew that the supercar worth 100 million was indeed that Lamborghini Poison. But one must understand that this is an auction where the highest bidder wins. Jiang Hao directly stated, I want it. What does that imply? This clearly means no matter how wealthy the people attending the auction today are, I will definitely be richer than them. Moreover, Yu Qing had no doubt about this ruthless person's wealth. This guy had spent 2 billion to buy a plane, and it was paid with green bubbles. If he doubted it, he must be out of his mind. Yu Qing reacted quickly, immediately nodding and bowing. Jiang Hao, whatever you say goes, a mere auction, I'll take you in. At that moment, the salesperson and security guard were dumbfounded. If they weren't mistaken, this young man bowing to Jiang Hao seemed to be the young master of the Yu family often seen on TV. Sister, are you sure this brat is just pretending? Brother, I'm not so sure now. However, Jiang Hao had no intention of paying them any mind. As he passed them, and before entering the auction house, he calmly said to Yu Qing, by the way, I don't really like these two people. Sure. Whoever Jiang Hao dislikes, I'll have them disappear from Hideout City immediately. Bring them both tickets for a free year-long trip to the Pacific. After saying this, 2 bodyguards, each 2 meters tall, immediately picked up the salesperson and the security guard. After entering the auction house, Yu Qing left temporarily under the pretense of handling paperwork. At this moment, Su Yingying's dazed face finally showed a hint of color as she tugged at Jiang Hao's sleeve. Jiang Hao, how much are you still hiding from me? You don't have little brothers all over the world, do you? Su Yingying was becoming increasingly numb, but Jiang Hao each time managed to reveal even more astonishing wealth and connections. You want to know more about me? Jiang Hao grinned mischievously. After we buy the car, let's hurry back, and I'll let you find out. Su Yingying's face instantly flushed red. You're annoying. Just then, the door to Yu Qing's private room was pushed open. A man in a butler's outfit walked in, exuding an elegant demeanor. Upon entering, he quickly realized that Yu Qing was not there. Who are you two? This is young Master Yu Qing's private room. You must have come to the wrong place. Please leave. The elderly butler spoke in a very friendly manner, completely unlike those with a keen eye for status, showing no signs of aggression. Even when asking them to leave, Jiang Hao didn't feel any anger at the politeness. He had always been more courteous to polite people. Jiang Hao stood up with a smile. Sir, we are friends of Yu Qing here to attend the auction together. Oh, I see. I apologize, sir, I almost offended you. The elderly man bowed to Jiang Hao. However, for safety reasons, I need you to provide proof of your relationship with Yu Qing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned. If he had to prove his relationship with Yu Qing, he truly couldn't provide any evidence. However, he figured as long as he made this elder aware of his wealth, that should suffice. With this in mind, Jiang Hao took out a bank card from Mingzhu Bank. The elder immediately understood Jiang Hao's intentions and did not slack off just because the card was from a small bank. He pulled out a card reader and swiped the card. Wow, what the hell? The elegant old butler suddenly burst out with a couple of curses, leaving Jiang Hao utterly dumbfounded. Are you alright, sir? Ahem. Only then did the old butler realize, quickly bowing and returning the bank card to Jiang Hao. I apologize for my outburst. May I ask, sir, why are you depositing 10 billion in this bank? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Hao felt a bit displeased. This old butler was overstepping his boundaries. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. To be frank, you're in possession of such wealth, and there are certainly better options available. This small bank isn't very secure. I'm not trying to show off, but I happen to be the general manager of a well-known bank. If you require assistance, I could waive all procedures and directly transfer your funds to our bank. Oh, hearing this, Jiang Hao became interested. Which bank are you referring to, sir? Oh, sir, it's the First International Bank of Hideout City. You should have heard of it. At these words, Jiang Hao and Su Yingying exchanged a glance, both with somewhat complicated expressions. Jiang Hao smiled. To be honest, this 10 billion was originally going to be deposited in your bank, but the old butler was stunned upon hearing this. This 10 billion was meant to be deposited in his bank. Jiang Hao shook his head. Just as I was about to enter your bank, a security guard stopped me, saying I had no appointment and didn't let me in. What a pity indeed. What? The old butler became visibly anxious. Now that he thought about it, he indeed remembered. It seemed that next door to the First International Bank of Hideout City was that struggling little bank called Ming. In other words, it was because of a security guard that he lost a 10 billion client deposit. Damn it. I apologize, sir. I got a bit too worked up. Rest assured I will handle this matter properly. I wonder. Zhang Hao raised his hand to stop the old butler. Let bygones be bygones. Sometimes one must learn to pay the price for their own mistakes. You should understand what I mean. Zhang Hao's tone was calm, but to the old butler every word struck deep. Understood, sir. I will take my leave now. The old butler left in a daze. But Zhang Hao knew that from this day forward Hideout City would have one more heartbroken security guard. Soon after, Yu Qing hurriedly returned. Brother Zhang Hao, sorry to keep you waiting. The procedures were a bit troublesome here. While speaking, Yu Qing handed a card to Zhang Hao. This is the auction qualification certificate. With this you are eligible to bid. Zhang Hao accepted the qualification certificate without hesitation. All right, thank you. After saying this, he prepared to leave with Su Yingying. After all, this was Yu Qing's exclusive box, and to avoid any transaction troubles, Zhang Hao decided to head to the public seating. After finding his attempts to stop him futile, Yu Qing sighed and got back to work. Upon encountering Zhang Hao again, Yu Qing felt that Zhang Hao had become even more enigmatic. He needed to hurry and supervise the aircraft's production progress. On the other side, Zhang Hao casually found an empty seat and sat down. One must admit, compared to the exclusive VIP box, the public seating provided a better view as it allowed a direct observation of the auction items. Hello everyone. I am the host of this auction and you all should know me, so I won't introduce myself. The little blue goddess looks stunning today. Little blue goddess, I want to marry you. The host was a tall, beautiful woman with long legs and black stockings, dyed blue hair, and as soon as she appeared, she ignited a wave of enthusiasm. Even Zhang Hao couldn't help but take a couple more glances. What's wrong? Do you like her? Su Yingying pouted beside him. Zhang Hao admitted directly because he felt there was no need to deceive women with sweet talk. Su Yingying snorted playfully, then suddenly smiled. If you like her, bring her home tonight, and we can all. As she spoke, Su Yingying's face turned red, unable to Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile at her words, playfully pinching Su Yingying's small nose. Since the first time he met Su Yingying, he had noticed that this woman was genuinely understanding. However, Zhang Hao wasn't so desperate that he would settle for anything. He was too lazy to pursue a woman like the auction. Since Su Yingying didn't seem averse to the idea, Zhang Hao thought maybe he could give it a try in the future. Ahem. He quickly stopped himself as his thoughts became increasingly absurd. All right, enough joking around, the auction is starting. Zhang Hao said seriously. Without further ado, let's commence tonight's auction. With Little Blue's announcement, the entire auction venue was plunged into darkness, then suddenly lit up with fireworks effects, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The first auction item is the Holy Cross from Jerusalem. It is said to be a relic of the last church leader, representing reverence for God. The starting bid is 1 million, with each increase not less than 100,000. Hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He hadn't expected such an item would be auctioned off. Didn't they say that faith is priceless? Naturally, Zhang Hao had no interest in such items. Ultimately, this cross was sold for 2 million. Sigh. What's wrong? Seeing Zhang Hao sigh, Su Yingying gently nudged his arm. It's nothing, just found it a bit boring. It seems the only interesting item in this auction is that sports car worth 100 million. Just as Zhang Hao said this. The second auction item is a necklace named Eternal Heart, made from a gemstone crafted from an ether medium. It represents eternal love for one's partner. The starting bid is 10 million, with each increase not less than 100,000. Wow. Su Yingying's eyes went wide, but when she thought of the outrageous price, her expression dimmed. 50 million. Zhang Hao directly raised his bidding card. Su Yingying, Little Blue. Oh my God. This gentleman bids 50 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? No. Sold. Little Blue nearly lost her voice. Without even calling for the first and second times, she raised the gavel and with a loud bang nearly broke it. Sold. Goodness, 50 million. For something worth 10 million, this guy bids 50 million. Either Little Blue is crazy or the world has gone mad. What the hell? Who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? Damn. My wife likes this, and I was planning to kill the competition with 20 million. This gentleman. Little Blue jumped down from the auction stage and approached Zhang Hao. Congratulations on winning the Eternal Heart necklace. Do you have anything you'd like to say to everyone? What did you say? Zhang Hao stared blankly at the microphone, nearly pressed against his face. Could you tell us why you chose to bid? Xiaolon looked awkward. Oh, you mean that? Zhang Hao finally understood. Yingying glanced at it once. I sensed she might like it, so I bought it. Besides, I despise bidding wars. When I act, I end the contest decisively. Any further questions? Silence fell over the entire hall. Good heavens. If this were a mere few hundred, or even 1,000 yuan item, such nonchalance might be excusable. But this was a 50 million yuan artifact. He spoke of it as casually as buying vegetables. Did he mistake the auction hall for a wet market? Yet no one dared voice that thought. Every guest present possessed both wealth and influence, and none would presume such audacity belonged to some penniless pretender. Xiaolon scratched his head mortified. He'd only intended to flatter. Never imagined his guest regarded 50 million yuan with utter indifference. Truly a man of unimaginable fortune. Meanwhile, Su Yingying stood on the verge of tears, moved beyond words. Because she had glanced at it just once, Jiang Hao had spent 50 million yuan outright, merely to see her smile. The trope of the domineering CEO falling in love had just unfolded before her eyes. Real, raw, and undeniable. Ahem. Xiaolon, a consummate professional, swiftly regained his composure. We've encountered a minor interlude. Now let us unveil our third lot. This piece is no ordinary artifact, a Japanese katana forged by a master whose name has since passed into legend. With his death, this blade became a true heirloom. Starting bid 10 million yuan. Minimum increment 100,000 yuan. At the sight of this lot, Jiang Hao's brow furrowed sharply. Of all things in this life, he loathed most the neighboring nation whose citizens enjoyed comfortable lives, though admittedly certain teachers were exceptions. And now a sword forged by those very people dared appear upon the auction block. Unacceptable. At that very moment. 15 million yuan. I claim this blade. I deeply admire the samurai spirit, and I intend to end this contest immediately. A middle-aged man raised his paddle, voice thunderous with arrogance. A thin mustache adorned his upper lip. Wow. Gentlemen and ladies, this gentleman bids 15 million yuan. Are there any higher offers? Though Jiang Hao's earlier 50 million yuan bid had stunned the room, such a 5 million yuan leap was equally electrifying. Jiang Hao's expression darkened ominously, and Su Yingying noticed at once. Jiang Hao, what's wrong? He offered no reply, only lifted his bidding paddle with quiet detachment. 15 million yuan, and 1 yuan. Up. Xiaolon faltered, visibly embarrassed. Sir, the minimum increment is 100,000 yuan. Had Jiang Hao not just spent 50 million yuan, Xiaolon might have suspected him of deliberate disruption. I'm simply asking, do you object if I raise it by 1 yuan? Jiang Hao's tone remained unruffled. Xiaolon, cowed by his sheer presence, waved his hands frantically. Haha, no objection at all. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Since you insist, our rule changes now. Only then did Jiang Hao nod, satisfied. Excuse me, sir. What exactly is your intention? Are you deliberately provoking me? And if I am, do you have a problem with that? Jiang Hao shot back, leaving no room for retort. You. The mustached man's face turned ashen green. Don't get too arrogant. Do you truly believe that because you wield tens, or even hundreds, of millions, no one dares challenge you? Let me disabuse you of that notion. 20 million yuan. He slammed his paddle aloft, pride blazing across his features. So, you've just spent 50 million. Do you even have funds left? You're far too green to contend with me. 20 million, and 1 fun. Jiang Hao raised his paddle once more. Sir, you've gone too far. The mustached man leapt to his feet. You insult me. Allow me to impart a lesson. Youthful arrogance is never wise. 30 million yuan. His voice boomed like thunder, a 10 million yuan surge. Whoa. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. It was happening again. First a 10 million yuan lot sold for 50 million. Now another 10 million yuan lot soared to 30 million. The world had lost its mind. Heh. Jiang Hao merely smiled faintly. My, what an extraordinary sum. Alas. 50 million yuan. He raised his paddle without hesitation. The mustache man. Xiaolon. Bam. Without pause, Xiaolon brought down the gavel. Congratulations, sir. You are now the proud owner of this lot. Sir, would you like to share a few words with the audience? Xiaolon, exhilarated, knew Jiang Hao likely wouldn't speak, but protocol demanded the gesture. Yet Xiaolon misjudged. This time Jiang Hao did have something to say. Snap that katana in half, right here, and toss it into the trash. Xiaolon. Sir, what are you saying? This is a 50 million yuan artifact. I couldn't possibly. You heard me. If you refuse, I'll find someone who will. And spare me the theatrics over 50 million yuan. It's trivial, no more consequential than purchasing groceries. Why the melodrama? Xiaolon felt utterly speechless. Enough. Do as instructed. Jiang Hao waved dismissively, done with explanations. That katana. He couldn't bear the sight of it. Ah, wait. He called Xiaolon back. I've lost interest in the rest of this auction. I won't be participating. Your catalog lists a Lamborghini Veneno, with a starting bid of 100 million yuan, correct? I'll pay 500 million. No auction required. I'll drive it away shortly. Xiaolon froze. Every other guest froze. Sir, in principle preemptive purchases aren't permitted. But isn't it fortuitous? You are the principal. Moments later, after transferring 600 million yuan total, Jiang Hao sped off in the Lamborghini Veneno. Watching his receding taillights, Yu Qing's jaw dropped to the floor. Well. I thought brother Jiang Hao, seated among the general public, had truly become ordinary. Turns out I in the VIP suite am the real pauper. By then Jiang Hao was already racing along the highway in the Lamborghini Veneno. Beside him Su Yingying wore the eternal heart necklace and had surrendered entirely to rapture lost in pure unadulterated bliss. Just then Jiang Hao's phone chimed. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from Yuqing. Brother Jiang Hao, I'd like to host a yacht party for you tonight. Would you be free to attend? Jiang Hao tapped the brakes lightly, picked up his phone, and replied. A yacht party? What's the occasion? Yuqing offered no explanation. Only send an emoji, you know. At that moment Su Yingying also appeared somewhat puzzled. Jiang Hao, what's wrong? Oh, nothing much. Jiang Hao shook his head. It's about that fellow Yuqing from earlier. He briefly explained the situation and prepared to decline Yuqing's invitation. A yacht party? Honestly, I have no interest in such affairs. Jiang Hao spoke thus, but Su Yingying's eyes suddenly lit up. A yacht party? I want to go. Jiang Hao's finger poised to tap send froze midair. Then he deleted the drafted message and composed a new, all right, send me the location. Half an hour later on the East Coast. Haha. Senior brother Jiang Hao, you finally arrived. Yuqing had heard the thunderous roar of the Lamborghini Veneno from afar and was already waiting for Jiang Hao at the harbor. Yet the moment he saw Su Yingying stepping down from the car beside Jiang Hao, Yuqing froze, stunned. What on earth was this elder brother thinking? Bringing his fiancée, or rather the woman everyone assumed was his fiancée, to a yacht party. Yuqing, why are you spacing out? Jiang Hao's tone grew faintly displeased. Hurry up and take us to this so-called yacht party. Yingying expressed interest, so I came. Yuqing choked on his own breath. What? His fiancée was interested in this. This was utterly outrageous. Ahem. Still having navigated elite society for years, Yuqing knew precisely which questions to ask and which to leave unspoken. He promptly sealed his lips and cheerfully led the way forward. Wow. As soon as they reached the harbor, Su Yingying was captivated by the colossal yacht before her. Even Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. This vessel was hardly a mere yacht. It bordered on being a full-fledged cruise liner. Haha. Senior brother Jiang Hao, what do you think? This is our company's latest prototype, not yet launched to the public. I brought it out specially for you today. Jiang Hao gave a perfunctory reply. You've gone to quite some trouble. Let's board and take a look. So saying, he led Su Yingying aboard without further delay. Young master, this. At the yacht's entrance, a bunyered attendant eyed Su Yingying with quiet suspicion. Her pure innocent bearing seemed wholly incongruous with such a venue. Enough. Don't speak out of turn. Just follow my lead. Wow. Jiang Hao, look. This interior is enormous. Su Yingying bounded gleefully into the yacht's interior. Inside, every imaginable luxury and amenity was flawlessly arranged, akin to a self-contained entertainment plaza. Haha, do you like it? If you do, perhaps consider purchasing one. Before Jiang Hao could finish speaking, over a dozen stunning women burst forth, surrounding him instantly. So your brother Jiang Hao, Yuqing, young master, told us all about you. We'll make sure you're thoroughly pampered today. Brother Jiang Hao, seeing you makes my heart race. Don't believe me. Feel for yourself. Brother Jiang Hao. In that instant, Jiang Hao stood engulfed, his mind reeling. What in the world was happening? What do you think you're doing? Yuqing rushed up just then, and upon witnessing the scene, his composure shattered. Was he seriously flirting with his elder brother, right in front of his fiancée? Had they lost their minds? Granted, he'd orchestrated this, but intervention was now imperative. After extricating Jiang Hao from the throng, Yuqing turned to Su Yingying, his expression brimming with contrition. Haha, sister-in-law. This is truly a misunderstanding. At that moment, Su Yingying's face flushed crimson, as if ripened to the hue of a summer apple. She now understood with perfect clarity precisely what a yacht party entailed. And upon hearing Yuqing's words, her blush deepened further. Who's your sister-in-law? Jiang Hao and I are merely. That sentence sent a ripple through the crowd. Every woman's gaze instantly sharpened with renewed hope. Oh my, so you're not brother Jiang Hao's girlfriend. Then we're all free to compete fairly. Pick me, brother Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. Stop. Just then Su Yingying raised her hand. Fine. If you insist on fair competition, then let's have it. Fair and square. She fixed Jiang Hao with a stern, unwavering gaze. Yingying, what exactly do you mean by that? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. If only he'd known the true nature of this yacht party, he'd never have brought her along. Yet what Su Yingying said next left Jiang Hao utterly speechless, beyond even bewilderment. We'll line up, single file, and whoever satisfies Jiang Hao most will win. Silence fell, brief, electric, before the air erupted. Yes, brilliant idea. I second that motion. I'll go first. For these women, any chance to connect, even fleetingly, with a scion like Jiang Hao was a rare, coveted opportunity. Jiang Hao himself remained dumbfounded. Yet paradoxically, he felt no strong resistance toward what did these women truly seek? Money, nothing more. And money, that was the one thing Jiang Hao lacked least. Moreover, ever since raising his physical endurance to 80, he'd harbored quiet regret. because he'd never been able to fully unleash his potential. Now the chance had arrived. Ahem. Yu Qing coughed awkwardly. Senior brother Jiang Hao, this outcome wasn't my intention. Suddenly I recall an urgent matter. I must depart immediately. So saying, he slipped off the yacht with remarkable haste. Before vanishing, he even nudged the bunyered attendant toward Jiang Hao. Senior brother Jiang Hao, I'm terribly sorry. Yu Qing wiped cold sweat from his brow. Let's just hope, when the yacht docks tomorrow morning, I don't find a desiccated corpse aboard. That night would be long and sleepless. At dawn the next day, the yacht glided back to shore. Its captain stormed down the gangplank incensed. Young Master Yu Qing, never again shall I accept such assignments. I refuse to endure this indignity, not for any sum of money. Yu Qing frowned in confusion. Had the captain grown jealous over the sounds echoing through the hull? No, that made no sense. He'd captained every one of Yu Qing's yacht parties before. Why the sudden outrage? Puzzled, Yu Qing boarded the yacht himself. The moment he stepped inside, the air itself thickened, charged with raw primal pheromones. Yu Qing paled. Good heavens, had senior brother Jiang Hao truly become a mummified husk? The deeper he ventured, the greater his dread swelled. It was no longer merely about desiccation. It had devolved into something straight out of a horror film. Such a massive vessel, yet not a single soul in sight. Where has everyone gone? Then as Yu Qing approached the swimming pool, he froze, utterly dumbstruck. Splashed. He collapsed onto the deck, paralyzed. Yu Qing, you're here. Apologies for soiling your yacht. How much do I owe you? I'll reimburse. Yu Qing turned his head in a daze. When he saw Jiang Hao standing before him as if nothing had happened, he felt like he must be dreaming. It made no sense. Over 20 women were fast asleep by the pool, each one looking utterly exhausted. And now he was being told that Jiang Hao could stand and even speak. This isn't right. It certainly isn't right. What are you daydreaming about? Jiang Hao waved his hand in front of Yu Qing's eyes. Only then did Yu Qing awaken from his stupor. At this moment, Yu Qing's shock was beyond any vocabulary. Jiang Hao, may I ask you a bold question? Are you human? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Well, I suppose so. A normal person's physical capability is rated at 50. 60 is the limit for an ordinary person. 70 is considered special forces level. As for Jiang Hao, he was at 80. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Yu Qing was somewhat confused. What question? Jiang Hao, I was just daydreaming. Oh, could you please repeat that? How much did your yacht cost? Jiang Hao shook his head, clearly a bit impatient. Hearing this, Yu Qing finally recalled what Jiang Hao had just said and let out a dry laugh. Haha, Jiang Hao, you flatter me. Since I invited you, I certainly wouldn't be so petty. If I were to ask you for compensation, Yu Qing would truly lose my ability to be a person. With Yu Qing saying this, Jiang Hao naturally couldn't be polite. Oh, is that so? Well then. Oh, by the way, this yacht is quite good. Oh, I like it. Please customize one exactly like it for me. Saying this, without further ado, Jiang Hao transferred 1 billion yuan to Yu Qing. Yu Qing initially wanted to politely refuse, as this yacht hadn't even gone into production. But when he saw the payment notification pop up on his phone, he immediately beamed with joy. Oh wow. Jiang Hao, whatever you need, I will take care of it. The yacht and the plane will be delivered to you simultaneously. What a joke. Not in production. A yacht worth 500 million, and the guy throws out 1 billion. If you don't start production now, you're out of your mind. Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now. With that, Jiang Hao entered a room and carried the nearly unconscious Su Yingying out. Yu Qing twitched his lips. Is there even any justice left in this world? He could stand, he could talk, and Yu Qing chuckled it off. But to actually carry someone, that's a bit excessive. However, Jiang Hao naturally didn't care about him. After placing Su Yingying in the passenger seat, he prepared to convert his points. System, convert all the points accumulated over the past few days into attribute points. Ding, conversion successful. You have gained 16000 attribute points. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. The 4000 points left over from last time, plus the current 16000, made exactly 20000. Jiang Hao only had 2 attributes that weren't at 80, and now he could finally fill them up. System, help me raise my agility and intelligence to 80. Ding, points added successfully. Congratulations to the host. All attributes have reached 80, and you can no longer add points to attributes. Hearing this prompt, Jiang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Wait, system, why is 80 the limit? Ding, 80 is not the limit, but you can no longer use attribute points. The current system store has been unlocked, and the host can check it yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a panel that only Jiang Hao could see appeared before his eyes. Name: Jiang Hao, age 23, appearance 80, strength 80, agility 80, stamina 80, intelligence 80, durability 88100. Jiang Hao twitched his lips. Good heavens, I've used so much stamina in just one night, it's truly insane. Thinking this, Jiang Hao clicked on a button that had just appeared: System Store. Upon entering the System Store, Jiang Hao was immediately dumbfounded. The first item in the System Store was somewhat outrageous. Mighty Man elixir price, 100 store points effect after use durability becomes infinite. What the hell? Jiang Hao couldn't help but curse. System. How do I earn these store points? Ding, the only way to acquire store points, use 100 attribute points to exchange for 1 store point. No way does this system really know what it's saying. 100 attribute points for 1. Why not just take Jiang Hao's life instead? Attribute points are already hard enough to obtain, now store points are even harder to acquire. How many zeros would that be if converted to cash? Jiang Hao was starting to feel a bit dizzy. Sighed. Jiang Hao sighed, concluding that the system was still too much of a scam. As he continued to browse, the more absurd it all seemed. What nuclear weapon blueprints, controllable nuclear fusion technology, a nanometer lithography machine. If Jiang Hao couldn't think of it, there was nothing in the store that couldn't be bought. Of course, the thousands, even millions of store points made Jiang Hao feel daunted. Forget it seems I have to accumulate slowly. Jiang Hao sighed, then pressed the accelerator and drove out of the harbor. Big banana, a big banana. Just then Jiang Hao's phone rang. The caller was Zhao Panlong. Without thinking much, Jiang Hao answered the call directly. Haha, Jiang Hao, regarding Zhao Dazhu, I've already handled it, no worries. And that spicy hot pot owner, I guarantee you will never see him again in your life. Jiang Hao nodded silently at this. He had to admit that Zhao Panlong was quite capable at handling matters. All right, thank you, brother Panlong. Is there anything else? On the other end of the line, Zhao Panlong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke up. Well, Jiang Hao, after finishing this matter, I will return to Qingqing to help you with those issues. How's business? Oh, don't worry, brother Panlong. Jiang Hao replied directly. I only dislike Zhao Ding. Now that he's gone, I will naturally take care of the project for you. Huh. Zhao Panlong laughed with relief. Then thank you, Jiang Hao. With Jiang Hao's involvement, the losses caused by the spicy hot pot incident would no longer be considered losses. If one person caused you a loss of 100 million, but then turned around and compensated you with 10 billion, would you still consider that a loss? In his happiness, Zhao Panlong continued. So Jiang Hao, I won't keep you any longer. That girl Xinyu is in Qingqing. Ew, I don't feel at ease, so I'm heading back first. Jiang Hao replied, then directly hung up the phone. Sigh, what a hassle. It looks like I still need to show my face at the Longting project. After sending Su Yingying back to the hotel to rest, Jiang Hao drove directly to the headquarters of the Longting Guild in Haidao City. There was no choice since he had promised Zhao Panlong. He had to deal with some messes. This time Jiang Hao faced no obstacles and entered smoothly. It must be because Zhao Panlong had given prior instructions. Jiang Hao was pleased, as fewer troubles were always better. Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. As soon as he entered the office, a female manager dressed in professional attire and black stockings came up to greet him. Hello, I am Suyu, with a newly appointed project manager today. Suyu extended her hand towards Jiang Hao, who politely shook it. As soon as their hands touched, they parted. One must admit Suyu's looks were impressive, comparable to Chu Yunin. Moreover, her figure was excellent. Jiang Hao's unabashed gaze caused Suyu to blush slightly. Brother Panlong has informed you, right? Jiang Hao found a sofa and sat down directly. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Suyu respectfully poured a glass of water for Jiang Hao. The chairman has repeatedly stated that you are our strategic partner for the Longting project and a personal friend of his. The chairman requires us to meet all your needs for the entire Longting project as much as possible. Jiang Hao nodded at this, appreciating Zhao Panlong's arrangements. At that moment, Su Yu's expression visibly became hesitant. Jiang Hao keenly noticed this. Speak up, what trouble is there? You really can't hide anything from you. Su Yu twirled a strand of hair. Mr. Jiang, let me be frank. Do you remember the video you posted on Dodo? Jiang Hao nodded. He certainly remembered, as it was the only video he had posted. Now the influence of that video has reached unprecedented levels and is still growing. Because of this video, our Longting project has suffered a huge blow. Oh, Jiang Hao was puzzled. Could a single video have such power? As he thought this, Jiang Hao opened Dodo. Upon opening, he was startled. With over 99 notifications on the screen, that video alone had garnered over 10 million likes. The views had reached a staggering several hundred million. Good heavens! Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the impact was so significant, it probably even went international. At that moment, Suyu looked a bit helpless. As you can see, Mr. Jiang, with this level of heat, deleting the video no longer holds any significance. According to our assessment, the project has suffered losses of at least 100 million, and as the project progresses, this number will continue to grow. Jiang Hao nodded upon hearing this, feeling somewhat disappointed. Just 100 million. He thought it was a bigger deal. You just said that deleting the video doesn't matter, right? Yes, Mr. Jiang, the heat is there, and the marketing accounts that have picked it up are countless. Even if we hire a professional PR team, we won't be able to recover from this loss. Oh, is that so? Jiang Hao remained noncommittal. So you mean the influence of this video cannot be eliminated? Suyu nodded helplessly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao laughed. This problem was simply too easy. Since it can't be eliminated, let's not worry about it, and let's just throw money at it. I have one question for you. If I give you 2 billion for advertising, can you offset the impact? Listen carefully, I'm saying I'll give you 2 billion, not if I give you 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Suyu was stunned. 2 billion. Good heavens. Spending 2 billion on advertising, is that even human? You must know that the largest scale of advertising in the world is Disneyland, but even they don't have a scale of 2 billion. What's wrong? Can't you do it? Jiang Hao's tone was clearly a bit disappointed. If so, I'll just have to find someone else. No. Suyu was startled. I can do it. Mr. Jiang, if it's really 2 billion, I'm confident I can offset this impact at a scale of 10 times, no 20 times. Hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded. All right, send me the company account later, and I'll transfer the money. Okay. All right. Suyu, awakened from her daze, hurriedly took out her phone. Then, can I add you to my green bubble? When Suyu said this, she was quite nervous. If she could add a person like him to her green bubble, it would be worth it, even if he turned out to be a jerk. He was handsome, wealthy, and so domineering. Simply amazing. Jiang Hao had no reservations about adding her to his green bubble, and did so directly. Suyu almost jumped. All right, stop being silly, and get to work. Jiang Hao interrupted Suyu and then directly transferred 2 billion to the account she provided. All right. Okay, Mr. Jiang. They'll take care of it right away. Suyu hurriedly left. Jiang Hao then sighed. Troubles, truly troublesome. However, since it could be solved with money, it was still manageable. System that 2 billion should meet the rebate criteria, right? Convert it all into attribute points, and then into mall points. Ding, conversion successful this time, acquired mall points 200, great. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel excited. With 200 mall points, he could finally purchase that item. Opening the system mall, Jiang Hao headed straight for the matcha potion. Priced at 100 mall points, it would make durability infinite after use. Whooshed. After the transaction succeeded, a small bottle appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. Without any hesitation, he drank it all in one go. As the matcha potion went down, Jiang Hao felt as if his body was being transformed. 1 minute later, the durability section of Jiang Hao's attribute panel changed to durability. Meanwhile, the empty bottle in Jiang Hao's hand vanished into thin air. Oh, that's quite considerate. This empty bottle looked special. If someone found it, they'd definitely have their suspicions. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly felt that something was off. Oh no, I've always been very calm. Why do I feel a bit overwhelmed after drinking the matcha potion? Jiang Hao secretly cursed. This was bad. Su Yingying was still resting, and calling her over would definitely be too late. Besides being new here, Jiang Hao didn't know anyone in Hideout City. Would he end up suffocating himself? Having just unlocked the black technology system, he hadn't even enjoyed it yet, and now he might suffocate himself. How ridiculous. With this thought, Jiang Hao couldn't hold back any longer, and sent a message to Su Yue, whom he had just added. No matter how busy you are right now, come back and see me immediately. At this moment, Suyu was still busy with the promotional arrangements. The instant she received the message from Jiang Hao, she felt a hint of confusion. However, she dared not delay and quickly replied, Mr. Jiang, what do you want me to go back for? I want. Jiang Hao replied just as quickly. What kind of response is that? In the next moment, Suyu's face instantly turned red. Oh my, so direct. Although Jiang Hao was handsome and wealthy, which was her type. But this is too fast. For a woman, the most important thing is to be reserved. If you stick to someone just because of one sentence, wouldn't that be too casual? Thinking this way, Suyu indignantly replied, Then how many boxes should I bring? Reserved. What a joke. For such a super-rich person, if you don't agree within a second, they can find 1,000 substitutes. Why so much nonsense? Bring nothing, just come over. Suyu's face turned even redder upon seeing this message. You guys, I have something to take care of, handle everything for me, got it? After giving the instructions, Suyu didn't stop at all and ran back to the office. Hey, did you guys hear any sounds from the general manager's office? Get lost. I'm not deaf. Hurry up. If the general manager finds out, neither of us will have jobs. I said it's been hours, why still? Shut up. Just do your job. The morning passed just like that. At noon, Jiang Hao felt refreshed and finally exhausted the side effects of the matcha potion. This damn system, why didn't it mention the side effects earlier? Jiang Hao nearly met his end. Suyu, can you still move? I can't move anymore. Jiang Hao felt a bit helpless. This Suyu had only known him for a few minutes, and yet she became a victim. It was quite pitiful. Let's compensate her a bit. Jiang Hao murmured, then put on his clothes. Regarding what you just mentioned, you won't need to worry about it anymore. Within a day, you'll resolve it. After finishing, Jiang Hao stood up and left. Damn. When Jiang Hao came out, 2 employees were so frightened they almost fell down the stairs. However, Jiang Hao paid no attention and directly took the elevator down. Damn, that scared me to death. I told you not to eavesdrop here. You've said it so many times, but I haven't seen you leave. Damn, how can you still say that? But this big shot really is tough. After fighting for so long, he comes out as if nothing happened. He's simply a model for our generation. If I had even 1/10 of him, my wife wouldn't run off with that blonde guy. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already arrived downstairs. Taking out his phone, Jiang Hao directly dialed the number. It was none other than Li Shenghong, the chairman of Shenghong Group. The call was quickly connected. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Jiang Hao, currently a strategic partner of Longting Group. Can we chat? Oh, Longting Group. I have nothing to discuss with you. Li Shenghong's attitude was extremely firm. Jiang Hao simply smiled. He had guessed this would happen. Shenghong Group, like Longting Group, is a leading enterprise in Haidao City. They are currently bidding for an island. That island is a crucial part of the Longting project's planning. Everything had been agreed upon, just waiting to start. However, due to Zhao Daz's imprisonment, Li Shenghong also backed out, causing the project to be stalled for a long time. This was also a huge headache for Su Yue, which she had revealed while chatting with Jiang Hao. For such a tough nut to crack, Su Yu couldn't handle it. But for Jiang Hao, was this even a problem? 10 billion. What? I personally invest 10 billion into Shenghong Group. That's just how I am. How I like to make friends. Of course, if you don't want to be my friend, then this 10 billion might just be used against you. You? Mr. Jiang Hao, you wouldn't think that a mere 10 billion would be something Li Shenghong would care about, would you? You underestimate me too much. Half an hour later. Ha ha ha. Mr. Jiang Hao, the moment I saw you, I knew we were meant to meet. Li Shenghong raised. Come, Mr. Jiang Hao, I toast you. To celebrate our cooperation. Jiang Hao sneered, but still raised his glass to meet his. Next, I hope your Shenghong Group will withdraw from the bidding for the small island. As he said this, Li Shenghong's expression changed. Mr. Jiang Hao, since you've invested in Shenghong Group, shouldn't you stand with us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned. So you mean you don't intend to give way, eh? No, of course not. Li Shenghong quickly waved his hands. Mr. Jiang Hao, what I mean is, this bidding for the small island is very important for our Shenghong Group. Oh, I see. Jiang Hao nodded, then downed his drink in one gulp. Okay, I got it. I've already given you a chance. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned around without hesitation and walked away. Hey, Mr. Jiang Hao, we can still talk. Li Shenghong panicked. Jiang Hao obviously understood what Li Shenghong meant. He just wanted more investment, that's all. However, Jiang Hao's character was like this. I give you a step, you need to take it. If you try to take more, then you're done. Thinking this, Jiang Hao turned around and gave Li Shenghong a thumbs up. Dare to provoke me, you're this. Saying this, Jiang Hao pointed his thumb downwards. If I don't allow your Shenghong Group to go bankrupt within a month, I'm this. After saying that, Jiang Hao stepped forward and vanished from Li Shenghong's sight. Bang! Li Shenghong smashed his glass to pieces. Damn, what kind of brat dares to shit on my head? Let me go bankrupt in a month. Doesn't he fear his tongue might slip? A mere 10 billion investment, if it's gone, then it's gone. When I win the bidding for the small island, let's see where you cry. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Hao immediately called Yu Qing. Hello? Help me check something you know about Shenghong. At first, Yu Qing was puzzled when he received Jiang Hao's call, but after Jiang Hao briefly explained the situation, he immediately became indignant. Brother Jiang Hao, you asked me about this. You've asked the right person. This matter isn't suitable for a phone call. Let's meet at Xinghan Hotel later. After hanging up, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seems he was a bit conservative when he said Shenghong Group would go bankrupt within a month. Xinghan Hotel. Brother Jiang Hao, that's pretty much how it is. Is there anything you don't understand? Yu Qing's expression was serious. At first, he thought Jiang Hao was just trying to pressure Shenghong Group. But after a few minutes of conversation, he was astonished to discover Jiang Hao was actually planning to bring them to bankruptcy. What kind of confidence does it take to boldly claim to ruin a company valued at 9 billion? All right, your explanation is quite satisfactory. Jiang Hao nodded in approval. I'm a rough person and not very familiar with your business affairs. Let me ask you one thing. If I give you 10 billion, can you take down a company worth 9 billion? Absolutely. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Qing was startled and stood up. 10 billion. What's wrong? Is that too little? Jiang Hao frowned. Indeed, Shenghong Group is worth 9 billion, and he was offering only 10 billion, which felt a bit shabby. Not at all. Absolutely not. Who says 10 billion is little? That's way too much. Yu Qing's face turned pale. A valuation of 9 billion represents the total value of everyone and everything within the group. The actual situation is far from that number. For such a company, even a funding gap of 100 million could cause a severe liquidity crisis. A funding gap of 1 billion practically means saying goodbye. There would be no chance to breathe again in this lifetime. 10 billion. 50 billion, brother Jiang Hao, I can handle this with 50 billion. Yu Qing gulped nervously. 50 billion. Jiang Hao's expression turned displeased. Seeing this, Yu Qing quickly waved his hands, realizing he had asked for too much. 50 billion won't do. It's 100 billion. And the type of person who only knows how to increase the budget, not to decrease it. Yu Qing's mouth twitched at his words. Dude, does your mom know how extravagant you are? Is it really okay to be this arrogant? That's great. Brother Jiang Hao, I guarantee that I will handle this beautifully. I'll draft a business war plan right away. I'll refund you the remaining money in full, not taking a single cent from you. By the way, brother Jiang, how about this 100 billion? Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need, how much is left depends on your ability, and the rest counts as my investment in your company. Moreover, I don't like having too many assets in my name. I'll just transfer the shares to my dad later. As for that 100 billion, I don't have it right now, but I will transfer it to you later. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing quickly nodded. Indeed, even for the wealthiest individuals, coming up with 10 billion is not easy. He was already prepared for Jiang Hao to take over for more than half a month. So, brother Jiang, how shall we eat first? No thanks. Jiang Hao waved his hand. I have other matters to attend to. You can eat by yourself. After saying that, Jiang Hao left directly. Not for any other reason, but to quickly get that 10 billion rebate. Jiang Hao was afraid of trouble. As long as he transferred the 10 billion to Yu Qing later, this troublesome matter would be none of his business. And getting the 10 billion rebate was also very simple. He only needed to spend 1 million. There are many ways to spend 1 million, but the simplest and easiest way is just one. Once he got into the sports car, Jiang Hao immediately opened Doudu. At this moment, his Doudu followers had already exceeded 2 million. Of course, most of this was due to that video. Without paying attention to those red dots, Jiang Hao directly opened the recharge page. This time, he only needed 1 million, so Jiang Hao finished recharging in 2 seconds. Xiao Xiao Tang isn't streaming. Opening Xiao Xiao Tang's homepage, Jiang Hao found that she wasn't live. Haha, how come I have more followers than Xiao Xiao Tang? By several 100,000 now. Jiang Hao shook his head. A person dedicated to live streaming with a media company helping her couldn't even grow followers as fast as he could. He casually opened a live streaming room without even checking who it was and immediately started a rocket bombardment. What the hell? At that moment, the live streaming room exploded. Damn, the Gray Boss has come down. How long has it been since the Gray Boss appeared? I wonder if the Gray Boss will brush 10 million again this time. Has anyone noticed an important issue? The Gray Boss usually gives to female streamers, oh, why is he giving to a male streamer this time? What the hell could it be that the Gray Boss? Jiang Hao's speed of sending gifts was extremely fast. He finished spending 1 million in 10 minutes. At that moment, he realized whose live streaming room it was. Yi Luo Wu Hen. Who is that? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Saying this, Jiang Hao was about to exit the live streaming room. However, Yi Luo Wu Hen suddenly spoke up. Thank you, Gray Boss. I will contact you later through the backend. I will guarantee you the first place in the next 10 seasons. Hearing this, Jiang Hao became a bit interested. First in the nation. Is it really that impressive? After watching for a few minutes, Jiang Hao also figured out what game Yi Luo Wu Hen was playing. Mythical Emergence is an action competitive game that has gained immense popularity in recent years, sweeping the nation with daily active users exceeding 100 million, making it the true #1 game in the country. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was somewhat puzzled. With such a high-profile game, how could Yi Luo Wu Hen be ranked first in the nation, but only have a little over 1.0 viewers in his live streaming room? Could it be that technical streamers are just not in demand now? Jiang Hao had dreamed of becoming a game streamer when he was younger. If he had become one lacking technical skills and only relying on looks, he would probably be worthless. But after all, it was a childhood dream. It would be nice to establish a gaming club when I have time in the future. With that thought, Jiang Hao exited the live streaming room. After swiping on his phone for a while, Jiang Hao sent a message to Yu Qing. 10 billion has been sent to do a good job, don't disappoint me. At that moment, Yu Qing had just finished his meal and was preparing to go home to tell his father about the monumental news of his collaboration with Jiang Hao. However, the next moment, he received a message on his phone. As he picked up his phone and understood the content of the message, what the hell? Someone slapped me twice. Let me see if I'm dreaming. What the hell is going on? Wasn't it said that there wasn't that much money for now? Wasn't it said that 10 billion would at least take half a month to circulate? Wasn't it said that the figure of 10 billion was astronomical? How could it be that Jiang Hao only left for half an hour and 10 billion had already arrived? Is he even human? On the other side, Jiang Hao let out a long sigh of relief as all troublesome matters were finally settled. Those who had provoked him were dealt with. The promise to Zhao Panlong to take care of the project was fulfilled. The plane was bought, the sports car was bought, and the yacht was not lacking. Jiang Hao could finally calm down and enjoy the local customs of Haidao City. Wait, there's still one thing. Saying this, Jiang Hao directly called Su Yingying. Hello, Jiang, how are you done? Su Yingying's voice rang with brisk energy, clearly well rested. Hee, put some clothes on, oh, come out with me in a little while. Jiang Hao answered bluntly. Oh, Su Yingying sounded startled. How did you know I'm not dressed? I don't know. Jiang Hao then tapped the video call button. Half an hour later. Jiang Hao, where are we going? Su Yingying bounded about with childish glee, cheeks slightly flushed. We're not going. Let's go tomorrow. Jiang Hao simply closed the hotel door firmly. After that phone call, anyone who could still calmly take Su Yingying out would be nothing short of invincible. For Jiang Hao, such composure was impossible to expect. The next day, in the Lamborghini, Su Yingying looked rather pale. There was no helping it. The seats were unbearably hard. Jiang Hao, where exactly are we going? Since we arrived in Haidao City, we've been living in hotels, Jiang Hao replied, evenly. There's only one thing left to do: buy a house. Buy a house. Su Yingying blinked in surprise, her eyes brightened at once. So we're going to settle in Haidao City. Will you be with me from now on? She asked eagerly. Jiang Hao only shook his head, oblivious to her sudden. No, I just feel we've bought everything else but a house. It sits uneasily with me, he said. Su Ying understood at last. Jiang Hao was simply someone who burned money at will. Such a dead-straight guy, she muttered, turning her head away. After half an hour's drive, Jiang Hao finally pulled up at a coastal spot by the mountains. Jiang Hao, there's no residential complex here. What are we doing? Su Yingying peered out of the car window, puzzled. She caught sight of a corner of the mountain and a colossal villa, its grounds rivaling those of an entire Qingdao Plaza. Its silhouette felt oddly familiar. It looked like the movie mansion of Iron Man. Jiang Hao, don't tell me you plan to buy that place. Jiang Hao shook his head. Of course not. Su Yingying exhaled in relief. Though she sold cars and knew little about real estate, she understood one thing: a place like that would cost at least 100 million or more. I'm thinking of buying all the land around this area, both the nearby shore and the sea beneath, he continued. Then converting it into a private airport and a private port. It shouldn't take that much. 10 billion will surely be enough. Su Yingying. Seeing her bewilderment, Jiang Hao felt slightly helpless. He did not like ostentatious spending, but earlier he had transferred 10 billion to Yu Qing, and that sum did not count as a rebate. That was a straight 10 billion hit. He urgently needed a way to make up that loss. Jiang Hao, please tell me you're joking. I'm begging you. Jiang Hao was speechless. Joking? Yingying, you don't really think I can't come up with 10 billion, do you? Su Yingying's mouth twitched. She of course knew he had that much money, but possessing 10 billion and splurging 10 billion without a blink were entirely different matters. Unconcerned with her internal calculations, Jiang Hao fished out his phone. Hello, it's Jiang Hao. We spoke about buying the villa. Where are you? He was annoyed. He was the client, and the seller should come to him. Nowhere in the world should a client wait for us. Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry. I'm in the villa right now, cleaning for you personally. They'll come out. The voice on the other end sounded flustered, clearly someone who understood the etiquette. Oh, no need. They'll come in to find you. Security. Don't worry, he won't stop me. Make sure it's cleaned properly. With that, Jiang Hao hung up and got back into the car. Only then did he notice Su Yingying sitting awkwardly. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Su Yingying's face flushed. Do you even have the nerve to ask? You're the one who teased me. Jiang Hao gave an embarrassed, rueful smile. Clearly this supercar had its drawbacks. He thought to himself that he should buy a few Rolls-Royces next time, order a few dozen from the brand, so he would not have to replace cars whenever he moved cities. Not long after, Jiang Hao drove the supercar, nicknamed Poison, straight into the villa grounds. As he expected, the security did not stop him. Ridiculous. No guard, even if blind, would mistake a Lamborghini like that for some bargain car. Wow. Su Yingying stepped down with a slight limp and walked to Jiang Hao's side. This place is huge and beautiful. Jiang Hao nodded. Beyond the entrance lay a vast garden. There were even fountains. The grounds were exquisite. But, Su Yingying murmured, I suffer from pollen allergy. Oh, Jiang Hao had only just learned of her pollen sensitivity. Then, well, remove this entire garden and replace it with whatever you like. Hearing that, Su Yingying blushed. Jiang Hao, you are so kind. Hey. At that moment, a woman in a housekeeper's uniform approached. What do you mean by remove it? What are you talking about? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Of course, this had been expected. He had long since grown used to encountering a few unimaginative, rude types whenever he went out, like NPCs that popped up to sneer at him. He already knew what this housekeeper would say, a string of insults about being a pauper or a loser. Yet what the housekeeper said next surprised him. If you want it torn down, you'll have to tell me to do it. No need to trouble you to come all this way. He. The housekeeper immediately began to bow and flatter. Mr. Jiang, sorry to have you come in person. Jiang Hao's lip twitched. He had guessed wrong this time. It turned out this woman was the very person who had called him earlier. I've explained everything. Have you finished calculating the price? I dislike dawdling, Jiang Hao said flatly. The housekeeper forced a nervous chuckle. Well, what we want is this amount. She timidly raised 2 fingers. 20 billion. Fine. Although it differs from my estimate, it's acceptable. The housekeeper suddenly spluttered. Years of trained composure collapsed in an instant. Mr. Jiang, it's a misunderstanding. At this moment, Su Yingying felt like a dreamless salted fish diving onto the large bed. I doubt there is anything in this world that could ever shock me again. Jiang Hao could only shake his head helplessly. Just moments ago, he had splurged 2 billion to purchase the entire villa and its surroundings. Originally, this matter shouldn't have shocked Su Yingying to such an extent. She had become numb. A mere 2 billion was no longer enough to stir any waves. And what was the result? Jiang Hao said 2 billion. If the foreigners heard that, they'd think housing prices in the country are low. I want to buy this entire mountain. And the key point, after hearing Jiang Hao's words, that female housekeeper actually went back to apply. Truly, one dares to speak, and the other dares to act. All right, stop acting like a salted fish. Jiang Hao chuckled as he put on his jacket. You stay here and watch over the house. I have something to do outside when that female housekeeper returns. You're going out again. Su Yingying pouted, looking aggrieved. Jiang Hao had been extremely busy lately, constantly having to go out. Just be careful on the road. Jiang Hao nodded and then left directly. The reason was simple: buying this large villa came with a super large underground parking garage. It could park at least 30 cars. However, Jiang Hao's assets in Hideout City amounted to just one Lamborghini Veneno. It looked lonely parked underground. It was not a pretty sight. Even if it wasn't full, at least half should be occupied. Otherwise, it would look bare and others would think Jiang Hao was a pauper. With this thought, Jiang Hao got into the car. However, he didn't set off immediately because there was still one thing left to do. I still have several billion in my account. It should be enough for now, so I won't need any money for the moment. System, convert all of my recent expenditures into shopping points. Ding, conversion successful. You have gained 200 shopping points this time. Even though Jiang Hao already knew about this pitiful conversion ratio, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Spending 2 billion, if it were all converted back into cash, that would be 20 trillion. He could hardly fathom how many zeros that was. Yet converted into shopping points, it was only 200. Jiang Hao sighed. Despite spending 2 billion so casually, he had actually bought everything he wanted. Now wanting to spend a large sum again was not going to be easy. Sigh. Earning shopping points is really difficult. Forget it, let's see what I can exchange for with these 200 points. He opened the system mall filled with a dazzling array of goods. Self-cultivation of handsome guys, price 100 shopping points. Effect: after use, you will become the most handsome guy in the world, loved by all. Jiang Hao flipped past it directly. It was useless for him. After all, he was already handsome enough with an attractiveness attribute of 80. Unlimited credit card, price 2,000 shopping points. Effect: after obtaining it, you can spend at will without worrying about whether you have enough to spend. Just swipe. This one is quite nice. Jiang Hao felt a bit tempted. Every time he ran out of money, he had to find ways to get rebates, which was very troublesome. If he had this thing, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. However, the price of 2,000 shopping points still made Jiang Hao hesitate. He clicked to save it and continued scrolling. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wings of the Archangel. Wings of the Archangel, price 200 shopping points. Effect: after purchase, divine holy wings will grow from your back, allowing you to fly. They can be hidden when not in use. Note: currently at stage 0, you can fly for a maximum of 10 minutes. When time is up, the wings will automatically disappear with a cooldown of 24 hours. Wow! Jiang Hao didn't hesitate at all and bought it directly. The ultimate dream of humanity is to fly. This is why humanity has been committed to researching airplane spacecraft and so on for so many years. And now this opportunity unexpectedly appeared before Jiang Hao. Although it was a maximum of 10 minutes judging by this description, it was clearly something that could grow. After the purchase was successful, Jiang Hao felt a tingling sensation on his back. The next moment, 2 huge white wings suddenly spread open. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly controlled them to retract. At the moment the wings retracted, they instantly merged into Jiang Hao's skin and disappeared. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was in the underground parking lot, and no one had seen it. Otherwise, he might have been captured for research. It seems I can't use it carelessly in the future. I can only use it when no one is around. Saying this, Jiang Hao stepped on the gas and left the parking lot. Next, he was going to wholesale luxury cars. Jiang Hao was very determined. He directly found Yu Qing. There was no choice. This kid was just too useful. It seemed that whatever Jiang Hao wanted to do, he could manage. Brother Jiang Hao, the list you just sent, I've submitted it. Yu Qing waved at Jiang Hao from afar. Yu Qing's expression was clearly conflicted. What's wrong? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Now my green bubbles are almost overwhelmed by car sales. Looking at the avatars, they are all young and beautiful. These people probably want to find you, brother Jiang Hao. Actually, Yu Qing shouldn't have said such things. After all, no one could handle it. But Yu Qing happened to know that Jiang Hao could indeed handle it. Just delete them. I'm not interested right now. Jiang Hao waved his hand directly. What? Yu Qing was once again baffled. Such a powerful person, and yet he wasn't interested. Could it be that Jiang Hao was the type to accumulate slowly, needing to save for a year and then release everything at once? In fact, Yu Qing was mistaken. The reason Jiang Hao wasn't interested was that the type had repeated. For car sales, Jiang Hao already had Su Yingying. Moreover, with Su Yingying's looks, it would be quite difficult to find someone surpassing her in sales. If it were a different type, Jiang Hao might still consider it. After personally signing on the contract provided by Yu Qing, Jiang Hao finally felt relieved. Next, he just needed to wait for all 30 luxury cars to be delivered. At that time, once the money was paid, he would truly be free. Everything would be perfect. I can finally enjoy the local customs of Hideout City. Yu Qing, do you have any fun places to recommend? Upon hearing this, Yuqing began to think. I think. Before Yuqing could say anything, Jiang Hao's phone rang. The caller ID was Su Yingying. Jiang Hao frowned. How could it be that only a little time had passed, and Su Yingying was already calling? With this question in mind, Jiang Hao picked up the call. Hello, are you her boyfriend? Your girlfriend is in my hands. If you don't want her to die, give me 100 million. What? Jiang Hao's brows instantly knitted together. You dare abduct someone under my protection? Oh, I see. You're that security guard, aren't you? Jiang Hao calmed himself in an instant, his mind already calculating the identity of the man on the other end of the line. What? The voice on the phone recoiled in shock. How did you figure it out? Heh. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across Jiang Hao's face. His intellect had already ascended to 80. Mere deduction now unveiled layers of truth. Truth be told, even an ordinary person could have deduced this much. After all, no one else resided at the hillside villa. Only one security guard lived there, and a female housekeeper who might occasionally return. Her involvement was highly improbable, thus the guard remained the sole logical suspect. So what if you know? You still don't know where I am. I'll send you a bank account number. Deposit the sum within 10 minutes, or your girlfriend dies. Heh, fine. Jiang Hao ended the call without hesitation. 10 billion yuan meant little to him, yet surrendering the money so easily. That was never part of Jiang Hao's design. Yuqing, I'm giving you a phone number. Locate its source within 60 seconds. Huh. Yuqing froze, utterly stunned. Don't tell me your massive corporation lacks even a competent. Yuqing's lips twitched out. Reluctantly, he nodded. 60 seconds later, he pinpointed the phone's location. The site lay astonishingly distant. Clearly, the guard had plotted this in advance, preparing a vehicle well ahead of time. Alas for Jiang Hao, now 9 minutes were more than sufficient. Turn around. Jiang Hao pointed behind Yuqing. Though baffled by his intent, Yuqing instinctively glanced. In that fleeting instant when Yuqing turned back toward Jiang Hao, he was gone. What the? Where did he go? High above, Jiang Hao trembled, not from fear but exhilaration. He hadn't expected the archangel's wings to accelerate so fiercely. This surpassed even the wildest roller coaster plunge. According to the coordinates, Jiang Hao stood over 20 kilometers from the kidnapper. He'd initially estimated 9 minutes would be barely enough to arrive. Yet this velocity forced him to revise his judgment. 2 minutes would suffice with ease. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, a thatched hut stood silent. Su Yingying lay bound head to toe, her mouth gagged with cloth. Ha ha. The guard smirked mockingly. You're quite the delicate beauty. Once the money arrives, I'll claim you first before vanishing. No one will ever find this place. At those words, Su Yingying shuddered violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Damn it. A full minute's passed. Why hasn't the transfer arrived yet? Does your boyfriend not even care to save you? Fury twisted the guard's features, then softened as he moistened his lips. Even if that's true, I won't lose. Not at all. With that, he leered and advanced upon her. In that very moment, Su Yingying summoned unexpected strength, driving her knee upward with brutal force straight into his groin. The guard screamed, a raw, guttural shriek, clutching himself before collapsing unconscious. Hope flared in Su Yingying's eyes. She writhed, inching desperately toward the knife embedded in the earthen floor. Alas! Damn you, bitch! Ungrateful wretch! Die! Terrified, Su Yingying squeezed her, yet instead of pain, she heard only a sharp, rushing wind. Puzzled, she opened her eyes and froze. Before her stood Jiang Hao, his expression glacial, gazing down at the guard sprawled on the ground. In 2 minutes, he had traversed 20 kilometers to reach her. His average speed had soared to a staggering 600 kilometers per hour. Are you human or ghost? The guard nearly fainted. Hadn't he just hung up the phone 3 minutes ago? How could Jiang Hao possibly be here already? Human or ghost? I don't know, but I do know. You're about to become a ghost. Saying this, Jiang Hao didn't strike immediately. Instead, he swiftly untied Su Yingying and gently helped her rise. Jiang Hao. Relief and disbelief flooded her voice as she threw herself into his arms. Jiang Hao's lips twitched faintly. Was she foolish or merely reckless? A knife-wielding enemy stood directly behind her, yet she chose to embrace him. Wasn't that handing the foe perfect crowd control? Still, though he recognized the peril, Jiang Hao made no move to push her away, only laid a gentle hand upon her trembling back. It's all right. You're safe now. Yet if Jiang Hao saw the danger, surely the guard did too. Seizing the opening, he snatched up the blade and lunged, driving it toward Jiang Hao's exposed back. Clang! What followed would shatter the guard's courage forever. A pair of radiant white wings erupted from Jiang Hao's back, shattering the blade outright, while the guard's palms erupted in blood. Su Yingying, still cradled in his arms, saw nothing. Jiang Hao retracted the wings, then dialed the housekeeper. Hello? Do you have the security guard's personnel file, the one stationed at the villa gate? Yes, Mr. Jiang, yes I do. Good. Locate his family. Issue him a fallen compensation package, 10 million yuan. Draft the contract, while sign it. Fallen in duty. Ignoring the stunned reply, Jiang Hao ended the call. Ying, close your eyes. I'll tell you when to open them. His voice was soft tender. Su Ying trusted him implicitly. Her lashes fluttered shut at once. Then Jiang Hao set her aside gently and strode forward, lifting the dazed guard effortlessly off the ground. Tell me, do you like the sea? The guard, half mad with terror, blinked in bewildered silence. What do you mean? I hate it. I've loathed the sea my entire life. Heh, is that so? Then you'll learn to love it. Very soon. Whooshed. Wings unfurling, Jiang Hao launched skyward, carrying the guard aloft. At 600 kilometers per hour, he crossed the distance to the heart of Haishan City's oceanic expanse in the blink of an eye. Go play hide and seek with the fish. Jiang Hao released his grip. No. The guard's final scream dissolved into the wind. Jiang Hao paid it no heed. Kidnapping others. That was their affair. Jiang Hao held no illusions of sainthood. But daring to seize someone close to him, that was unforgivable. Having done so, Jiang Hao returned to the thatched hut. All right, you may open your eyes now. At his voice, Su Ying slowly lifted her eyelids. Where is he? Her voice trembled. Who? Jiang Hao shook his head, puzzled. Did you fall asleep? Su Ying blinked rapidly, utterly disoriented. Already shaken to her core, Jiang Hao's words now left her questioning her own memory. I distinctly remember. Didn't you suggest we picnic at the rear mountain? Jiang Hao grinned, teasing. Huh. She stared blankly. Was I? Yes, I think we did. But where's the picnic? Suddenly her body jolted. Could it be? Tonight's sleep would remain a distant luxury. A banana, a giant banana. The next morning, Jiang Hao stirred awake to the shrill ring of his phone, the housekeeper calling. Hello? Calling this early better means something urgent. Urgent. Extremely. Mr. Jiang, authorities have arrived at my doorstep. Speak, what exactly is going on? Jiang Hao looked at the female housekeeper with a cold expression. Yesterday an uncle came to ask me about someone who went missing. The female housekeeper seemed to have done something wrong and was very frightened. Did you contact the family of that security guard as I instructed you yesterday? Jiang Hao frowned. Did you tell them I would give them 10 million? I am sorry, Mr. Jiang, I didn't handle this matter well. The female housekeeper lowered her head in shame. After receiving Jiang Hao's order yesterday, she did not follow through with what he said. She thought she was clever enough to save Jiang Hao 10 million by not saying anything. Hey, you did a great job. Jiang Hao glared at her and said, all right, this isn't too troublesome. Just give me the address and information of his family. The female housekeeper was taken aback, then hurriedly sent the information to Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, what exactly did you do? And what do you intend to do next? Jiang Hao's brows furrowed tightly. This female housekeeper was getting a bit too involved. He really disliked such people. Moreover, keeping her around might lead her to continue investigating. There might be unexpected changes. Forget it, I won't need you anymore. They'll give you 50 million, go abroad, and don't let me see you again. The female housekeeper was about to say something when Jiang Hao's gaze suddenly turned icy. If I find out you're still in the country, you won't get a single cent, and you might just go missing mysteriously. The female housekeeper's body trembled violently, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Wow, 50 million. Even if Jiang Hao didn't say it with that much money, she couldn't possibly come back to be a saleswoman. After resolving matters here, Jiang Hao drove directly to the security guard's parents' home. He knocked on the door twice and entered directly. Who are you? The elderly couple was startled upon seeing Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao was indifferent and simply tossed a bank card over. This bank card was one he had just obtained, an anonymous card. Your son worked as a security guard under me, and he recently went abroad on a business trip. This is compensation for his trip. The security guard's mother instinctively picked up the bank card, her expression filled with suspicion. Business trip? Why didn't he tell us? And what kind of business trip does a security guard have? Exactly. Could it be that something happened to my son? We've already reported it to the police. Jiang Hao merely chuckled. There's 10 million in the card. As soon as these words were spoken. He. Oh, boss, why are you being so polite? Wife, hurry and fry a couple of dishes. Okay, got it. Boss, please have some tea. I'll go cook right now. The elderly couple's change in attitude was astonishingly fast. Don't you want to know when your son will be back? Son. The security guard's father scratched his head. What son? I'm a bit confused. Wife, do we have a son? No. The security guard's mother was equally puzzled. I thought we were both infertile. Oh, are you talking about that wild child we picked up from the trash can? We haven't seen him in years. Who cares about him? Jiang Hao. Goodness, it's true that such parents raise such children. If the parents are like this, it's no wonder they raised a security guard. All right. Jiang Hao waved his hand. I don't have time to waste with you. Just pretend you've never seen me. After saying that, Jiang Hao left. At that moment, the elderly couple quickly shut the door as soon as Jiang Hao left. This can count as our son honoring us, right? Hey, old man, do you think our son didn't provoke him and got dealt with? Shut up. Such a big shot, how dare you spread? That brat loves to go wild. Who knows where he is swimming right now? True. It's best if he doesn't come back. He's useless, and when he does, he just abuses us. Better not come back for the rest of his life. On the other side, Jiang Hao had already returned to the villa. At this moment, Su Yingying was still worried. Jiang Hao, you're back. Seeing Jiang Hao return, Su Yingying rushed to him and hugged him tightly, her body trembling. It seemed she was reminded of everything that happened yesterday. All right, I'm here. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you. Jiang Hao gently patted Su Yingying's back. Su Yingying replied, but she still couldn't help but feel scared. By the way, you forgot to take your phone when you went out just now. Someone called you. The note is Little Sugar. Oh. Jiang Hao placed Su Yingying on the bed and then picked up the phone. Isn't Little Sugar supposed to be very busy? How does she have time to call me? During her rising career, Little Sugar was busy every day. Besides eating, drinking, and using the restroom, she was live streaming. She hardly had a minute to spare. He called Little Sugar back, and it connected in just 5 seconds. Hello, Little Sugar, what's up? On the other end of the phone, Little Sugar's resentful voice came through. Gray brother hasn't contacted Little Sugar for so long. Have you forgotten Little Sugar? Hee. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. How could that be? I was just afraid to disturb your work. So what's the matter? Can it be that Little Sugar misses you? Little Sugar pouted. Forget it. Let me tell you. This is big news. Oh, Jiang Hao became interested. Recently, our company collaborated with a big company. Little Sugar is going to Haidao City to shoot an album in a few days. Hee, really? Jiang Hao was also pleasantly surprised. This was indeed a bit coincidental. Of course. Aren't you happy? Little Sugar misses you. Gray brother must come to pick up Little Sugar then. After hanging up, Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly, just in time for Su Yingying to see it. Su Yingying puffed up her cheeks, seemingly forgetting her fear. Jiang Hao, are you not hiding anything from me now? The intimate tone Jiang Hao had just used made Su Yingying feel jealous. Hiding what from you? Jiang Hao laughed as he playfully pinched Su Yingying's little nose. My feelings for you are not fake. Su Yingying's face flushed. Indeed, Jiang Hao had never been insincere with her. Hee, all right. I forgive you. Su Yingying hugged Jiang Hao's arm. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to remain unmarried for life? Although Su Yingying was understanding, she still didn't want to be a mistress. Jiang Hao was somewhat hesitant at this moment. That's right. With so many women, which one should he choose in the future? However, after just a moment of hesitation, Jiang Hao smiled. Why choose? The outlaw Zhang Xin once said, I can marry 8 women at the same time, but without a marriage certificate, I'm not breaking the law. Su Yingying was directly stunned by his words. It made so much sense. Meanwhile, at a large media company in Haidao City, a balding man with a shiny face was looking at a picture of Little Sugar deep in thought. After all this time, I've finally lured Little Sugar to Haidao City.